Chapter 483, Pilgrim, 1. When you find yourself in an unexpected situation, the first thing you should do is take a breath. You couldn't run around like a headless chicken. You had to stay level-headed and get as firm of a what was going on as you could. That way, you could at least avoid the worst-case scenario. Of course, there might be better options to take depending on the context, so this was just a general rule of thumb to avoid making an irreversible mistake. All that was to say, I took a moment to close my eyes and let out a deep exhale. Peak. After regaining some of my lost composure, I slowly reopened my eyes to examine my surroundings and gather information. I was just beyond the entrance of a cave. A faint light spilled through the entryway, silhouetting numerous soldiers deep in conversation. Surrounding them was a translucent curtain of sorts that seemed to be blocking their voices from my ears. It was a lot like watching TV with the sound off. However, their furious expressions told me that whatever they were discussing was urgent. Still, there was one major problem here. Shit. I didn't see my comrades. And that wasn't the only thing missing. Seriously, what is this? I didn't see my equipment anywhere either. Everything I'd been wearing and had on me was gone, including Demon Grinder, the expensive shield I bought, and various numbered items, and in their place, I now wore a worn-out piece of cloth that was little more than a rag. The weapon in my hand seemed to be an all made out of monster bones. Only then did I notice perhaps the biggest problem. This is goddamn ridiculous. All the heavy-duty equipment I was wearing had disappeared, and yet somehow, my body didn't feel lighter in the slightest. It felt heavy, far heavier than normal, even. But instead of falling into a blind panic, I calmly took stock and treated each observation as an objective piece of information. All your stats have been fixed at 15. The first piece of information I gathered was that my stats had dropped not to those of the average adventurer, but even further down to those of an ordinary person. The Bjorn, who is usually full of vitality and capable of lifting a carriage at any given moment, had completely disappeared. All I was left with was a heavy fatigue in my bones that made it tough to even walk. All of your essences have been sealed. My second observation, my abilities had been sealed. Ogre, Valherchen, Bayuan, all of my skills, including the high-rank essences that form the basis of my shield barbarian build, were inaccessible. I can't open my subspace either. The same went for the subspace I acquired after we killed the Order of the Rose. I sighed. My head was starting to spin, but I managed to pull myself together before I could fall apart, focusing on gathering more information and making sense of it. Hey, outside, strict laws of the Empire, judgment. The translucent curtain that had been blocking out all sound gradually faded, allowing me to finally hear bits and pieces of what the soldiers were saying. Empire? Upon closer examination, the soldiers' uniforms were familiar. I'd seen similar soldiers in Doppelganger Forest before, hadn't I? Whatever the case, I needed to stay focused and alert. For the Empire. Observation 3, these guys were Imperial soldiers. Captain, the barrier's power is fading. Observation 4, the barrier they apparently put up at the entrance of the cave was weakening. Prepare yourselves. It's time to judge the evil pilgrim. Observation 5, I was apparently a pilgrim, aka one of the people considered a traitor to all races, who fought alongside the witch during the war waged against her. After taking in all of these pieces of information and sorting through them, I knew what I had to do. If I get caught, I'm dead. In other words, I needed to get the hell out of here. When you fought against a Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, with 5 or fewer people, all participants would be dragged to a new map during the 4th phase. The Endless Pit of Solitude was a secret area enshrouded in complete darkness. There, you would have to face Dreadfear, who would whip out all sorts of new attack patterns and skills that were much more powerful than the ones you used when you fought against him in a large group. No longer restricted by the special limitations of the Crystal Cave, he would morph into a massive giant wall. Token mob monsters swarmed you from all sides. On top of all that, multiple high-rank and lethal abilities would be fired at you, and they were nearly impossible to avoid. However, I wasn't all that worried about attempting the raid. Each one of whose skills had a clear attack pattern, and there was a built-in escape method, though it could only be used right before the labyrinth closed. I had made sure to have basic safety measures in place just in case. But still, I wasn't expecting this. This was something I had experienced countless times during my playthroughs of Dungeon and Stone. After all, there were countless hidden elements in the game. Yet, this probably is a hidden element. The 6th piece of information I gathered was that a hidden element I'd been unaware of had been triggered. While I gathered my thoughts, my steps quickened with renewed urgency. Step, step. The more I walked, the more sweat trickled down my forehead. It rolled down my skin, gathering into beads and then dripping onto the floor. Drip. I was currently stuck in a fragile body that only felt slightly better than mine used to when I was stuck in the hospital as Hansuli. That bastard. Where did he run off to? The soldiers continued to chase after me, but I didn't fall into despair. There was no reason to, because I firmly believed that no matter how unreasonable a new feature might seem at first, there wasn't a single hidden element in Dungeon and Stone that was unbeatable. This was proof of that. How is he able to move through this dark cave like it's nothing? It must be one of the powers he gained in exchange for selling his soul to that evil witch. So the cave was dark to the soldiers, When I looked around me, the crystals scattered across the walls were shining so brightly that I didn't even need a torch to see in front of me. Observation 7. Pilgrims apparently had several advantages over ordinary people. It was great that I had a visual advantage over them, but that wasn't even the best part. No, the best part was the monsters living inside the cave. Not only were they not attacking me, but they actually seemed to be protecting me from the soldiers. Stab. Not that they lasted very long against the Imperial troops, of course. Still, if it weren't for these monsters trying to protect me, I knew for a fact those soldiers would have caught up to me and cut my head off by now. What a strange feeling. I never thought the day would come when I'd owe my life to a goblin. Step. Thanks to my ability to find my way around, I was able to successfully keep my distance from the soldiers. I wonder how everyone else is doing. As I continued to make my way through the cave, I thought about what might have happened to my teammates. They most likely ended up all alone like me. And now that I thought about it, this cave looks similar to the crystal cave on the first floor, aside from the fact that I wasn't used to it having an entrance. If the layout is the same, then there should be entrances in the north, south, east, and west. The gears in my mind started to turn even faster as I tried to connect all the dots. Just outside the entrance near me, I could make out what looked to be the goblin forest beyond the translucent curtain enveloping the many soldiers. This way. I was hoping I'd be able to take a break. Step. I doubled over to catch my breath. After a short break, I forced myself to stand again and continued venturing further into the cave. I knew that I couldn't keep running away like this forever. Survival was about making active choices and adapting to new circumstances. I'd already chosen to run away to survive, so I now needed to decide my next plan of action, and fast. What should I do? Team up. Joining up with my teammates was the first option that came to mind. Quite a few special events in Dungeon and Stone first separated the party members, then had them reunite later on. Seeing as we were probably all separated right now, there was a high chance this was a similar concept. The problem is, we might all die before even meeting up with each other. Erwan should be fine for now since she had the basic skills needed to navigate through the cave. The problem was Enner, who was terrible with directions, as well as Versil Golland, who was only good at magic. I'll have to worry about that later. Now wasn't the time to get hung up on things like that. Besides, there was no telling if or when we would be able to find each other in this massive cave. The next thing on my list of priorities had to be the more pressing questions. What's the condition for clearing this level? If this really was one of Dreadfear's fourth phase patterns, then what did we need to do to beat it? Get rid of the soldiers? Maybe obtain something at the heart of the cave? Or did I need to head outside the cave instead? The options were endless. Even though I'd dealt with many hidden levels before, I couldn't come up with an exact plan on how to handle this situation yet. I still lacked information. A clue. There must be some sort of clue. In the end, I needed to be more active and attempt to find clues. Thud. I skidded to a halt and hid behind a crystal emitting a bright light. Hiding in such a well-lit area made me anxious, but I did my best to try and overcome that anxiety. The soldiers chasing after me seemed to have a harder time seeing when the crystals were brighter, so if I wanted to land a surprise attack, this was the place to do it. I waited, counting the seconds as I hid behind the crystal. Step. Suddenly, soldiers holding torches appeared down the path from me. So there's 3 of them. It would have been easy for me to deal with that number if I were my usual self, but with this new weakened body of mine, I would be in trouble. Ba-dump. My heart started racing in my chest, and my mind was flooded with panicked questions. Should I attack them now, or should I wait for a better opportunity? The time to make a decision was quickly approaching. If it's just 3 of them, it might be worth a risk. I would probably never find a group of soldiers with fewer than 3 men. Not only that, but these soldiers weren't all that strong in the first place. Based on how they fought the goblins, I would say they were second-floor adventurers at most. That meant they weren't much different than a regular person, and a regular knife would be enough to kill them. Clench. Still hidden behind the glowing crystal, I steadied my breath and tightened my grip on the bone knife in my hand. Step. Then, the moment the 3 soldiers passed by my hiding spot, I sprang forward, aiming first for the soldier furthest back and shoving the tip of my knife deep into his neck. Stab. Arg. He let out a loud, choked noise. Before I even pulled my knife out of his throat, the other soldiers walking in front of him whipped around to look at me. You. They looked stunned to see me. I kicked the man's body away as I pulled my knife from his throat, leveling it in front of me. Now, I no longer had the element of surprise. I stepped forward to aim at another soldier's neck, but my blade was too short. Because of his leather armor, I wasn't able to land a deep stab. Instead, my knife had gotten stuck in his armor and I couldn't pull it out. I have to give up on the knife. I let go of the handle and ran at the soldier barehanded. Technically, I didn't need a knife to kill them. I grabbed onto the wrist of the soldier I had failed to stab, taking advantage of his panic from nearly dying seconds ago and jumping onto him to grapple him from behind. From there, I had a perfect view of the bare, unprotected skin of his neck. Chomp. I bit down with all my might. As long as you successfully rip out a good chunk of neck flesh, your opponent would normally go slack and bleed to death. T-Tron. Alright, that was 2 down. Now that this was a one-on-one fight, I felt a weight being lifted from my shoulders. Though the soldiers' specs and equipment far outclassed mine, this wasn't the type of battle that would be decided through numbers. Fight me, you bastard. The battle experience I'd accumulated over the years put me on a completely different level than a soldier who panicked after being ambushed in a dark cave. You. The last soldier nervously thrust his spear at me. I didn't hesitate to step to the side and avoid it, yanking on the spearhead as I did to knock him off balance. That was the end of the battle. Smash, smash, smash. The second he stumbled to the ground, I quickly leaped on top of him. I lifted his head and smashed it against the floor several times until his body finally stopped moving. 2. I stood up and spat out the remaining blood and flesh in my mouth. Maybe it was because it had been so long since I'd fought so scrappily, but I felt more mentally exhausted than I did after fighting a rank 3 monster. I gulped in the air as I tried to get a handle on the adrenaline rushing through me. Luckily, I wasn't injured during the fight, but this was no time to rest. I need to hurry up and finish farming. After a hard-won victory, there was always a prize waiting for you at the end. The soldiers all had the same armor, a leather vest with a piece of cloth on top that was emblazoned with the emblem of the Empire. I'm wearing the biggest one, but it's still a bit tight. At least the weapons are better, even though none of them had weapons to my size or taste. All 3 of them had a different kind, meaning I had more options at my disposal. There was a mason shield combo, a spear, and a 2-handed hammer. The weapon I was going to pick was obvious. The mason shield are my classic starting weapons. After all, the 2-handed hammer was a tempting replacement for the mace, but I gave up on it. It would be impossible for me to hold it with one hand at my current strength. Just in case, let's bring the bone knife as well. With my weapon decided, I rifled through their belongings, grabbing any necessities like bread and drinking water and putting them in my stolen backpack. Then I hurriedly hid the looted soldiers' bodies behind the crystal and left. Step. Even though they were small for me, the shoes made it much easier to walk. This was the power of civilization. After killing 3 soldiers with just one bone knife, I started to feel a lot better. Now that I have some equipment, let's capture one of them alive and get some information. With that thought in mind, I began to search for my next target. It didn't take me long. Fortunately, 4 of them. This party had one more person than the last, but that wouldn't be a problem. Whoosh! I approached them while holding a torch that I didn't even need in order to see. Instead, I needed it to unlock a hidden ability that came with wearing this equipment. Hey, I got separated from my party. Can you help me? Since I was wearing a soldier's uniform, there was no way they'd be able to figure out who I was. Well, that should have been the case, at least. Be beware. In a surprise twist, the soldiers all immediately pointed their weapons at me and put distance between us. How the hell did they clock me the moment they saw me? I didn't know, but I filed that tidbit away for later. It's a pilgrim. A pilgrim. Observation 8. The soldiers could somehow distinguish pilgrims from ordinary people. Whack, whack, whack. You have killed 5 soldiers. All of your stats have risen by +1. Observation 9. Whenever I killed the soldiers, I got stronger. Alright, I think I've gotten a feel for how this level works. I now had the hang of it. Chapter 484, Pilgrim, 2. My opponents were 4 grown men with stats higher than mine. I felt a spike of anxiety since I was used to handling monsters and plunderers with my usual stats and skill set, but it turned out I didn't need to worry. This is easier than I thought. Maybe things would have been different if I'd had to fight them with my bare hands, but now that I had a proper weapon and shield, coming up a little short in specs was no longer a huge issue for me. I was honestly used to unfair combat since I kept running into monsters like Amelia back when I was low level. Clang. If the enemy attacked you, then block with a shield. After a successful series of blocks, an opening to hit them back would eventually reveal itself. Whack. I swung my mace down on the soldier's head. Now, it was another one-on-one. Please don't kill me. This young-looking soldier had been sitting in the safest position the entire fight, and after sensing their imminent defeat, he tried to run away. His teammates who had placed their trust in him would surely be disappointed. I lifted my shield like a frisbee and threw it as hard as I could. Whack. This was a skill I like to call shield arrow. I'd practiced it quite a bit when I was low level since I wanted to have a long-range attack, but I rarely had the opportunity to use it. Thud. The shield struck the soldier in the head and sent him sprawling. I ran over and pinned him to the ground. Let me go. Let go. He struggled against me as hard as he could, wild with panic. I want to ask you something. You think I would ever answer someone like you? Duh. He choked on his next breath, sputtering as I ground my fist into his solar plexus. With a cough, he finally started to settle down. I moved us to a secluded place where we could have a discussion, then proceeded to dig up whatever info I could. First, I had to ask my most pressing question. What is this place? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. Just answer me. What is this place? The Pilgrim's Cave. But this is clearly the Crystal Cave? Then what is your goal? To catch the pilgrims that are running away and bring them to justice. Stop yelling. You're hurting my ears. I continued to bombard him with questions and he supplied me with the answers I wanted. I also made sure he told me the absolute truth, and whenever he did tell me a lie, I forced him to own up to it and give me more accurate information. In the end, I got a few new pieces of information to consider. Observation 10. There were more pilgrims aside from me. We apparently totaled 4 altogether, so that meant Erwin, Versil, and Aether were all in a similar situation to me. Observation 11. The pilgrim's goal was to activate the witch's altar hidden inside the cave. That had to be the condition for clearing this level, and even if it wasn't, the altar would be the best place to meet up and join forces with my teammates anyway. Since this is basic information that even these weak soldiers know, I'm sure everyone will be able to find out more about this independently. Of course, I had to figure out where exactly the witch's altar was. However, I had one theory as to where it might be: the same place where our raid took place, the dark zone in the heart of the cave. The place where Gabrielius, the first adventurer to step foot in this labyrinth, had a monument built in his name. If there was something hidden in this cave, it had to be there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made us start from the outskirts. At last, I was able to piece together the gist of this special event. The rock desert, the goblin forest, the den of beasts, and the land of the dead. Each of the entrances in Pilgrim's Cave were connected to the 4 areas on the 2nd floor. Not only that, but each of us must have been sent to a different entrance and, thus, had to fight our way to the middle to join forces. The center has to be where we'll fight the boss. That, or it's where a new phase will begin. How did this event even trigger in the first place? Was it because there were only 4 of us present when he moved on to the next phase? No, that couldn't be the case. There were quite a few times when I'd had a character die halfway through the raid, leaving only 4 of us to defeat the Lord of Terror. I should worry about what was different this time around later. Right now, I need to focus on clearing the event. With my interrogation finished, I took my leave. As any real gamer knew, there was nothing more exhilarating than trying to clear a level on the first try. I knew the feeling all too well. But that was when you were gaming. Now that the game had become my reality, things were completely different. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. My heart was practically pounding out of my chest. I couldn't afford to drop my guard, not even for a microsecond. There was no room for that oh-so-familiar thrill here. All there was a chill creeping up and down my spine, and a thought that ate away at me. I can't make a mistake. I needed to beat this event, and I needed to do it perfectly. This wasn't a game where I could respawn or start over. In this world, there was no such thing as second chances. You have killed 10 soldiers. All of your stats have risen by +1. You have killed 15 soldiers. All of your stats have risen by +1. You have killed 20 soldiers. All of your stats have risen by +1. You have killed. As I continued to make my way through the cave, I hunted soldiers in groups of fewer than 5 to whittle away at their numbers, and I sensed my stats gradually increasing in return. Every time I kill 5 of them, I couldn't tell exactly how much my stats were rising, but I could tell that they were, at the very least. Since I don't know when the boss will show up, I need to raise my stats as much as possible before then. Part of me wanted to focus on hunting as many of these soldiers as I could to raise my stats, but in the end, I figured I should prioritize making my way to the center. That was the most rational course of action. I can't rule out the possibility of a time penalty either. Dungeon and Stone wasn't a kind enough game to provide you with both a way to become strong and plenty of time to do it. If there's extra time after I get there, I can go and hunt, but right now, I need to move. I continued to make my way toward the center, focusing on making good time rather than hunting. It has to have been at least 7 hours by now. That meant it was time to update my information. Observation 12. Waiting for the labyrinth to close wasn't a viable escape plan. If it were, the labyrinth would have already closed, and we would have returned to Dimension Square. Yet here I was, still trapped in the cave. That realization only brought on another layer of anxiety. This isn't like a rift where you're trapped inside forever if you don't escape before the labyrinth closes, right? That was another possibility that I couldn't completely ignore. However, there wasn't much of a point in dwelling on it when I couldn't exactly do anything about it. A pilgrim. Suddenly, I heard a cry further down the path. I couldn't even see them yet, so how were they able to spot me? Despite my confusion, I hurriedly prepared for battle, but to my surprise, no one came toward me. Instead, I heard them running further away. Catch them. Damn servant of that filthy witch. Only then did I realize there was someone else nearby. Well, I wasn't just going to sit here. Then, I raced after the soldiers. Aether? Versil? Erwin? Who is it? While I wondered who the soldiers were chasing, I spotted a group of them in the distance, their backs facing me. So all the soldiers nearby teamed up here. There were a total of 9 of them, and together, they were blocking someone in on all sides. The person surrounded by all those soldiers was none other than Versil Galland. Don't come closer. Don't do it. Versil trembled all over as she waved a bone wand through the air. As a warrior, I felt embarrassed watching her. Did she want to get attacked, acting so pathetic? The soldiers must have felt the same way, as they didn't budge. What are you doing? Get her. Hit. In the end, Versil wasn't able to defend herself and was quickly overpowered by the soldiers. That girl, how did she even make it this far in one piece? I had no idea, but there was no time to ask questions. The soldiers forced her to her knees, ready to slit her throat. They must have had orders to execute us on the spot. Damn it. 9 is a bit much. Sadly, there was no other option. I couldn't just watch her die. Whack. Without any further deliberation, I threw my mace at the head of the soldier standing at the back of the pack. It's an ambush. As soon as I killed one, all of their eyes snapped to me. Well, there was no point in trying to be stealthy anymore. Bail. With no other options, I lifted my shield and ran right at them. What are you doing? Hurry, go and get. After all, how could I ever save her if I just tiptoed my way over to them? My biggest advantage lay in the soldiers I'd killed along the way. I shoved my way through the troops using my newly acquired strength stats and threw myself into the center of the group where Versil was kneeling, still on her knees. Stab. I had just enough time to shield her with my body before a longsword sunk deep into my side. Mr. Yandel, save the hellos for later. The soldiers I plowed through to reach her had already gotten back onto their feet, blocking the path yet again. In that case, the first thing we needed to do was get to a better location. Without my usual high physical resistance stat, we had no hope of winning if we ended up surrounded. Hold on. Versil clung to my neck in surprise as I picked her up. I then ran straight back the way I came, barreling through the soldiers with my shield. Shank. However, even as I sprinted forward, I felt a sudden searing pain in my thigh. Stab. That goddamn spearman. I used my mace to break off the shaft of the spear embedded in my thigh, allowing me to quickly break through their defenses and get Versil out of there. But I won't be able to get far on these legs. Well, at least now I wouldn't have to worry about protecting my back. I hurriedly set Versil on her feet and positioned her behind me. The soldiers continued to march toward us in a straight line. Because of this narrow passageway, only 3 soldiers can step forward and attack us at a time. Even so, they had a total of 8 soldiers left. The odds aren't great. I'd already been stabbed in the side and the thigh. My body was slowing down as the pain and exhaustion mounted. Plus, if this fight continued for much longer, there was a chance that other soldiers would hear the commotion and run over to provide backup. Clench. I lowered my center of gravity, getting into a fighting stance as I gripped my weapon and shield in anticipation of a grueling battle ahead. Versil Galen has cast Rising Flesh. Then, suddenly, I felt my wounds heal. Rising Flesh was the rank 7 monster dark worshipper's active skill. Yet somehow, Versil Galen was casting it. What is this? How was a wizard using a skill from an essence? This was my first time ever seeing such a thing in all my years of playing Dungeon and Stone. However, we had more pressing matters to deal with before I could satiate my curiosity. With this, things are different. I had only one question for Versil right now. Versil, how long until you can use that skill again? I should be able to use it one more time after 3 minutes. Great. My injury had been neatly healed, and if I got injured again, I could recover in a mere 3 minutes' time. In other words, I could now fight them much more aggressively. Step. I rose from my crouch, no longer taking up a defensive stance. Then, putting all my strength behind it, I ran forward with a swing of my mace. Wablam. Although I suffered several minor injuries by attacking them more recklessly than before, I was able to win the battle. You have killed 7 soldiers. All of your stats have risen by +1. Once I'd killed 7 of them, the remaining 2 fled. I didn't even bother chasing after them. Mr. Yandel, let's get out of here first, before they call for backup. Alright. We stole the armor of a soldier who was similar in size to Versil and took a shield for her as well before quickly changing locations. Versil Galen has cast Rising Flesh. Now that we were somewhere safe, we could finally talk. What happened? How are you able to use an essence skill? I don't know either. From the moment I opened my eyes in this place, I was just able to naturally use it. It's strange. It feels almost like I have a new body part attached to me. I'm probably the first wizard in the world to ever experience something like this. Well, I didn't need much more explanation than that. Versil, who kept on babbling, eventually read the room and cleared her throat in embarrassment as she stopped. Oh, don't mind me. That's not important anyway. But aside from that, there is another skill I can use. What is it? From what I can tell, I'd say it's Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale was a gnome skill. It created an invisible barrier within a 3-yard radius. So that was how Versil had managed to make it all the way here. She had a skill that let her hide in plain sight. Did they try to make things fairer by letting wizards use skills? That seemed plausible enough. Wizards had no hand-to-hand combat experience, so it made sense that there would be a balance patch to compensate for that. I almost died. I guess I must have run out of soul power. While I was resting, I suddenly ran into soldiers, and after I was spotted, I wasn't able to hide myself again. Where did you start? What? Didn't you look outside the cave at the beginning, before the barrier closed? Sorry. I immediately panicked, so I didn't check. Oh, really? Well, that makes sense. It's not that important. But did you find out we needed to head to the center anyway and make your way here? What? Huh? Versil and I both tilted our heads in unison. Did you not purposely head toward the center? This is the center. So she just ran away blindly. She's lucky to have run into me, I guess. But what happened to you, Mr. Yandel? You were able to defeat nearly 10 soldiers on your own back there. And where did you get that equipment? I couldn't even recognize you at first. Once she was done filing me in on her own experiences, Versil then started to pepper me with questions. In return, I told her everything I had gone through thus far. This story started when I first opened my eyes. My skills were sealed, my stats were sealed, and my equipment disappeared. I realized that we were pilgrims after overhearing a conversation between the soldiers before the barrier broke. I also got a glimpse of the world outside the cave's entrance and saw what looked like the goblin forest, so I concluded that my comrades had started at different ends of the floor as well. Realizing that I could understand what the soldiers were saying, I decided I needed to capture one and learn more information. However, before doing any of that, I ran away. 20 minutes in, I realized that the monsters were on our side, and after watching the soldiers chasing after me fight said monsters and try to find me, I realized that they thought the cave was dark. 30 minutes in, knowing that I needed more information before I could do anything, I hid behind a bright crystal to ambush my pursuers. After eking out a win against the 3 soldiers, I looted their equipment to improve my chances in future battles. 45 minutes, I continued to ambush any soldiers I saw until, finally, I was able to capture one alive and interrogate him. I obtained all sorts of information and figured out what we needed to do. It seemed that our goal as pilgrims was to activate the witch's altar hidden in the cave. 2 hours. To get stronger, I killed any soldiers I came across on my way to the center, determining that we needed to all gather there as soon as possible since there was a chance this place had a time penalty. Around 7 hours. And that's where you come in. Got all that? I sighed. That should be everything. Alright, then, let's get going. We need to hurry to the center since that's probably where the witch's altar is. But Versil didn't follow me when I started to walk. Instead, she just stood there, staring blankly at me. Did you know about this all in advance? What was she saying? If I had, then we wouldn't be in such dire straits in the first place. Of course I didn't. Then how did you know all of that? What a ridiculous question. Isn't she a player too? Why was she acting so amazed by some basic logical deductions? Chapter 485, Pilgrim, 3. Whack, whack, whack. We continued to travel deeper into the cave, killing any soldiers in our path. The closer we got to the center, the larger each group of troops became. Yet at the same time, the battles grew much easier. Not only did I now have Versil, who could play the role of healer, but my stats were rising. Whack. I'd say my stats are about where they were when I was exploring the 3rd floor. You have entered the Pilgrim's Altar. As soon as Versil and I reached the center of the map, a purple fog billowed around us. Be careful, I warned. Something could come out at any moment. Alright. Further into the fog we walked, raising our guard which had slipped a bit after how easily we'd been dealing with the soldiers. I took a few steps forward, my shield lifted to protect my upper body. This was the exact same location we'd been fighting Dreadfear. First things first, we needed to look around to see if there was anything different about it. The cavern was empty, save for a monument at its center, but where that familiar statue of the sage usually stood was a different stone statue that was over 13 feet tall. Mr. Yandel, that must be the witch's altar. We had made the right decision heading for the center. After making sure there was no one around, I approached the stone statue and examined the altar in detail. Versil, do you know anything about this? I don't. This is my first time seeing the statue as well, but the pictures of the witch I've seen in books didn't look like this. They must have changed the books to make her seem like pure evil. Yes, I suppose they did. Then is this what the witch really looked like? Well, I didn't know for sure either, but it seemed that way, at least. The stone statue looked exactly like the girl I encountered after defeating Ryakis. Who could have guessed? So she was a little girl. Versil Galland marveled as she reached out her hand. Stop. Something could happen if you touch it. Oh, of course. She quickly pulled her hand back, surprised at herself. Then in a careful tone, she asked, what is the plan now? We have to examine it more first to decide that. We continued to inspect the stone statue, taking care not to make direct contact with it. There were 3 lines of text on the pedestal, but unfortunately, the script was impossible for us to understand. Ancient languages aren't my forte, I sighed. Raven had always been good at reading ancient languages, though. Well, I supposed you couldn't expect a player to have the same amount of knowledge as a real wizard who'd lived in this world their whole life. That's too bad. It would have been helpful to know what. 1 star, 1 sun, 1 moon. Before I could even finish my sentence, an unfamiliar voice rang out behind us. Every creature that exists here on this land is the same when you look at them from above. I turned to see a middle-aged man in knight's armor staring back at us. Damn it, I could tell he was strong just by looking at him. Was he the boss? Don't tell me he uses an aura as well? Isn't it disgusting? The idea that filthy monsters are the same as us. The knight smirked as he met my eye. I lifted my shield, hiding Versil behind my back. Oh, but of course, you probably don't agree. If you had an upright moral compass in your heart, you wouldn't have betrayed humanity in the first place. He then introduced himself in a way that blew my mind. I swear on my name, Argarsil Dreadfear, the sword of the empire that protects this world, that I will punish every filthy pilgrim. Upon making an oath on his name, the knight drew his sword lightning fast, flashing its tip at us. Phew! An aura surged to life on the gleaming white blade. This is ridiculous. How is that fair? The moment I saw his sword begin to glow, a chill ran down my spine and I stiffened. We have no chance of beating him in a normal fight. It was clear that we would have to fight him regardless, but no matter how much of a stat increase I got from beating the soldiers, it would be impossible for us to defeat a knight that could use an aura in this state. His sword would slice through my shield and split me in two before I could even get close. There must be a way. Falling into despair when faced with impossible odds was a waste, when I could spend that time finding a way out of the situation instead. How could we defeat this bastard? There has to be a way. Dungeon and Stone wasn't in any way a friendly game, but it wasn't a completely unreasonable game either. Although my skills and stats were sealed and it had sent this overpowered guy our way, there had to be a way to deal with him somehow. I just need to think things through. I couldn't lose faith just yet. I needed to weigh my options one by one. First, Argarsil Dreadfear was definitely the boss, which begged the following question: how were we supposed to beat him? Not by leveling up. Defeating soldiers raised your stats, yes, but attempting to raise them as high as possible before entering the boss room would be a mistake. Once you'd killed 100 of them, you would have to kill 10 soldiers, and not 5, to increase your stats. At that pace, even after days and days of hunting, you still wouldn't be at a high enough level to defeat him. Then, is it the altar? I risked a glance at the statue of the witch. Maybe, like the soldier said, activating the altar would trigger an event to help us defeat him. The question is, how do we activate it? Taking careful steps backward, I moved closer to the statue, then reached out and put my hand on its stony surface. Sadly, nothing happened. There must have been some sort of activation condition. Since it's an altar, maybe I need to give it something? Bring in the pilgrims we caught earlier. The guy who was pointing his sword at us yelled out of the blue. Surprisingly, someone dutifully answered him from beyond the fog. Yes, Captain White. It didn't take long for dozens of soldiers to come into view, dragging along 2 women bound with rope. Oh, Mr. Bjorn, you must be here to save us. So these 2 got caught before we even arrived. I hadn't had high hopes for Einar, but I expected that Erwin, at least, would be able to make it here safely. Feeling relieved that the soldiers didn't execute them on the spot, I tried to adapt to this new variable as best as I could. So far, everything seems to be following a set plotline. While Erwin and Einar had been caught, they still ended up here in one piece, albeit as captives. I doubted that was a mere coincidence. Everyone meeting at the witch's altar was most likely a fixed plot point. The knight walked over to the bound Einar and Erwin and kicked them over to us. Versil quickly ran up and untied the 2. Sorry. Thanks for saving me. Erwin apologized while Einar showed her appreciation. Unlike Versil, the 2 of them still carried weapons and armor that I would have assumed the soldiers would have confiscated. Erwin had a dagger, and Einar had a sword. Why is he releasing them and not disarming them? What is the meaning of this? He grinned at my question. I just wanted to see it. What? The strength of your conviction to betray not just the Empire but the entire world. He looked at each of us in kind and declared, kill each other, right here, in front of the witch you follow. I burst into laughter. Did this guy think he could just force us to do what he wanted with a few words? I, Dreadfear, swear on my name that whichever of you kills the other filthy pilgrims will have proven their innocence and shall thus be absolved of all sins. The concept behind this boss battle is terrible. Dozens of soldiers surrounded us, and Dreadfear brandished his sword in the center of them all, an arrogant gleam in his eye. There was a moment of silence. Naturally, none of my comrades seemed the slightest bit swayed by his offer. Oh, that didn't include me, of course. How do you expect us to believe that? Bjorn. Einar was taken aback by my question, but it couldn't be helped. I still hadn't finished getting my thoughts in order. I needed to buy time through conversation. How to convince you? An amiable smile appeared on Dreadfear's face. Believe me, he didn't try to sugarcoat things or cobble together some valid-sounding excuse. He simply demanded that we trust him. However, that was enough. The White Captain, Dreadfear, has cast persuasion. His perceived credibility significantly increases, so his offer wasn't a lie. Those who escape the clutches of the witch will return alive. To think there was a way to walk out of this alive. This was giving me a major headache. Of course, I wasn't worried about betrayal. Even though his offer was genuine, our party members wouldn't dare betray each other. but the fact that he's giving us that option in the first place must mean he's a pain to fight. What could it be? What was the way for all of us to get out of here alive without sacrificing anyone? If you're having a hard time deciding, I'll make your choice easier. He took a step forward. The White Captain, Dreadfear, has cast deprivation of ownership. You are unable to take any actions. My body seemed to turn to stone the moment I met his eyes. No matter how much I fought to move my arms or legs, I wasn't able to budge even a single inch. I guess he's not a character that was made to be fought. I already knew he could use an aura, but this was too much. He slowly approached me and lifted his sword, pointing it at my stomach. Stab. The wound was not deep. It would heal right away with a potion, but if left alone, the bleeding would be a problem. After stabbing me and yanking it out, he went around to the rest of us and did the same thing. So this was what he meant when he said he would help us make a decision. It is your choice from now on. A painful death or potential survival. I wonder how long your conviction will hold. He looked relaxed as though certain that none of us would attack him. I could understand why. Ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. No matter the person, when on the verge of death, you tend to entertain all sorts of thoughts. I'd seen it happen many times before, even with Aner and Erwin. And what about Versil, our most recent recruit? We had made it through the Ice Rock expedition together, yet could I truly expect such loyalty from a player? Shit. I clenched my teeth, forcibly ridding myself of such doubts. The more doubts I had, the more I would be playing into his hands. I would never have had such thoughts under normal circumstances. I need to think. My body wasn't moving anytime soon, so I decided to close my eyes and focus on thinking. If you wanted to beat Dungeon and Stone, you first had to understand the game designer's intentions. This is all to encourage a sense of distrust between us. So far, this whole conversation seemed to be straight out of an unskippable cutscene. Since a nigh unbeatable boss, heck, he was practically impossible to even approach, had appeared, that must mean that the way to clear this event wasn't through force. In these types of quests, the results ultimately depended on what choices the player made. What happens if nobody betrays each other? Would that be game over? Would we all just die? Or was our goal to hold out until someone showed up to help us? Maybe until the witch's altar was activated? I had no idea, and whatever choice I did end up making, I'd have no way of knowing for sure whether it was the right one. Well, that was why 99% of first attempts ended in failure. 5 minutes have passed. I've given you enough time to think things through, so I'll give each of you a chance. Suddenly, I regained full control of my body. It seemed the first one up was me. Clang. He threw a dagger that landed at my feet. Pick it up. Goblin poison was applied to it, so your friends will be able to die painlessly. This bastard. When I stayed put and just glared at him, he simply smiled and nodded his head. If only everyone was like you. With that, my body became immobile again. Step, step. He moved down the line to stand in front of someone else. Pick it up. He said the same line, but Erwin remained silent. Ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. My heart just wouldn't calm. What a strange reaction. I trusted Erwin 100%, yet deep down, I couldn't help but worry. 1%. You just have to stab one of them, and you'll walk away from here alive, cleansed of your sins. I flinched at his remark as a sudden, intrusive image of Erwin stabbing Versil popped into my head. Fuck off. You're a foul-mouthed woman. Thankfully, Erwin's turn also passed without issue. Then it was Aner's turn. Pick it up. Baelga. As soon as her body was released, Aner tried to rush at him with a shout, but he easily kicked her down to the floor and moved on to the next person. Finally, it came down to Versil. It's your turn. As soon as she regained control of her body, she picked up the dagger on the floor with shaky hands. Just one? I just have to stab one person. Damn it. Chapter 486, Pilgrim, 4. In a cavern strewn with corpses, an old man strode slowly toward the chamber's center, then swept his hand across the monument there. The last great sage, Diplin Groundle Gabrielius. In honor of his great first step, the monument had been built to commemorate the achievements of a great hero from ages past. It's almost done, the old man murmured under his breath as he withdrew his hand. He fished out a book from his pocket. Phew. The book floated into the air, defying gravity as its pages fluttered open and flipped past one by one. At last, the final page of the complete Book of Lord's Eye revealed itself, and so the pilgrim sullied his faith by succumbing to the fear that gripped his heart. By running for his life, he eventually met his end, where he discovered that he had fled from one fear into the jaws of another even greater than his last, the fear of no longer having anyone by his side. The fear of solitude swallowed the pilgrim unawares. It was a horror that no person could hope to escape, one that destroyed body and soul by turning anger and hatred inward. Not even the mother goddess herself could save the pilgrim now. As the pilgrim's soul was extinguished, a newfound power and authority began to possess him, imbuing the once mortal man with a violent, cursed energy. Thus was the birth of he who spreads terror and despises faith, Dreadfear, the Lord of Terror. Thud. The book snapped shut, an old story buried in the annals of history, no longer remembered. I just have to stab one person. Versil's question knocked the breath right out of me. I wanted to shout at her, to demand why she would even ask such a thing, but my entire body was still frozen, rendering me incapable of making even the slightest of noises. Of course, the man answered with a wide smile, just one person. As long as you kill one of them, the Empire will accept you once more. After a beat of hesitation, Versil spoke, her voice trembling. I thought she would try to alleviate her guilt by apologizing to us, but instead, what she said was completely unexpected. Now I'm sure of it. Mr. Yandel, you've been doubting me since earlier, right? Doubt? No, what the hell is she? It seems I have another skill besides hiding my presence and healing wounds. I don't know exactly what monster's ability it is, but I can sense your emotions toward me clear as day. Damn it, I can't believe she had something like that. Ms. Tertia as well, you feel the same way. You doubted me and genuinely debated whether to kill me when he made the offer. Even though you chose not to, you didn't come to that decision because you trust me. Erwin didn't respond, for obvious reasons. Of course, Ms. Fenelon was the only one who didn't harbor any doubts or suspicions toward me. The more Versil went on, the faster my heart pounded. We were doomed. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't even try to dissuade her because my body was frozen and I couldn't say a word. Badump. I had truly reached a new level of despair, one that even surpassed the kind I felt when Dreadfear displayed the ability to use aura and an AoE stun. But I understand why you would feel that way. It makes sense that it'd be harder for you to trust me, as you haven't known me as long as you have everyone else. Versil's hand suddenly stopped shaking around the dagger, which is why I've decided to do it. If I don't, someone else will do it first. Shit. I closed my eyes. Even then, though, I never stopped trying to think of ways out of this. What could I do to prevent this disaster? There had to be something. Yet no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with a single thing. Even when I hadn't been able to stand, even when my equipment, essences, and stats had all been taken away from me, I never once lost hope. I had been convinced that there would be a way to kill the boss monster and make it out of this place alive. But not anymore. Shit. This was unfair. It was completely unreasonable. It wasn't like I was dying because I was weaker than a monster, made a huge mistake, or had failed to complete a task within the set amount of time. Stab a pilgrim. Cover your dagger with their filthy blood to prove your purity. Did one of us really have to die like this, without so much as an opportunity to talk her out of it? Versil took a step closer to where I was being forced to kneel, then bent down so we were eye to eye, giving me a clear view of her expression. Mr. Yandel, she looked like she was on the verge of tears. At this rate, we're going to fail, right? So in the end, it seemed she was choosing to stab me. Since there was no way for all of us to make it out alive, she must have decided to escape on her own. She tightened her grip on the dagger as I squeezed my eyes shut. So this will ensure we don't all die. I was startled by the sensation of a soft hand gently caressing my cheek. What? When I opened my eyes, I saw Versil pointing the dagger at her own neck. She was holding it at an angle where Dreadfear wouldn't be able to see it from behind. I've made the wrong choices too many times. No, wait a minute. But now, this is the obvious choice to make. Any one of you would have made the same decision eventually. I was just smart enough to think of it first. I tried to open my mouth to stop her, but I still couldn't move. I considered every other option I could think of, but none of them ended well for us. She lifted her hand from my cheek. I won't make the same mistake again. No, all she needed to do was wait. She didn't have to do anything. Us refusing to take a life might be the key to getting through this alive. Why would she come to a conclusion like this instead? I didn't get her logic at all. I told you, if I don't do it first, someone else will. Suddenly, everything clicked into place with that one sentence. But you know, I think this is a situation where none of us can truly betray each other. Stab. In the end, we were the ones who pushed her to sacrifice herself. The first pilgrim has died. All surviving pilgrim stats have increased by plus 400. Thud. Her body went slack and collapsed to the cold, hard ground. All I could do was stare at her as the knight behind her scoffed. That foolish wench. All of the blood in my body rushed to my head, leaving me in a daze. I felt like the slightest touch would set me off and leave me screaming at the top of my lungs. She was dead? I felt like I had drunk myself sick and the contents of my stomach were now rising up my throat. His voice cut through the ringing in my ears as a pitch-black fog began to billow from his body. I'll give you one last chance. The White Captain, Dreadfear, has cast Time of Execution. The target's level of fear significantly increases. This skill had an effect similar to Bloodlust. It paralyzed your sense of reason, making it impossible for you to remain level-headed. Your body sensed danger coming and reacted accordingly, spiraling into panic. The urge to run as far away from here as possible flooded my senses. Run away, someone kept whispering into my ear. But then, suddenly, a thought came to mind. Grab it. What if Versil had made a different choice? In this state, would it have even been possible for all of us to have complete faith in each other and refuse to pick up that dagger? Maybe, but she must have made a decision she did because she was worried about what would come next. Like the dungeon and stone player she was, the first thing she did was try to figure out the game designer's intentions for this level. Drip, her blood was starting to pool on the floor. The moment her blood came into contact with a statue, the entire cave began to tremble like a rift was opening. A mysterious presence has embraced the soul of the noble pilgrim. The altar has been activated. Rumble. A cluster of lights appeared on the stone statue at the center. Faith's light has driven out the terror within. At that moment, the ability that had been restraining our bodies disappeared. Stump. I immediately rose to my feet and grabbed my weapon. The knight looked right at us, visibly annoyed yet wholly unconcerned. Do you think this changes anything? I didn't know, at least not yet. But there was one thing I was sure of, and it was that we had at least made it through the first stage. What other skills does he have? It was actually disgusting how powerful he was. All he had to do was say, "Believe me," and suddenly we trusted him when he claimed he'd let us live if we just killed each other. There should be a limit to how overpowered a character could be. It's not too late for you yet, but the only way you will make it out of this cave alive is by proving your innocence. What was he talking about? Who would still believe him after all that? Mister, I have my strength back, at least to some extent. Really? Thankfully, it seemed that I wasn't the only one who got a buff. Aner, grab Versil, alright. Aner quickly picked Versil up without a hint of complaint. At the sight, the knight quickly narrowed the distance between us, swinging his sword. Whoosh, it was a swift, strong strike, far superior to any attack made by the soldiers we met on the way here. However, perhaps because our power had somewhat returned now that the altar had activated, it wasn't hard to track the trajectory of his swing. Our legs? He wasn't aiming for our hearts or necks, so he must still be planning on continuing his little prisoner's dilemma game. Tap. Instead of trying to block his aura with my shield, I jumped high into the air to avoid his sword, then swung my mace down on his head. He wasn't able to dodge it, probably because he hadn't expected me to attack him in the first place. Whack. However, this guy was a tough bastard. Just as I expected, there was no chance beating him would be that easy. The only reason I was even able to get a hit in the first place was because he was being careless and not taking us seriously. Not yet. Fighting back my desire to kill him right then and there, I shouted, "What are you doing? Run." We couldn't take him on yet. Luckily, thanks to the significant increase in our stats, the soldiers surrounding us were no longer a problem. Rada. Aner charged forward like a rhino, plowing through the soldiers like a bunch of bowling pins. I quickly rushed after her and out of the central cavern. Out of the way. The knight seemed to have recovered from the smack in the head I gave him, as he was now running after us. With that speed, he's a little faster than us. At this rate, he would absolutely catch us. Something had to be done. We ran with all our might while I racked my brain. Why did our stats suddenly rise? Was it a buff from the altar activating? Or maybe there was another condition? More importantly, what even is the condition for clearing this event? Was it hide and seek? Maybe if we just kept running from him, our stats would rise over time and we would eventually be strong enough to take him down. I couldn't be sure of anything right now, but I could at least set up a short-term goal. Well, where are we going? Out of the cave. Our first objective would be to get outside, just in case activating the altar and escaping the cave was the clear condition. Things were never that simple or easy, though. Mister, we can't keep running like this. It was only a matter of time before he would catch up to us. Aner and Erwin took turns offering me their opinions. Bjorn, let's fight him. We have to avenge the wizard. No, the three of us aren't strong enough to beat him. I'll stay back and throw him off our scent. Fighting him head on or having one of us stay back as bait. They weren't terrible options. Alright, I agreed. I'll stay back and distract him. Then, no, Erwin countered. I have to be the one to do it because I'm the only one capable of finding you guys again. I was actually given a skill when we arrived here. Skill. I can sense where everyone is. I didn't know exactly what I was sensing until we all met up at the center, but now that I know, I'll be able to find you two even after we split up. Was this like how some scouts had the ability to sense the location of the portal? If it was, then it definitely made sense for her to be the one to lure him away and catch up to us later. Trust me, I'm the right person for the job. What should I do? Was this really the best plan? As usual, I only had a split second to make a call. Don't get hurt. Despite hearing my orders, Erwin didn't say anything in response. She simply slowed down, sending us off with a reassuring smile on her face. Huff, huff. I did my best to steady my heavy breathing with each step I took. It had been about 2 hours since Erwin split off from the group. We're about halfway there. It had taken me 8 hours to make my way to the center of the cave back when the event first started, but now, we were able to cover half the distance in just 2 hours. I think I'm at about a third of my usual power. That was just in terms of raw stats, of course. That figure didn't account for the fact that I didn't have my usual essences at my disposal to fight this guy with. The real problem is, our stats have shown no signs of rising any higher. With no way of knowing whether that earlier increase was just a one-time thing, Aner and I kept running toward the entrance of the cave as fast as we could. Sometime later, a thought I'd been trying for hours to suppress rose to the surface of my mind. Erwin, when is she going to catch up? It's been a while. Did something go wrong? Just as anxiety was beginning to creep up my spine, another sensation suddenly flooded my senses. The second pilgrim has died. All surviving pilgrim stats have increased by plus 400. It was another stat boost. Chapter 487, Pilgrim, 5. The Pilgrims. Stop them. Whack. As we sped through the cave, I broke the head of any soldier we came across. Every time I killed 5 of them, my stats slightly increased, but the boost was so small that I hardly noticed it given the situation. At this rate, we should reach it in about an hour. As I continued to push forward with all my might, the anxiety throbbing in the back of my head wouldn't dissipate. Bjorn, when is Erwin coming back? Even Einar was worried. Just imagined how I felt. Did something happen? Was she hurt or did she die? My anxiety was gnawing away at me, but it was out of my hands right now. All I could do was keep running as hard as I could and have faith that Erwin would catch up to us. You have killed 405 soldiers. All stats have risen by plus 1. You have killed 410 soldiers. All stats have risen by plus 1. You have killed 415 soldiers. How long have we been running? Maybe 30 minutes? As our arrival time slowly drew closer and closer, my worries over what had happened to Erwin grew in kind. Stump. Despite not taking a break even once, we were suddenly forced to come to a halt. Didn't I tell you, pilgrims? There's only one way you can make it out of this cave alive. He was now standing in our way. I didn't understand. All this time, he had been chasing us from behind, so how was it possible that he was here, blocking our path? Our pace had even slowly increased over time as our stats rose. Then, how did he catch up? Something was wrong. However, before I could analyze the situation, there was something else we had to do first. Get ready to fight, Einar. After hearing my order, Einar took our colleague, whose body she had been carrying this entire time, and laid her on the ground. Get some rest, wizard. Dreadfear watched us and let out a cold laugh. How ridiculous. Maybe it was. However, the moment I saw him in our path, the only idea that came to mind was giving it a shot. It might be possible now with our current stats. I used my shield to cover my upper body and lowered my stance out of habit, even knowing that it would do me very little good. What could a cheap iron shield do when confronted with a knight who used aura? We stared at each other in complete silence, waiting for the first move to be made. After a moment, he spoke that same line. My offer. It still stands. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? How the hell had he not given up on that game of betrayal already? Still, if he wanted to talk, I wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. What happened to Erwin? I had to ask about the one thought that had been eating away at my mind while we ran for hours straight. If you mean that pilgrim, then she's dead, he replied curtly. Bullshit. I guess you're turning a blind eye to what you already know. Why did I even bother asking him? It was ridiculous to think I could believe the words of a boss character whose whole concept was betrayal. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't change the truth. No matter how much you believe you are doing the right thing, in the end, you are nothing but a filthy piece of... There wasn't any reason to listen to him any longer. I dashed forward, yelling out, Einar. However, as soon as the distance between us narrowed, he drew his sword bathed in aura. Step. Immediately, I stepped back, outside of his attack range, taking advantage of the opening created when he had taken aim at me. Einar narrowed the distance between them. Behel. Ah! She cried and slashed at him with all her might. He darted to the side. Clang. Her sword slammed into the ground where he had been standing just moments ago. It was too early to call it a failed attack. Fighting as a team meant breaking the enemy's stance, alternating between striking and defending, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Thud. As soon as he dodged Einar's sword, I chucked my useless shield at his ugly mug. With his field of view blocked, I took a large step forward and swung my mace. Yet again, he was able to react, drawing his sword along the same path I swung my mace. It was clear that, at this rate, his attack would easily cut my mace into two. Swoosh. I used all the strength I had to quickly change the path of my attack. Whoosh. My mace cut through the air, evading his sword. Stab. Simultaneously, Einar was able to stab his shoulder with her sword. Alright, we were able to land the first attack. We couldn't be satisfied with just this, though. There was no reason to lessen the pressure and withdraw from the fight now. After all, a battle was just a game of moves. Attack, block, or dodge. You had a split second to choose one of these three options accordingly, maybe even your following move as well. Thanks to our quick thinking, we were able to limit the number of moves he could make. Step. The man was forced to play defensive and focus on blocking or dodging. Because of the pressure we put on him, we were able to lower the risk of him attacking us. However, that still left him with two choices. Left. Yet, I knew you would move over to the left. Whack. He was forced to twist his body to dodge our attacks, making him fall out of his stance. The choice limited the damage he took, yet because of that, the fight became easier for us and even harder on our opponent. We all fell into a vicious cycle of blows. No matter how much we pressured him, we couldn't drop our guard. He was a knight who used aura. Just one attack from him was enough to end us, and all battles inevitably came with unforeseen variables. Whoosh! He raised his sword again, aiming to strike down the same path as my mace. This time, the result was completely different. Seeing his sword move toward my mace, I was forced to twist my body to dodge it, judging that the worst mistake I could make here was losing my weapon. However, that choice forced me to reveal an opening. Thud! He didn't miss his chance and kicked me square in the stomach. I didn't take any real damage, but the true threat lay in how he used that momentum to quickly turn the tide of battle against us. Slash. Einar slashed her sword at his thigh. Stab. He used that moment to stab his sword into my stomach. Ag, that stings. I didn't expect him to attack me so recklessly. Although she saw me get stabbed, Einar didn't ask if I was okay, instead continuing to attack without getting distracted like the veteran she was. I quickly forced myself back to my feet and returned to the battle. Lying prone on the floor in pain wasn't going to stop my bleeding. It didn't matter how much I got hurt. I had to kill this guy before I died. If we could end this raid by killing him, then I'd be able to escape from here without any wounds. Behell. Thus, the bloody battle ensued. Even with the two of us and our heightened stats, the battle was hard fought, especially since our number advantage didn't last for long. For the Empire, out of nowhere, soldiers appeared and ran toward us, raising the difficulty even further. Still, it wasn't all bad. Slice. Thanks to them, I was able to get a refill on weapons. Thud. As soon as my mace fell to the ground, now sliced in two, I grabbed another weapon from a fallen soldier's body. A sword, a hammer, a mace. The type of weapon didn't matter. I just needed something long enough to swing at him with my full strength. Whack. First my arms, then my legs, torso, shoulders, eyes, and ears. All across my body, the injuries continued to mount. Even so, it was clear he wasn't faring much better. Whoosh. His sword, swung with the full strength of a knight, had gradually slowed and lost power. Even his aura was smaller than before. One of his arms was heavily injured and his left leg, which Einar had stabbed a couple of times, had gone so limp that he could barely use it. Soon, we would win. At this rate, he would fall before we did. With that thought in mind, I raised my hammer and put my full weight behind my swing. The White Captain, Dreadfear, has dropped to less than 15% health. Like a bomb had gone off, my body was thrown to the side as I crashed into a wall. A shock rocketed through me as stars burst behind my eyes. I quickly forced myself to stand and see what had just happened with blurry eyes. Shit. I couldn't not swear in this situation. The White Captain, Dreadfear, has cast Eternal Nightmare. Health will be fully recovered. His injuries fully healed in an instant as he walked toward me. My offer, he spoke calmly. It still stands. What the fuck is he talking about? Tell me, I asked back. Were you raised by parrots? He didn't answer my question. Without saying a word, he simply stabbed my stomach. This broken ass game. My vision went black. Your health has dropped to less than 5%. Narcolepsy has activated. Natural regeneration temporarily increases significantly. You have fallen into a state of unconsciousness. In complete darkness, it felt as if I was flowing down a river, left alone with my thoughts. How the hell did they expect us to kill a bastard like the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear? The answer was simple. It was impossible. I misunderstood the situation because of the sudden increase in our stats, but it was nothing more than a trap. He wasn't a character that was made to be fought in the first place. I chose wrong. I had judged it all wrong. We should have run away and gone outside the cave as soon as we saw him. We shouldn't have tried to fight him. From the start, it was a game of hide and seek. Raising our stats was just a small buff to balance the game more as we ran away from him. A head-to-head battle was never an option. Ugh, I was now paying the price for making the wrong decision. Your health is more than 15%. Unconscious status has changed to a state of paralysis. There's a slight decrease in the increase of natural regeneration. When I opened my eyes, I was on Einar's back. Catch them. The soldiers' cries echoed behind us, but Alner continued to run forward as fast as she could. Barbarian, you're awake? Are you good? Can you hear me? I forced my mouth to open, despite barely being able to move. I'm fine. Explain the situation. Oh, okay. Einar rushed to explain as she kept fleeing. You collapsed, and suddenly, the entire cave started to tremble. And that guy, stop moving. I took advantage of the opportunity to grab you, and I quickly ran away with you on my back. He stopped moving? Was it because of the altar? There was no telling. It was my first time experiencing this hidden piece, so I had no clue what was happening, and I didn't have a system log to tell me either. Time. I don't know. Maybe 5 minutes. So I was unconscious for about 5 minutes. But are you okay? She asked frantically. I'm fine. I just can't move. What sort of situation had I gotten myself into? After thinking it over for a moment, I came to one conclusion. Narcolepsy was a passive skill that activated when your health dropped below 5%. At 15% health, your status changed to paralyzed. When back at 30% health, the status effects were cancelled altogether. So, I also had skills. It wasn't just Versal and Erwin, but even I started with a skill. Since it was a passive skill, I had only just realized, that means Aner must also have one. What was hers? I didn't know, but there was also no time to test it and find out. Left, hut, go left. Oh. I collected my thoughts as I gave directions to Aner, still resting on her back. However, a particularly loud sound caught my attention. Huff, huff. Her breathing was much heavier now than before, to the point where it was concerning. Aner, are you alright? I'm fine. No, she didn't look fine at all. It's just, I can't use my hands, and I'm a bit injured, but it's fine. A question struck me. Since she was holding me on her back, she couldn't use her hands, so then how was she making it through the soldiers in our way? Had she been lucky enough to not encounter any soldiers? I didn't need to wonder for long. She soon showed me, filthy pilgrims. A group of soldiers jumped in front of us. Aner's plan was simple. She just didn't stop running. No, rather, she sped up and rammed straight through the soldiers. Stab. Their sharp weapons swung at her body, but with both arms behind her, all she could do was endure their attacks and protect her vital points. Her shoulders, arms, and legs ended up getting wounded, some with large wounds and others with small nicks. In the end, though, Aner was still able to quickly make her way past the soldiers. The soldiers we passed grouped together with the others chasing us from behind. As I watched them, I heard Aner's breathing grow even heavier than before. Huff, huff. I couldn't say a word. Aner immediately noticed my silence and asked, Bjorn, were you hurt? Stop. This was too reckless. It was obvious that she would collapse at any moment. Even if we did make it through, her injuries might be impossible to treat. We didn't even have a potion on us. Her best option was to put me down and wait for my paralysis status to be lifted. That way, she wouldn't need to carry me. I can't do that. For some reason, however, Aner was stubborn about not stopping. Well, why? The moment you collapsed, I saw the future, the future, the wizard. When she died, I saw it then too. I thought it was just a random hallucination, but I now think that it's an ability. Why was she acting like this? Just what did she see? I asked her a few times, but she wouldn't tell me. I can't stop. Just trust me. It left me speechless again. I definitely won't collapse. Aner's voice was filled with determination. Unable to change her mind, I stayed silent as she quietly continued pushing ahead. Stomp, stomp. Even when the soldiers showed up in front of us, she never stopped moving forward. Chapter 488, Pilgrim, 6. Given the variety of skills present in the game, some naturally had the concept of foresight. The primary example was Regrettable Hands of a Clock, a rank 1 essence skill that could be found on the 9th floor or higher. The effect of the skill was simple. When a teammate died, the text Memories of Regret Go Backward in Time appeared, and you went back in time to the turning point before the death took place. Calling it a prediction skill didn't quite do it justice, as the effects go beyond that, but even though the effects of the skill might seem overpowered, the disadvantages were also clear. To trigger the effect, the target character must be put in a companion state ahead of time. Plus, the skill had a months-long cooldown time back in the city. Not only that, it could only be used a maximum of 3 times and never on yourself. It's clearly not that skill. Aner and I weren't in a companion state, and based on what she said, she had used her skill at least twice already. It couldn't possibly be that skill. Then the most plausible answer is, yeah, it must be that. It didn't take long to figure out the next most likely candidate. Prophet of Misfortune. It was a rank 6 skill that was difficult to acquire, and when activated, it randomly showed you future information through the system log. An example would be this. A vision of misfortune. It has been seen in the eyes of the prophet. In the not-too-distant future, Bjorn Yandel will lose his life to the White Captain, Dreadfear. Don't fall into complacency just because he is not in sight, as he will never stop chasing after you. I classified this skill as an information detection ability. I often used it to gather information during the mid-game since it was great for finding traps and learning the types of monsters when entering unknown territory. But it must be a different feeling in real life. Those few lines of text that showed up in the game would now be seen through your own 2 eyes. Huff, huff, Aner, did you see me die? Again, she didn't answer me, but seeing her flinch at my question, I already knew the answer. So that's why she's not stopping. I couldn't say a word. No matter what I said at this point, it wouldn't change her mind. All I could do was watch. Left. I continued to give her directions as she carried me on her back. My teeth clenched. Behell. I stayed there helpless, limp on Aner's back as she barreled through the shoulders with her bare body. Stab. An arrow shot into her leg. Die. Her skin tore under the sharp points of arrows and spears, but all I could do was watch. See, catch her. Now is the time. Ow, what strength. Aner finally came to a stop only after running desperately for a while longer. We still hadn't reached the exit, far from it, but running anymore would be too much for her. Instead, she put me down and got ready to protect me. Thud. After all this time, her injuries had mounted and she had at last begun to slow down. The soldiers who were pursuing us finally narrowed the distance, catching up to us. Einar let out an exhale as she picked up her weapon. Don't worry. She charged like a bull toward the soldiers. Still, all I could do was sit with my back to the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After killing 7 soldiers, an axe was lodged into her arm. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. When she killed the 18th soldier, a spear stabbed her collarbone. 43, 44, 45. When she skilled the 46th soldier, an arrow penetrated her left eye. 71, 72, 73. As time passed by, the number of soldiers she killed piled up. 100. A moment of silence fell over the cavern. She had arrows sticking out from every part of her body. Blood poured out from her wounds. Yet she still stood there, an obstinate barrier that blocked the soldiers from getting any closer. The silence didn't last long. The soldiers quickly ran forward as they swung their weapons at her. She's tired as well. Don't back down. 130. Einar apologized to me. I'm sorry, my body. Then, she collapsed on top of me, having lost all strength in her body. Cough. PSHT. I started to hear sounds that shouldn't be coming out of my teammate's body. I was in a nightmare. My head was fuzzy. My ears were ringing. I felt like vomiting. Cough. PSHT. Those horrific noises coming from her body wouldn't stop. I was trapped in that endless nightmare, helplessly watching her pass away. Nudge. Finally, my paralyzed body started to gain strength and I could move. Your health has reached 30%. Status abnormality paralysis has been lifted. My hand whipped to the side, grabbing a hold of the first weapon I touched. I pushed aside Einar's limp body as I stood. Whoosh. I swung my weapon. The soldiers, who had jumped away out of caution, were taken by surprise. I used the moment to hoist Einar onto my back, then immediately ran away from them, just like how Einar did for me. Ow! I ran through the cave, pushing aside the soldiers that stood in our path. Stop them. They wielded their weapons to stop me. With every step I took, injuries both big and small accumulated on my body. However, I didn't stop to block or avoid their attacks. I sacrificed my own body to protect Einar's as I brute forced my way through them like a mindless tank, heedless of how long I ran. Your health has dropped to less than 15%. My restored health had once again dropped, but I couldn't stop running now. Huff, huff. In the brief moment of peace I had, I plowed forward with all my might while checking on Einar's condition. Einar, are you alright? Get a hold of yourself. You can't fall asleep. You need to wake. Björn. A faint voice caught my attention. You must live. You realive. You must be tired, but you can't fall asleep. Just 10 more minutes. No, 8. Just stay awake 8 more minutes for me. If she could just do that, then we'd be able to make it out of the cave. That being said, we had no way to guarantee that escaping was even guaranteed. However, given that the difficulty of escaping from this cave itself was so high, there was also a high chance that we would be able to recover once we did. You have to. You just need to trust in me and hang in there, just a little while longer. But before I could tell her that, Einar murmured, let me go. What was she saying? I had probably misheard her since we were both in rough shape. So, let me go. I didn't mishear her. I was furious, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything harsh to her. Not now. I decided to just ignore her. You must have a problem with your head after losing so much blood. She was quiet. Just stay put. That's all you need to do. I didn't know if she had agreed to rest there quietly on my back or if she just didn't have the strength to do anything else. Either way, she didn't say another word. She's not dead, right? I swallowed, trying to push back my creeping anxiety, then kept on running even as my heart threatened to burst into pieces at any given moment. As the cave entrance gradually came into view, I began to smell the outside world. Light leaked in through the entryway, casting our surroundings into bright clarity as well. Soon enough, the long-awaited entrance was right in front of us. Einar, wake up. We're almost there. Answer me, be careful. What was she saying? At least I knew she was still alive. Now we just need to run outside. However, when I approached the entrance to the cave, I stopped. Something was wrong. I reached out my hand, touching an invisible barrier that stood in our way. What's going on? The entrance was completely blocked off. You have got to be shitting me. If the goal wasn't to escape outside, then what was it? It wasn't like we could fight a boss monster with impossible stats and abilities. But then, what the hell were we supposed to do? The feeling of hope that I clung to inside me crumbled away. Björn. Even so, I smiled. Einar, don't worry. I'll break through this barrier and get us out of here in no time. It was the nature of barbarians to break through whatever stood in our way. Slam, slam, slam. So I raised my fist and sent them straight toward the barrier, as hard as I could. Björn. Unfortunately, the barrier wouldn't budge. Thankfully, being a barbarian also meant that you didn't know when to give up. Stop. Fist, foot, head. I used everything I could, all the strength I possessed, trying to break through the barrier. I even lunged at it, putting all my weight behind the blow and smashing my shoulder into it. Slam. Did the barrier have some effect that made it impossible to break through using physical attacks? Fine, then I'll move to plan B. I changed my strategy and targeted the wall next to the barrier. No matter how sturdy an iron door was, you could make your way through by simply breaking through the stone wall around it. That had to be what I needed to do. Stop. Slam. Go. Before he comes. I couldn't stand it any longer. Slam. I slammed my forehead as hard as I could against the wall, venting my anger. I didn't feel the slightest bit better. In the end, I was still left there, drowning in frustration and despair. Over here. Suddenly, the soldiers appeared behind us. Already? I didn't imagine they would be able to catch up so soon. Rather than overthinking it, I immediately turned and stampeded toward them. Whack. Gripping my weapon, I slammed the man who stood in the front straight into the wall. I then proceeded to slaughter them all. D-Devil. Don't stop attacking. For the Empire. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 of them. 6, 7, 8. How many are there? I didn't know. I had to count from the start again. 1, 2, 3. Whack, whack, whack. Before I realized it, our surroundings were quiet. Not even the quietest of breaths could be heard. All that was left were countless dead bodies around me. Belatedly remembering what I had been protecting in the first place, I snapped my head around. Aner. Thankfully, when I went over to her, she was still breathing. The sound, however, was faint and ragged, as if it were stumbling to a stop. Bjorn. Somehow sensing my presence, she struggled to open her eyes. I couldn't speak. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. We'll be able to go home soon. I should have told her something like that. Bjorn, son of Yondel. All I could do was look down at her, unable to form a proper thought. Aner looked up at me and the corners of her mouth twitched. My precious friend. It was as if a massive stake had been driven through my heart. How could she call me her precious friend? You'll become a great warrior. The dam holding back everything I had been enduring began crashing down. Between the painful truth or sweet lies, it was clear which one would opt for on their deathbed. Precious friend. Yet before I could even stop myself, my mouth opened on its own, and out tumbled a mix of a confession and apology. I'm not that. I was not the real Bjorn Yondel. I was just an evil spirit that took over his body, one of the very evil spirits that needed to have their skulls cracked open the moment you spotted them. That was who I truly was. As I gazed down at Aner, her eyes gradually unfocused, I mumbled those words. At some point, I realized what had happened. Aner was no longer breathing. Her eyes were still open, looking toward me, but there was no denying the truth. The third pilgrim has died. Aner had died. The surviving pilgrim's stats have all increased by plus 400. My stats rose again. Finally, I knew what I had to do. Special condition perfect companionship has been met. All stats have increased by 3x. Defeat the White Captain. Dreadfear. The goal behind this hidden piece had been revealed. Chapter 489, Pilgrim, 7. The regret washed over me. I shouldn't have ever tried to raid a Lord of the Floor. If I had just paid them their fair share of the reward we took, then we wouldn't have even thought about fighting a Lord of the Floor in the first place. No, rather than that, I wish I had never played this game. If I had just stayed away from it, then I would have never been brought here, and nothing like this would have ever happened. I clenched my fist so hard that blood began to drip down my knuckles, and forced myself to stand. This wasn't the time for regret. No, it wasn't time to start regretting yet. When my stats rose, a sudden possibility came to mind. Thud. I stared at the countless corpses that littered the cave. Step. There, beyond them, he slowly revealed himself. This is great. I was just starting to worry how I would find you. The moment he appeared, I roared and ran at him. Since my build focused on muscle strength and various types of resistance, I never imagined I could move so quickly. The moment I kicked off the ground and the moment I reached him was practically instantaneous. Slam. I no longer needed a weapon because my body itself had become my weapon. My skin alone was as hard as any iron mace or sword. Slam. He met my attack with his sword draped in aura. Yet as I looked at him now, his movement speed seemed entirely too slow. Step. I easily avoided his attack and closed the distance once again, delivering another round of punches. It felt as if I had activated a cheat code. Even though I didn't have any skills activated, my basic stats alone made me feel several times stronger than my normal self in giantization mode. I don't think I'll get hurt even if he uses aura against me. Still, there was no reason to risk getting hurt by a sword that could easily be dodged. I continued to completely decimate him instead, accounting for the distance between us so I wouldn't get struck. Slam. I didn't even have to punch him all that much, maybe just about 10 times in total. That was all it took for him to fall to the floor, unable to stand against me. Slam. He was in much worse condition now than when we cornered him before, yet he wasn't recovering. So my hypothesis was correct. That recovery skill might only be a one-time use skill, and he might be a boss monster that could only be killed once only him and a single opponent remained. Maybe it wasn't too late. Squash. I landed another punch full of determination, completely crushing his head like a watermelon. You have defeated the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, EXP plus 100, slaying a Lord of the Floor bonus, EXP plus 15. The moment I felt experience points filing my body, his body began to disperse into the air in the form of countless particles of light. Is that it? Did I get my hopes up in vain? As soon as the worry began to fester in my mind, the cave began to cave in. You have passed the test more perfectly than anyone else. A nameless pilgrim admits defeat. The fragments of a distorted memory have begun to piece themselves together. Although I was taken aback, I decided to watch the spectacle for now. To be honest, there actually wasn't anything else I could do. It wasn't like I could run away when the entire cave was crumbling to pieces. Rumble. Even outside the cave, I could see the bright sky and green bushes in the distance falling away. Everything had begun to dissipate into thin air, just like when a monster died. Shwa. The world started to collapse as it dispersed into countless colorful particles of light. After everything had disappeared, I was left alone in utter darkness. It wasn't simply that I couldn't see ahead of me. It felt as if the space itself didn't exist. Whoosh. Suddenly, my surroundings were lit up with a crackle of fire. I was in a dark cave. Dozens of torches hung on the walls that were crumbling to pieces just moments ago. In the center of the cave was a stone altar with a book placed on top of it. What does it want me to do now? I didn't know but walked over to it anyway. As I did, the first chapter of the book opened. It was written in an ancient language, but for some reason, I was able to read the text without any problems. If I were asked to draw the feeling of terror, I wouldn't hesitate to sketch his face on that white sheet of paper. The White Captain, Dreadfear, the one who taught me what true terror was. As I concentrated on reading through it, the letters started blurring together as a bright light flashed before my eyes. I had never experienced anything like it before. I met him moments before I was about to accomplish a great featuring. The memories of an unknown person began to flood my mind. I'm not afraid to die. In my final moments, I know I will die a greater person than any other. Although I lived with such determination, my delusions and my reality were completely and utterly different. I swear on my name, Dreadfear, that whichever of you kills the filthy pilgrims will have proven their innocence and shall thus be free of all sins. After we had failed our mission, he was the one who offered us a sneaky proposition. No one believed him at first, of course. All five of us closed our eyes in unison, rejecting his offer. The cave was utterly silent as we waited for our demise, remaining vulnerable until the very end. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Yet in that silence, our hearts beat wildly with a desperate longing to live. Were we really going to die like this? No matter what I said, I didn't want to die. Still, betraying my own colleagues was, believe me, how strange. Why did that short answer of his not sound like a lie? I gently opened my closed eyes. Next to me was a woman who had been assigned the same mission as me. Her eyes were frantically looking around, frightened just like me. The moment I met her eyes, I felt it in my gut. Ba-dump. She was on the verge of succumbing to temptation. I didn't have any proof, but I knew it to be true. After all, how long had we actually known each other? Ba-dump, ba-dump. Blood rushed to my head. My breath caught in my throat as my vision blurred. How? The woman looked at me with an awkward smile on her face. For some reason, it sent an ominous pang through me. As those budding doubts grew bigger and bigger, the fear began to gnaw away at me. Yet, if I have to kill someone, I should kill him. All of a sudden, I heard that woman's inner thoughts. It was too vivid to dismiss as a mere auditory hallucination. Come to think of it, we never got along well. We'd even argued during the last drinking party, and look where we were now, in the place where the Mother Goddess's spirit dwelled. A divine revelation. It must have been a revelation from Mother Goddess herself. She must have exposed that woman's malicious intentions toward me to save her young child. Before I knew it, I was completely convinced that she was planning to betray and kill me to survive. Was that why? Huff, huff, huff. When I came to my senses, I quickly picked up the dagger and exhaled heavily. I looked straight at the woman whose were eyes wide open, staring at me. You thought about it, didn't you? You planned to kill me. And no, I didn't. Don't lie. I already know the truth. I definitely heard it. I thrust the dagger into her. My colleagues swore and screamed at me, but I ignored them. It couldn't be helped. If I didn't do it now, she would have done it first. Ha 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 ha. The White Captain, Dreadfear, laughed in genuine joy at the sight. He spoke playfully to me. Well done. Now, who are you going to stab next? Filled with adrenaline, my body trembled as I stammered. But I thought, you just said I had to stab one, and you would let me live. Of course I won't kill you now, but, are you sure you're going to be okay? If you put down the dagger, then I plan on freeing all of your friends here as well. My vision was tunnelling. I knew that I was being deceived, but I was past a point of no return. Ba-dump, ba-dump. My heart drummed a vicious beat in my chest, more violent than ever before. My colleagues continued to shout at me, telling me to not fall for his tricks. I needed to come back to my senses and die with honor. Of course, I didn't listen to any of it. At first, he tricked me with his words. Now, he didn't even need to trick me into believing it. Thud. In the end, I couldn't let go of the dagger. Stab. When I came to my senses, all of my colleagues were dead except for me. Still in a daze, I asked him if he was going to let me live now, and he told me to go in response. He told me that he would let me live. I ran without ever looking back. I could feel him watching me from behind as if he were ogling at a toy. When I arrived at the entrance of the cave after running for a few hours nonstop, I finally realized what I had just done. And no, no. A new fear began to sprout within me. There was only one way to escape it. Stab. I stabbed myself with the same dagger I used to kill my colleagues. As I started to lose consciousness, I saw the white captain's face in the distance. I knew at the moment I saw him. He's going to be a good ingredient. He looked at me with a serious expression as he called over a wizard, who walked over to my dying body and scattered a mysterious drug over the length of me. Sizzle. An unbearable pain consumed me, as if my fallen soul were being torn apart. Then in that endless agony, a sudden, warm energy touched me. However, the energy was merely smoothing the pain, incapable of piecing back together my now shattered soul. Phew, it's all over. I had now abandoned my pathetic human body and was transformed into a new being, an empty shell that was filled with infinite power and authority that transcended humankind yet that could feel only desire and animosity. What a peculiar case. It seems he still has some sense of reasoning left. You're right. Hearing the wizard's response, he walked over toward me, trying to hide his fear as he asked, "Tell me, what is your name?" I answered, "Dreadfear, what? But that's my..." Gulp. Now, I was no longer afraid. You have taken the memory fragments of a nameless pilgrim. You can now freely read and write in the ancient language. Fragmented memories filled my head like a fleeting dream. However, the emotions and senses I felt lingered, and they were all too clear. Whoosh. As the book reached the last page, it was engulfed in flames. Soon, it was nothing but ashes. I stepped back only to sense a presence behind me. I whipped around to see a man staring at me from about 10 steps away. Dreadfear. I guess now I should call him a nameless pilgrim. As soon as he gained that power, he swallowed Dreadfear and took his name away. What the hell is going on? I was I was extremely confused. The raid was already over. I had definitely felt the experience points filing my body. So why the hell was this guy standing in front of me now? I want to ask you something. As I watched him cautiously, he spoke to me. How come you weren't afraid? I sort of had a feeling he was going to ask me that. Now that I knew how he was born, I also knew what curiosities would drive him. We had experienced the very same feelings of terror, doubt, and hallucinations. After all, the prophet of misfortune allowed us to see the ominous future, along with another ability that read other people's emotions. It was the perfect environment to encourage betrayal. Even so, that wasn't all. The white captain also used a skill to make us believe his words unconditionally. Lastly, just when we thought we could take him in a fight, he suddenly became equipped with countless ridiculously overpowered abilities. Because none of us were as weak as you. Yet in the end, none of us betrayed each other. He nodded quietly at my rude response. I see. Since I never had a conversation with a boss monster in a game or in real life, this was a strange situation for me. However, now wasn't the time for me to be concerned about that. There was something more important at hand. Enough of that. Tell me. The lone possibility had perfused through my mind after everyone died. Everyone is alive, right? Before I answer you, I will ask you something first. Why do you think that? Because the goal of this test was to be left alone in the end, and it was impossible to change that. The test on the whole felt strange to me. I'd played Dungeon & Stone for nearly a decade, but I'd never encountered a boss fight where survival was theoretically impossible. Not only that, this guy's entire concept was a major clue. Terror and hatred. Ultimately, it was clear that this was all set up to test our faith, how surprising, he said, letting out a strange exclamation at my response. To think that someone like you understands the laws of this world. What laws? This was just raw data I gathered through experience. Then what's your answer? When I asked again, he finally answered, "It's up to you to choose." The moment I heard that unexpected reply, my body shivered. At least I was right in assuming that everyone had not been unfairly killed off. What do you mean by that? It's as it sounds. He extended his bare hand. Suddenly, 2 stone gates appeared in front of us. The nameless pilgrim has made you an offer. He presented me with 2 options. Go through the door and you'll get back everything that you've lost here. It will be as if you've woken up from a long nightmare. What about the other door? Everything you experienced will become a reality. But in return, you will gain something far greater than what you have lost. Man, doesn't he get tired of playing this game? I get that it's his whole shtick, but why is he keeping it up till the very end? I stared back at him as I asked, then what happens if I crack open your skull here? A gamer with a wealth of hidden piece experiences couldn't help but grow curious in a situation such as this. He looked at me for a moment before replying, "You will receive even more because that is another rule of this world." Yeah, that's right. It didn't take long for me to make a decision. Chapter 490, Declaration of War, 1. I only asked about the third option out of pure player curiosity and animosity toward him, but in truth, I had already settled on my decision. I didn't know what I would be given if I chose that other door, but whatever it might be, it couldn't possibly be greater than the value of having 3 reliable colleagues, and I don't think I can defeat the thing on my own. After collecting my thoughts, I glanced toward him. Every time I met his eyes, I felt a strange sense of disquiet. It was as if I was looking at an entirely different being from me. It seems you have made a decision. Yet, I'm going out that door, I declared, then walked toward my choice. He simply watched me without saying a word. Somehow, it felt like he was staying quiet out of respect for my decision. When I eventually reached the door, I didn't step through but instead turned to ask him a question. If I just left this place as I was, I simply would never be able to get the thought out of my head. If any of us had fallen for your tricks and betrayed each other, what would have happened? This had been a hidden piece that I'd never experienced before. Thankfully, it ended well, but I couldn't curb my curiosity over the what-ifs. Fortunately for me, he readily answered my question. In accordance with established providence, my clone would have gained an even greater strength, so that's what would have happened. No wonder he kept trying to make us betray each other, even when he could have easily killed us. I was slowly starting to understand the game design of this hidden piece. The goal was to have a one-on-one boss battle, but in the event of a betrayal, the difficulty of the battle would rise significantly, and if you lose the boss battle, that's game over. Since this was ultimately a game, I figured that even in the betrayal route there was a way to win, along with route-specific rewards as well. That was all in the past now. However, thanks to him, I was able to appease my curiosity. While I was at it, I decided to ask one final question. What the hell, even are you? What do you mean? Don't you already know? It was not the first time I had a conversation with a monster of the labyrinth. You are the first living beings I have seen in a long time. Where did you all come from? First was Vampire Duke and Boromir of the Bloody Citadel. You wild dogs of the Empire seized by greed. I will punish you today. There was also the Knight of the End whom I met in the White Temple. If it is a lie no one knows, then how is it different from the truth? Even the doppelgangers and more. There were several cases where it happened before, but each instance had felt like they were saying the programmed lines. In fact, they didn't seem to have much sense of reason at all and simply rushed at me with unconditional hostility. However, this guy was different. It felt as if he were a real being, with a conscious thought. And he said something important earlier. He had stated plainly that in the case of betrayal, according to established providence, his clone would have been empowered. I couldn't quite put it into words, but there was one thing I could say with some certainty after combining all the information I'd gathered thus far. Just like how Dungeon and Stone was modeled off this world, this labyrinth had to be modeled after something else. By any chance, I began carefully, do all the monsters here in the labyrinth have originals? And you were one of them. He stared at me, keeping silent. As I watched him contemplate, the strength of my body began to seep out of me. Then after a long moment of silence, he shook his head. Perhaps. As soon as I heard his answer, it felt as if I had taken a step closer to unraveling the secrets of the labyrinth. Maybe you'll find out the truth one day. That was the end of my conversation with him. Thud. The moment the stone door opened from its clamped shut position, something pushed my back and shoved me through. You have perfectly overcome the great terrors of the labyrinth. No. 12. Trust has been permanently attached to you. A nameless pilgrim now hides from the labyrinth forever. Special condition distorted memories has been permanently deleted. A hidden area has opened. First achievement, the great feats you have accomplished will be engraved in the Stone of Honor, forever recorded. The labyrinth has closed. You will be moved to Raftonia. I felt warmth glow over my tightly closed eyelids. As I slowly opened my eyes and raised my head, a gloomy sky welcomed me. I sat there for a while, staring up at the clouds blankly. I really made it back alive. Every time I returned and looked at the sky, I felt so relaxed. Of course, the feeling never lasted long. Bjorn Yondell, wasn't he fighting the Lord of the Flower? I wonder what happened. Did he really succeed with just 5 people? Nearby adventurers quickly recognized me and started to gossip. I shook myself out of my stupor and stood to head to the checkpoint. However, only one person was waiting for me there. It was Amelia, who had separated from us to interrogate the intruders. I'm glad to see you back alive. Do you know how worried I was? You appeared again, even after the labyrinth closed. She had been frantically looking around as she waited at the checkpoint, but now that she'd seen me, she could let out a sigh of relief. That didn't keep her worries at bay for long, though. What were the casualties? With no information about what had happened, Amelia wanted to assess the damage first rather than hear about whether our raid was successful. Thankfully, I could tell her this much. None. Well, there should be none. Should be? What does that mean? It's hard to explain. I was told that we would all return alive, but I doubted I could really rest until I saw each of them in person. Let's wait for now. Amelia nodded, opting not to badger me with questions. She surely had plenty to ask, though. After a long while of waiting, they eventually began to show up one by one. The first was Erwin. Mister, she ran for the checkpoint after spotting me, and when she finally reached us, her knees gave out in apparent exhaustion. This isn't a dream, right? Don't worry, this isn't a dream. What happened? Well, from her point of view, she had died while trying to draw aggro, then opened her eyes to find that she'd awoken here. It was no surprise that she was confused and exhausted. When everyone arrives, I'll explain everything. Soon after, darkened appeared. Why are you so late? Weren't you worried about us? Sorry. This just doesn't make any sense. Is this a dream? I'm certain that I died. Versil acted in the same way Erwin did. Amelia watched them, tilting her head in confusion. Died. Like I told you before, it's a complicated story. I'll explain when we are all together again. Okay. After waiting for a while longer at the checkpoint, Einar finally appeared just as Versil was calming down. Björn. Seeing me from afar, Einar suddenly yelled out as she ran toward us. Only then was I able to finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was finally able to confirm that everyone had come back alive. What is this? Was it all a dream? I know that I died. I quickly covered Einar's mouth with my hand. Be quiet. Everyone is looking at us because of you. Let's move somewhere else first, then I'll explain everything. Now that we were all gathered together, we quickly passed through the checkpoint and made our way down the street. As usual, the front of the checkpoint was filled with close family and friends of the adventurers. Versil, can you find your way home from our place in Kamalby? I don't mind. I would actually feel more assured if we were to have a conversation there instead. Alright, then. Our direction shifted toward the platform to wait for a noble carriage that would take us to Kamalby. It was the downside of living on a popular main street. When I lived in District 7, it was close enough that I could just walk home. Captain, you're back. When we got home, Ian was waiting for us, along with the smell of appetizing dishes permeating the air. Did he prepare all of this for when we came back? Thanks, but we need to talk among ourselves for a moment. Do you mind waiting upstairs? Of course. Please get some rest, and call me whenever you need me. After he headed to his room, I asked Versil to cast voice control magic. We talked while we ate the deliciously prepared dishes, though in actuality, it was just Einar and I who were touching the food. Mr. Yandel, please stop eating for a moment and tell us what happened. I thought I would die of curiosity on the way here. Oh, right. I guess I should talk about that first. After swallowing, I started from the beginning, going step by step. So you're saying that, from the start, it was predetermined that all but one of us would die, and that everyone would only be revived if the last survivor was able to defeat the enemy. Right. Once my explanation had come to an end, save for the final conversation I had, Amelia looked at me with a strange look in her eyes. Hey, are you okay? What do you mean? It must have been really painful for you, given your personality. I'm fine, I replied with a smirk. Though honestly, I did nearly lose my mind when I was in the thick of it. But all's well that ends well, right? In any case, it seemed my explanation answered everyone's questions, so now it was my turn. But Amelia, what happened to you? Her expression darkened. I didn't get any evidence. They were commissioned through the black market, so they didn't know who the client was. I see. That was unfortunate, but it wasn't Amelia's fault. We would figure out some other way to deal with Count Alminus. The issue no longer felt important to me, perhaps because my teammates had all just come back from the dead. However, she continued, and, never mind. I'll tell you later. A sudden unease struck me. She said she would tell me later, though, so there was no reason to force it out of her now. What about you, Erwin? Oh, me? I'm sorry. You trusted me, but I couldn't escape from him. No matter how fast I ran and tried to shake him off, he always seemed to catch up to me somehow. It was like he was using teleportation magic. Teleportation? Maybe he really did have an ability like that, one that would trigger if you were a certain distance away from him. But the weird thing is that he spent every moment until I died trying to persuade me to betray you. He kept on saying that it wasn't too late. Though her story was brief, I could feel the pain and suffering that she must have endured more vividly than anyone else. Erwin, you went through a lot, and no, I'm fine. Then it was Versil's turn. Versil Gowland, yes, what the hell were you thinking? Don't you ever do something like that again, okay? I scolded her for a bit before moving on. The most important thing was this. Einar, I hedged carefully. Einar was stuffing her face with food, but when she heard me call her name, she lifted her head for the first time since our conversation began. I struggled to get the words out to ask her, but it was something I absolutely had to check. You know, at the end there, before you died, do you remember? Remember? What are you talking about? About what I told you. Specifically, I was asking her if she remembered me confessing to her that I was an evil spirit. Einar continued to shove pieces of meat into her mouth as she answered, oh, that? I think you were telling me something, but I couldn't tell what you were saying. I don't remember. Maybe since I was about to die, I couldn't hear well. Is that true? I studied her expression closely, but nothing seemed off about her reaction. She really must not have heard me. Well, if she had, she definitely would have thrown a fit way before now. Why? What did you say? Never mind. It's nothing important, really. Aner didn't bother trying to figure out what I told her, instead choosing to eat the food happily on her own. Meanwhile, all the other women at the table were being ridiculous. What did you tell her? Actually, I already have an idea. Yandel has always been an emotional guy. Why are you all saying things like that? You're going to make him embarrassed. What's with him? Rather than talking back, I chose to just stuff my face with food instead. We continued to eat as we shared stories and talked freely. Mr. Yandel, Versil eventually said, what is that bracelet? Have you always worn that? I didn't even realize I was wearing something until she asked. What is this? An unfamiliar bracelet was now attached to my wrist. I was also confused since it was the first time I'd ever seen it. Erwin and Amelia stopped eating and began mumbling to each other. I was going to ask, but I decided to wait until you told us first. You really didn't know you were wearing that all this time. Why did everyone notice but me? Then could that be the reward? The special reward you achieve if you succeed in subjugating it with 5 or fewer people? Versil curiously asked, but this wasn't the reward I was expecting. The standard reward for clearing it with 5 people wasn't a bracelet. Not only that, I thought the reward was choosing to save all of my teammates. Then is this another reward on top of having everyone come back alive? Well, maybe. It was a hidden piece that I had never found, even after playing the game religiously for nearly 10 years. But what was it? None of it made any sense to me. Clink. I took off the bracelet, and a single item came to mind as I carefully examined it. Since I wasn't sure, I asked Versil to confirm it for me. After all, Versil had this special appraiser certificate that even Raven didn't have. After examining it for a few minutes, she was able to determine the bracelet's exact identity. This is a double-digit numbered item. So it really is that. Amelia, who loved those treasures, looked at it with sparkling eyes. Wait, if it's a double-digit numbered item in the shape of a bracelet, there was only one, no, 12, trust. Was it a fixed reward? Considering the concept of the hidden piece, there was no item better suited to be its reward. So it was an event that rewarded you with a double-digit numbered item. But what the hell were the trigger conditions? If I can figure that out, then I keep doing it again and again to reap the rewards. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Visitors at this hour? I stopped eating and went over to the door. Outside were a group of knights who seemed to be from Moslin. Greetings, Baron Yandel. Seeing how they politely greeted me as soon as I opened the door, they must not have come bearing bad news. I quickly greeted them back and asked what the issue was. 2 hours ago, a new achievement was written on the Stone of Honor. A new achievement? But what did that have to do with me? Seeming to anticipate my question, the knight clarified, an achievement accomplished by his lordship, Baron Yandel. That meant the rewards for the hidden piece weren't just saving my teammates and obtaining the bracelet. I hastily asked what was written on the stone, and as I listened to their response, my expression hardened. In year 157, the great barbarian warrior, Bjorn Yandel, and his companions defeated the Dreadfear, the Lord of Terror, and opened a hidden area. Who would have thought that there were more hidden areas left to be opened? Chapter 491, Declaration of War, 2. The Stone of Honor was a humongous monument located in the center of the capital, Karnan's Hero Square. This stone, said to have been created when the Dimension Square was first built, contained a list of achievements from heroes who have appeared and disappeared throughout history. The last achievement was, 600 years ago? The list of feats wasn't written on the monument by people. However, the story went that the monument was crafted from a long-forgotten ancient magic with close ties to the labyrinth. When a feat worthy of being recorded was achieved within the labyrinth, the record would be engraved onto the stone on its own. At least according to the setting of the game. I was puzzled. I always thought the Stone of Honor was just a random aesthetic ornament in the game that helped explain the setting of the world to the player. I played for 10 years, and not once did it do anything. I can't believe it actually works. Once I'd arrived at the square under heavy escort of the knights, I looked up blankly at the monument. People crammed the outskirts of the square to see me and the knights who controlled the area. Since this was the capital of Karnan, most of the onlookers were nobles dressed in expensive clothing. Bjorn Yandel. It's Baron Bjorn Yandel. Wah. I felt like a monkey in a cage. Still, I kept my quiet gaze locked onto the stone, trying to not let my discomfort show as I read the achievement listed at the very top of the stone. The last great sage, Diplin Groundle Gabrielius, and his colleagues defeated all the monsters of the Crystal Cave and opened a hidden area. According to the history books, this was the moment the 4 portals leading up to the second floor emerged in the labyrinth. The next achievement was similar. The valiant beastman warrior, Aemon Myelmarin, and his colleagues killed the sea dragons and discovered a new island. When an adventurer was the first to kill the boss monster, a previously non-existent island suddenly emerged. The great navigator, Ordal Pigma, and his colleagues killed all the monsters of the vast sea and opened a hidden area. When someone completely cleared the 6th floor, 2 new paths appeared which both led to the 7th floor. The human adventurer Ludoliminen and his companions reached the abyss and awakened the spirits of all the lords. After someone successfully reached the 10th floor for the first time, the lords of the floor were summoned. After they were defeated, rifts began to appear on the corresponding floors. The Iron Hero, Juggernaut, I think he's said to be the first one to defeat a lord of the floor. Either way, none of that was particularly important. From my point of view as a gamer, the stone was nothing more than a patch note. Whenever something in the labyrinth changed or got unlocked, a message praising the adventurer who achieved it was recorded. Now, one of those feats listed down said my name. The great barbarian warrior, Bjorn and his companions defeated the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, and opened a hidden area. That meant that an entirely new area had been opened up because of me. Was that good or bad? Since I had no way of knowing, I could only look up at the stone blankly. Baron Yondell, could you look over here? Without thinking, I turned my head when a man who appeared to be a civil servant called my name. Click. Suddenly, a flash emitted from the video recorder the man held. Please smile. Don't you see that this will go down in the history books forever? The history books? Yeah, I guess this isn't bad at all. Since I plan to build up my reputation and gather as much support as possible, such events were a good thing. With it decided, I cast giantization and flexed my arms, shouting out, "Behel!" Ah, sure enough, there was another flash. Click. That much should make the final cut, right? Your fame has risen plus 10. Your fame has risen plus 10. Your fame has risen plus 10. Your fame has risen. Your fame has. Having my name engraved on the Stone of Honor turned out to be a bigger deal than I had thought. The videographer, who I learned later was someone working directly under the royal family, made me do countless poses in front of the monument until he finally felt like he got his final cut. Natural lighting really does wonders for pictures and videos. After having my photo taken, I was called in to be questioned. It wasn't anything like an interrogation, however, though if I wasn't a noble, that absolutely would have been the case. Ah, I see. So you're saying you can't tell us. Experience and knowledge are the property of an adventurer. Why should I have to tell you for free? You rewrite. According to the laws regarding the labyrinth, we can't force you. Yet could you please reconsider for the sake of the kingdom and our future generations? Maybe, but I don't remember my fellow adventurers who accomplished similar achievements answering all of your questions either. Well, I'm hungry, so I'm leaving. By the time I left, it was evening, and the whole world looked different. When I first started to become famous, I was given the nickname of Little Balkan, and when I made a significant contribution to the war against Nork, I was awarded the title of Baron. Back then, I also felt like my entire world had changed overnight, but this was incomparable to even that. It's Bjorn Yandel. Even as I simply walked down the street, countless people called out to me. Some gave me a round of applause while others ran up to me, asking to shake my hand or embrace them. Once, a child standing far away even waved at me, asking me to say his name. What is this? Sure, I had experienced something similar before, but this was different. I was in the capital of Karnan. All of the people who resided here were nobles or upper-class citizens. They had never taken much interest in me, yet now look at what was happening. Giant. It's the giant. The great giant who will lead us to a new era. May you be the endless light of Raftonia. Even the genteel folk were praising me like excited fans. It did make some sense, in a way, why they were only now acting that way. Someone with heroic potential was completely different from an actual hero. I can't believe a hero like him was born in my lifetime. The great sage, Gabrielius. The abyss seeker, Liminin. The great navigator, Pikma. The iron hero, Juggernaut. I felt proud to be in the company of such renowned names that were recorded on the Stone of Honor, while the people felt ecstatic to know that within their lifetime, they were able to see one such hero who would be remembered and talked about in perpetuity. Even sharing the same space as me was enough to make them feel as if they were experiencing a moment of history. Thus, I decided I should give them some fan service. Honey, the Baron said our child's name. This kid is going to grow up and become an incredible person. I'm sure of it. It was time to activate Barbarian mode. Things continued like that until I returned to the carriage platform. I couldn't close my eyes and rest even in the carriage, however, because everyone outside was following us and screaming my name. Eventually, I made it back to the house. Wah. By now, the news had spread throughout the empire. A massive crowd had gathered outside our house, celebrating as if it were a festival. Thankfully, the Knights of Moslin eventually came by at night time to control the crowd and end the festivities. Phew. Finally some peace and quiet. I reclined on the sofa as I let out a heavy sigh. Erwin walked over to me from where she had been peeping out the window from beyond the curtain. I guess everyone's gone to bed now. This is nuts. If today was this bad, what is it going to be like tomorrow? Things will calm down sooner than you think. Surprisingly, people forget quickly. Like when everyone thought I was dead. Yes, Erwin sat across from me, and Ian spun to serve us tea as if he had been waiting. Ah, thank you, of course, Captain. Ian's voice and the look in his eyes were different from usual. He has always been polite, but today, it seemed as if he was filled with a strange level of respect toward me. It must be fate that I was lucky enough to have met you, Captain, and that you were willing to give me the chance to repent for my sins and stand behind you. Even though I can't offer much, I will continue to support you on your path as much as I can. Does this guy think he's a porter for a legendary warriors party or something? It was a little funny to see him sucking up like this, but I didn't bother harassing him. He left with a, "Have a good night," and Versil and Amelia entered the room together. "I'm sorry," I told Versil. "You can't even rest at home because of me." "No, I'm glad I didn't go back home. Given the situation, it would have been hard for me to make it back here tomorrow. I'm also a bit too tired to head all the way back home." "I see." Honestly, none of it felt real. Everyone was calling me a hero, but did I really do anything worthy of being recorded on the Stone of Honor? We only stumbled upon the hidden piece by accident, and it was pure luck that we succeeded in the first place. The Ice Rock expedition was several times more difficult than this, and many more people died back then. In terms of difficulty, that was way harder. I shook the thought away and asked, "Anyway, did you get some rest?" "No, I couldn't sleep, but don't worry about me. We were only there for 7 days, and they were all pretty relaxed aside from that last day." "Well, that's true. I usually faint from exhaustion after returning from the labyrinth too, but I'm still relatively fine." Aina was the only one of us who was sleeping soundly, so I examined it once more in my spare time. Versil took out No. 12, Trust, and placed it on the table. I had given her the item before I followed the knights to Karnan to be questioned. "First of all, it seems to be attached to one soul." "Attached to the soul?" "Yes, but strangely enough, it seems to be attached to multiple people. It seems that you, Miss Fenelon, Miss Tertia, and I can use it." Versil put the bracelet on Amelia's wrist as an example. It didn't adjust to fit her wrist and simply fell off. "You mean only those who went through the test can use it?" "Yes, it's very likely that is the case." As I was deep in thought, Versil asked me cautiously, "But only one of us 4 can use it at a time. Who do you think should wear it?" Trust was an extremely versatile item, so versatile, in fact, that it could be effectively used by tanks, DPSers, wizards, and priests alike. It was because there were 3 ways to use it. 1. You are immune to damage dealt by allies in the companion state. If a tank used the item, not a single scratch would land on them, even if their teammates bombarded the front lines with an AoE attack. In other words, the inherent problem of tanks would be solved and more diverse tactics would become available. 2. Damage increases relative to the number of allies in the companion state. When DPS used the item, their damage rose. 3. It doubles all the beneficial effects given to allies in the companion state. When worn by a priest or support-type adventurer, their buffs, heals, and other effects were doubled. We can exclude the third use for our team. In the end, there were only 2 options: give it to Erwan to increase her damage output to an entirely new level, or leave it to me to wear to increase the stability and durability of our party. Then again, there's no reason to think so hard about it. In true barbarian fashion, when there were 2 types of food on the table, you just had to use both hands to eat them. It didn't take long for me to come to a decision. I would wear it for the majority of the time, but when we needed more firepower, I could let Erwan use it. I'll wear it for now and give it to either you, Erwan, or Ainer when necessary. All the team members nodded, seemingly satisfied with my decision. However, Amelia's expression seemed to be a little disheartened. It was an extremely small change, but I could catch it at a glance since Amelia normally didn't have any expression on her face. "Now that we're done talking, everyone should rest up. We can talk more tomorrow. Oh, but stay for a bit, Emily. I have something to talk to you about." Versil and Erwan left the room without saying another word, also catching Amelia's unusual expression. Now, only the 2 of us were left. After standing for the whole of the previous conversation, Amelia went over to the sofa to sit down. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have left you guys to interrogate them." I couldn't blame her for feeling upset. She wasn't able to share in the spoils or have her name written down as my colleague on the Stone of Honor. I tried to console her by bringing up a realistic point. Try to think of it as a positive. If your name was written down on the stone, things would have gotten tricky. When I went to see the monument today, I saw that my team members' names were also listed underneath the word colleague in very fine text. Simply put, if Amelia had gone through the test with us, her real name, Amelia Rainwales, would have been exposed to the public. I already know that. You do. It's just, I feel a bit bitter. Huh? When I tilted my head, Amelia looked at me and said, "Because that means I can't ever stand next to you with my real name." Oh, unable to come up with anything to say in response, all I could do was awkwardly fumble for words. Amelia then fluidly changed the subject like she was done feeling bitter. "But there is some information you need to know. Is this about what you said you would tell me later?" "Yes, actually, I had told her to stay behind so I could hear about this, but her serious expression made me anxious all over again." "What is it?" "There's something wrong with my memory." What? At first, I wondered what nonsense she was spouting, But as I continued to listen, I realized just how serious the situation was. There was a moment during the interrogation where I was in a daze, and when I came to my senses, the video recorder was destroyed. I'm certain that I never lost consciousness or did that, though. I see. I compared the flow of time to the actual time I remember, and there was a slight error. An error of about 10 minutes, she went on to say. In other words, she remembered interrogating them for 35 minutes, but 45 minutes in total had elapsed. What chance is there that you're wrong about this? None. If she was that confident in her answer, then something must have happened. Thinking back on it, there was even something strange with the way I acted. Normally, I would have interrogated them carefully, but from my memory, I interrogated them casually and skipped over digging into any major pieces of information. I stayed quiet. That's why I came up with the possibility that someone used illusionary magic on me. Some must have manipulated my memory and filled it with false information. Is that what happened? I still don't know. I had Ms. Cullen examine me, but she said she couldn't find any trace of it. Memory manipulation. Who on earth was the culprit? Was there a wizard of that magnitude under Count Alminus? Or was it a third party? As I was deep in thought, Amelia then added a final piece of information. And one last thing. When I came to my senses and looked around, the weapons were all wiped clean. The weapons. Yes, even the sword that stabbed you. It was clean as if it had been wiped off with something. That was suspicious. What the hell happened? I was relieved that Amelia was safe, but now, there were even more things to take care of in the future. Those guys, they said they took a request from the black market, right? That's why they didn't know who the client was. I should start from there. The black market was famous for its ironclad security and the eerie rumors that no one survived after stepping foot inside without permission. At the end of the day, however, it was still a place where people lived. I should pay them a visit. If I started breaking things, someone was sure to give me some information. Chapter 492, Declaration of War, 3. It was 2 days after the labyrinth closed. Did I sleep for over 30 hours? While the hidden piece at our expedition's end was exhausting, I hadn't exerted myself much in the labyrinth, so sleeping 30 hours was more than enough to feel fully refreshed. Hunk. As I went down to the first floor, I saw Ainer still lying there on the sofa sound asleep in the same exact position I saw her in before I went to sleep myself. She's really good at sleeping. My first stop was the kitchen to satiate my hunger. Luckily, all sorts of dishes were already cooked and ready for us to eat. Did Orion prepare them in advance knowing that we would all head to the kitchen to eat something immediately after waking up? Forget being an adventurer. That guy was born to be a butler. I stuffed my mouth with the ready-made food he prepared, marveling at Orion's talents, then went out the front door to check the mailbox, only to see that countless pieces of mail had arrived while I was asleep. What is all of this? Sorting through them one by one revealed that most were letters of invitation filled with cajoling rhetoric and words of praise for my accomplishments, asking to meet with me. It reminded me of the old days. When I first started to gain fame, something similar had occurred. There are quite a few applicants to join our clan as well. For some reason, people had taken a sudden interest in joining our clan. As I looked through their resumes, I was surprised to see that some applicants were unexpectedly talented. The most impressive of them was an older man who had made it to the 9th floor back in his prime, and since he was a high-ranking adventurer, he had a nickname, of course. That's too bad. If he wasn't a tank, I would have accepted him. I planned to grow our clan in the future, but for the moment, we only consisted of one team and weren't looking for any tanks. Our second team would eventually have Sven Parav and Kazlan as tanks as well. I should probably contact him again when I want to make a third team down the line. Whatever the case, I was proud that such a high-ranking adventurer expressed their interest in our clan. I didn't even need to scout him. I had grown so much since I was a part of Team Halfwit, run by that dwarf. Back then I didn't have much, but it was a lot of fun. I continued to read through the mail with a smile on my face. Unfortunately, there weren't any priests among the applicants. I've reached this level of fame, yet they still don't plan on asking first. It's like they were saying if we want a priest, we have to go to them and make an official request. It was mind-boggling to think that despite going through so much and gaining this reputation, not once did I ever have a priest officially on my team. Since potions don't do much for me anymore, it would be nice to have a healer. I was enjoying the refreshing morning wind as I checked the mail when suddenly, a letter caught my eye. Count Alminus? As soon as I saw that familiar golden wax seal, I tore open the letter to check the contents. The letter started with a standard overly long introduction of noble households, but the main gist of the letter was what mattered. I would like to resolve the misunderstanding between us. Please pay me a visit when you have time. The Count had extended an olive branch. Misunderstanding. Why did he suddenly change his tune? If I had to guess, it was because of the Stone of Honor. Witnessing my fame skyrocket much faster than he could have ever imagined, he must have judged that making an enemy of me would do him more harm than good. After all, this wasn't a matter of money for him. It was purely a matter of pride. However, the possibility still remained that he was planning something. Then I guess I should make an appointment to meet with him. Since I had nothing to do until nighttime, I went back to my room to sleep. When it started to get dark, I headed outside only to see Amelia waiting for me. Can we really not go together? It's fine. It'll be easier if I go alone. Alright, then. I put on an iron helmet and took off under the cover of nightfall to avoid attention as much as possible. My trip took me along the street until I reached a pub down an alley on the outskirts of Commelby. It's not even a construction site, I grumbled to myself. Still, the building was old and on the verge of collapsing. The pub itself was closed and the signboard was rusty, looking as if it were about to fall off. Creak. The inside looked even worse than the outside. All sorts of building materials were scattered around, and the entire place was covered in dirt and dust that was, except for one clear path that led further inside. Those are footprints. I meandered further inside, following them until I was eventually met with a staircase that led to the lower levels. At the bottom of the stairs, there was an iron door with no guard or the like in front of it. This place didn't require such a system in the first place. Now, what's behind that door? It was something I've been curious about ever since I played the game. I went over to the door and used as much strength as I could to force it open. Creak, clang. The door had fallen completely off its hinges, connecting it to the wall. However, contrary to my expectations, the only thing behind the door was another wall. How lame. The fact that there was no hidden piece behind the door was disappointing. Still, not letting it get to me, I quickly took out a magic stone I had prepared in advance, placing it in a small groove next to the door. Flash. All of a sudden, I was standing in an entirely different location. The black market could only be reached through teleportation, which was why it had hundreds of entrances leading to it throughout the entire city. I finally come here. I was now in a small stone room. Inside the room was another door that connected to a hallway with a number 217 written on it. Shit, 217 is pretty far from the main street. I figured I should just start walking there and went to approach the door. Thud. Suddenly, the door flung open from the other side, and 3 masked, big men entered the room. How strange. There wasn't any escort service in the game. What can I do for you? Did you damage the door before you came here? Oh, that? I never imagined that they would have already noticed that, but I answered honestly. I was curious what was behind the door. You need to come with us. What if I don't want to? I didn't ask. I was telling you. When Big Guy A raised his voice at me, the other 2 behind him started to draw closer to me. I felt a twinge of regret. Maybe I shouldn't have broken that door. I just wanted to take a look at what was behind it while I was there. Well, what could I do? I was just going to have to adapt to the situation. Thud. I swung my arms, pushing the 2 men who were approaching me aside. It didn't take much strength. It was like I was swatting away a mosquito. However, even after the 2 men were pushed into the wall, they didn't rush in at me in retaliation. Instead, they cautiously kept their distance. You're an adventurer. Is there a problem with that? The only problem here is you. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Oh, really now? As I cleaned my ear with my pinky finger, Big Guy A spoke to me in a deep threatening tone. Judging by your build, you must be a barbarian or beast person. Is it your first time here? How'd you know? Because if you knew anything about this place, you wouldn't have done something so reckless. It was a bit disheartening to hear him say that. Was there anyone who knew more about the black market than me? Thud. Before we started, I decided to take off the tight and stuffy helmet that was bothering me. There was no real reason to hide my identity any longer. So you were a barbarian. Contrary to my expectations, they didn't recognize me. That didn't really matter, though. Shang. Big Guy A quickly unsheathed his sword, showcasing his aura. Luckily for me, our current location wasn't anything like the cave I was trapped in before. Now since I could properly use my skills, something like aura didn't pose any threat to me. Fwit. Perhaps because we were in a tight space, he tried to stab me rather than slash. I didn't have anywhere to dodge, so I simply reached out my hand to grab his blade. The reaction of these aura-using bastards was the same every damn time, the look of shock and confusion on their faces and the slight trembling of their blades. I grinned as I quickly tugged on the sword. Punch. I then promptly shoved my fist straight into his face. Alright, that's 1 down. Our reinforcements. As soon as he collapsed, the other 2 tried to retreat for reinforcements. I quickly ran after them, grabbing them both by the backs of their necks in unison and shoving them into the wall on either side. These 2 weren't all that impressive. I shook the blood off my hands. The blood was a mix of these 3 guys and of my own. I ended up getting a pretty deep wound when I grabbed his sword, probably because I didn't use giantization. Well, it was whatever. With my natural regeneration, the wound would heal over time. It wouldn't even leave a scar. Now, let's go and take a look. Before heading out, I squatted down and took off the mask that Big Guy A was wearing. Well, it was more like I brushed aside the smashed pieces of the mask that remained. Unfortunately, it was impossible to make out the features of a guy whose entire face got smashed in and was covered in blood. I never imagined that the security of this place would be so high, I muttered under my breath. Suddenly, in a waning voice, he responded, "Be Björn, Yandel." It would seem that after getting punched in the face, he finally came to his senses and remembered who I was. What is someone like you doing here? Got a problem? I just came here for some business. Since you're still awake, let me ask you a few things. Where is the head of this? What the? He fainted. After leaving him there on the floor, not feeling guilty in the slightest, I headed out into the hallway. Some onlookers had gathered in front of the stone room, flinching and taking a step back. Their clothes suggested they were customers rather than employees here. They wouldn't know even if I asked them. Over there, what's going on? Another large man appeared around the corner. He ran toward us after noticing that a crowd was gathering and beelined for the open door to see that bodies were lying there on the floor. What is this? His reaction made me feel like the culprit of a thriller movie. I quickly grabbed the back of his head, lifting him off the ground. Ow, where should I go to meet with the head of this place? I can't tell you, but if you don't, you'll die, you know. I tried threatening him, but he simply closed his eyes as if accepting death. Kill me. That would be many times better than becoming a traitor. Is that so? Thud. I let go of his limp body, which tumbled onto the floor of the hallway. Obtaining information through intimidation wasn't going to work all that well. Then, that wasn't a major issue either. Ring, ring, ring. The frantic ringing of a bell broke out as if war had begun. Intruder, intruder. All sorts of guys rushed toward me. Behell. Well, if I beat them all up, surely the head of this place would eventually show himself. You have cast giantization. You have used a transformative special ability. Due to the primordial cell effect, soul power consumed by the skill has been halved, and your high stat increased by 1.5x. The black market supposedly existed somewhere underground, but no one knew its exact location, as it was nothing more than a somewhat open secret in this world. I mean, if there was an underground building the size of 3 soccer stadiums combined, wouldn't it have been discovered a lot sooner? Ring, ring, ring. It's too damn loud here. When the hell are they going to turn that off? How much farther did I need to walk to reach the main street again? This place is disgustingly large. The fact that the building was massive also had its advantages, though. Unlike the cramped stone room from earlier, the height and width of each floor were astounding, letting me cast giantization without any problems. Stump, stump, stump. The people who ran down the hallway while I activated giantization fell cleanly into 2 categories. Or run away. One was the customers who only came here to buy something and started to run away in fear the moment they saw me. Stop him. And 2 was the group of large men running straight for me to stop me. I sensed it earlier when facing that aura user, but the level of people down here was a lot higher than I had expected. I'd say about the level of a 4th floor adventurer. That was just their average, of course. Some would probably be fine even on the 6th floor. Even though I could infinitely regenerate my wounds, it was still dangerous for me to take on such a large number without support. Still, I felt as calm as if I was at a picnic, because no matter what, they couldn't kill me, not because of my strength, but for another reason entirely. Stop. We have orders from above. We were ordered to capture him alive and to not hurt him as much as possible. What? We have to capture him alive. So news of me has reached the upper level of this place. Stump, stump, stump. I continued to run forward, destroying everything in my path. A trembling voice from off to the side made its way up to me. How are we supposed to capture a monster like that? Unfortunately for them, they were trapped by the poor orders of their superiors. I took advantage of that moment to create as much of a scene as possible. The few of them who didn't back away in fear dropped their weapons and ran forward to subdue me. They were easy to deal with. Just running forward at full strength was enough to send them flying into the walls. Smash. Their willingness to obey the instructions from their superiors was admirable but also extremely short-sighted. Even if they attacked me with all their strength and all the troops they had, they'd never be able to subdue me without hurting me first. Barbarian.To. Please stop. The higher-ups want to have a conversation with you. What are they talking about? I'm not going to stop now. This is way too much fun. Since I was completely invincible, I decided to keep jogging as aggressively as possible. Stump, stump, stump. None of their attacks ever landed a single scratch on my body. This was a heavenly experience. Even though I was just running forward, it was as if their attacks were being deflected on their own. This must be what it feels like to be a martial arts master of Murim. Ha ha ha. I excitedly continued my stomping stroll around the building. Shield wall. At some point, they began to use shields to try and hold me in place by building a wall. It must have been another order from above. If I end up dying, that would be the end of the black market. After all, this place was rumored to look down on nobles, but in reality, an organization like this couldn't run above the reach of nobility. We've been ordered again. We can't attack him no matter what. At least I now knew what the higher-ups of this place were thinking. They knew that if any harm was to come to me, this place would be destined for destruction. From their point of view, the only way they could have truly dealt with me was to kill me quietly without anyone watching. At this point, However, there were already countless witnesses, hiding behind a shield. You cowards! Who is the leader in charge of this evil den? Come out! I shall punish you in the name of Bjorn on behalf of the royal family. That's what we've been saying. Our leader wants to talk with. Behel. After a good while longer of running rampant, the number of people deployed to their shield wall increased, bolstering the wall's sturdiness. They even brought wizards and special ability users as well to cast support magic and debuff magic. Slowly, I was overwhelmed by their numbers. Thud. When I finally stopped running for the first time, I looked behind me. From the front and behind, I was completely trapped by a shield wall made up of numerous people. It would be difficult for even me to break through all of them. I sighed. If I get caught like pathetic prey, he's going to look down on me when I meet him. After a moment of contemplation, the man who seemed to be in charge made his way through the shield wall. Baron, please calm down for a moment so we can. There's no place for conversation with evil bastards like you, but you have nowhere else to run. What was he talking about? Did these guys really not know what it meant to be a barbarian? Alright, that's enough thinking. I swung my hammer as hard as I could, not toward the guys holding up their shields, but instead toward the wall on my left. Crush. When you were trapped, you just had to make a new road. Chapter 493, Declaration of War. 4. Boom. I broke the wall and crawled through into a new, empty passageway, then proceeded to take up my jog again. Whenever I would get surrounded, I would simply swing my hammer at another wall and continue running away. Boom. Occasionally, the wall would lead to a dead end, but that wasn't a problem. Because of the structure of the building, it was clear that I could also go upstairs and downstairs as well. Boom. As I smashed the ceiling, jumping upstairs, I was met with an unusual place. One of the main differences was the minimal lights and the dozens of steel bars that spanned the length of the long corridor. Behind those bars were people from every race, some of whom were barbarians. Every one of them who was trapped behind those bars was marked with a tattoo in a similar location. Slaves. Even though a massive barbarian had just suddenly broken through the floor, they all stared into the air mindlessly with a helpless look in their eyes. As a 21st century barbarian, it was an unsettling sight to behold. So slaves still exist in this world. Slavery was illegal in Raftonia. At one point, those who committed grave sins were legally cast into slavery, but that practice had long since disappeared from this world when the law was revised about 100 years ago. The slaves who had originally committed heinous crimes were executed, and those who were enslaved under misdemeanor charges were forced to pay a fine before being restored to their status as ordinary citizens. In the end, though, most died shortly after, as there was no way for a slave to pay their taxes. As I looked around, I came across one little boy who still had some life in his eyes. I went over to him to talk to him. Hey. When I called out, he skittered away until his back was pushed up against the wall like I had scared him. Not caring, I asked him a question. Why were you caught and put here? Unfortunately, the response came from behind me instead. Stop. Baron Yondell, why won't these guys ever quit? They should know by now that they won't be able to subdue me. I ignored them and stared at the little boy in front of me. Surprisingly, hearing the cries of the people chasing after me seemed to help me get a response out of the boy. Giant. As he quietly murmured one of my nicknames, his eyes open wide. Giant, I heard you are a hero who saves people and punishes bad guys. Is that true? Well, sort of, are you here to save us too? No, I replied honestly. I just happened to find you. So tell me, how did you end up here? The big guy who had been chasing behind me and begging me to stop slowly drew near. The little boy flicked his gaze between me and him before saying, my mom, she couldn't pay her debt, so I had to pay it back instead. Your mom? What happened to her? Because she couldn't pay taxes, she died. What about that elf girl next to you? I asked while glancing down at the girl who was sitting next to him behind the bars. She couldn't pay her debts back either, the little boy quietly explained. She had the money, but the bad guys wouldn't take it. That's why she was brought here. I didn't respond. She managed to escape before and came back here to save me, but after the bad guys dragged her away a few times, she doesn't say anything anymore. I see. That was why this kid was the only one with a spark of life in his eyes. Those who rebelled and fought back must have already gone through intense brainwashing. A person's will could break more easily than one might think. Then that settles it. After finishing my conversation with the little boy, I turned toward the big guys. The one at the front flinched when our eyes met. He looked like a bully who had just been caught picking on a weak friend. Step. I approached, taking deliberately slow steps as I asked, did you know? He lifted his shield as he quietly gulped. I haven't killed anyone so far. I knew they were bad guys, so I beat them down without mercy, but I still controlled my power so they at least wouldn't die. Why do you think that is? You don't want to be enemies with us either. That's what the higher-ups have decided. Is that so? That's correct, I calmly agreed. The reason these guys didn't hurt me was because they had guessed what my intentions were from the start. Otherwise, they would have never treated an intruder like this. If I had been running around beating everyone to death, there was no way they would only be holding shields to subdue me. That was why I planned to assert my dominance just a little bit, then have a peaceful conversation with the boss here to get what I wanted and leave. However, things were different now. Please tell us what you want. Why did I always make a plan B? Because this world was full of variables. There would always be something that forced me to change my plans, just like this. We are ready to have a conversation with. Before he could finish this sentence, I gathered all my strength to land a sturdy blow at his chin. Crack. Despite his large size, he flew like a baseball straight into the wall where he collapsed onto the ground, wriggling like a bug on its last legs. How sturdy. Looking at him, I spoke calmly. I even swung to kill. Immediately, everyone standing behind him flinched in response. However, despite my actions, the bug had still not grasped the situation. Why did you do that? Oh, that? Didn't you say it earlier, your lordship? That you didn't want to be enemies with us? Yet, I did. I lifted my hammer and watched him writhe in pain. As I stalked closer, his expression shifted. Stop. You are going to regret this. What a strange thing to say. Why would I regret this? I swung my hammer down as hard as I could. Crack. His wiggling body stopped moving. You should be the ones regretting it. This was the right choice. There was no further conversation to be had. After slamming his face in with my hammer, everyone clamped their mouths shut and raised their guards, scrutinizing every little move I made. Step. As soon as I took a step forward, the group of large men also took a step back in unison. It happened just as I found the right time to rush to all of them. Creak. Suddenly, the door creaked open behind me. When I turned around to see a middle-aged man who was heavily escorted by a group of large men walking through a thick iron door. Let's stop here, Baron.To, he called to me. Who are you? I'm Mel, the current head of the Shadow Organization. Simply put, he was in charge of this black market. The one who called himself Mel glanced over at his subordinate who was on the ground. That friend of mine over there, is he still alive? He's still breathing, boss. That's a relief. Mel then asked, Baron.To, before we begin our conversation, may I treat my friend over there first? Do you think that I, a Baron of Raftonia, would accept the demands of a criminal who committed treason? Haha, treason. It seems that you have a very low opinion of us. Then is there another opinion to have? You clearly disobey the strict laws of Raftonia. I see. He nodded as if the point I made was true. Then, everyone, get out of the way. Our onlooker's eyes bugged at his orders. Boss, it's too dangerous. His underlings started to protest, but Mel was stubborn. I won't say it twice. I didn't know how he normally disciplined them, but as soon as he said that, they all shut their mouths and started to leave. Step. Mel walked down the hallway, getting closer to me. Now, only the two of us were left. To be honest, I was surprised to see him act like this. Was he incredibly strong? Confident enough that he could take me on? Or did he not care if he died here? There were a million possibilities that filled my head. Step. However, he simply walked past me and squatted down by his underling on the floor, leaving his back completely defenseless as he took out a potion from his pocket. Sizzle. Bubbles started to boil up from the underling's punched-in face. The body of the big guy, who was about to die at any moment, began to tremble weakly. That's a high-quality potion. Yes, it is. I didn't understand this situation at all. Just what in the world was happening? Unable to think up an answer no matter how much I thought it over, I decided to ask him bluntly, what are you trying to do? I'm only saving someone that was about to die, but you could have died instead. Yes, that's true, but that man is one of my people. I was left speechless for a moment. I had seen countless leaders before, but I had never seen someone like him. You're risking your life for a reason like that. A person's values are subjective. Just like how you changed your mind the moment you stumbled across these slaves here. You're a funny guy. Now, how about we move locations? This place isn't the most conducive to conversation. He immediately turned back down the hallway, offering me his defenseless back again. I was dumbfounded, but all I could do for now was follow along. After passing through several doors, we eventually reached a small room. This is a private room that we have prepared for our guests. All of our customers have already returned to the city for the day, so you don't have to worry about anyone disrupting us. He sat down at the table in the center of the room, then looked at me in an apparent order to sit down with him. At this point, I couldn't help but ask him, are you not afraid? I am afraid. Doesn't look like it. That can't be helped, can it? If I hurt you, Baron.To, then that will be the end of me. Both my family and this place will come to an end. I am not so reckless as to do such a thing. Isn't acting like this reckless too? Well, if I die, then I die. There's nothing more to it. At the end of the day, someone else will take over in my place, and though it might take some time, everything will return to the way it was. Dirty water always collects at the lowest point. I couldn't find the words to respond. Oh, and even though you may have been able to vent your anger, you won't be able to return with what you initially came for. How could someone be so brave? Even though our conversation wasn't long, it was enough to realize just how impressive he was. However, there was no need to beat around the bush any longer. So what do you want to say? You should be the one to answer that, not me. Didn't you come here because you wanted something? Oh, damn, yeah, that's true. I was left speechless at his response. Since I didn't want to look weak in our negotiations, I decided to demand what I wanted right away without worrying any longer. Give me the personal information of your clients. That was my main purpose for visiting the black market. Some wizards are making requests through the black market. As supply dwindled, wizards had even been going to the black market to obtain barbarian hearts. Your lordship, in the black market, there is also a request for your heart. Someone had asked for my heart. I am not lying. I was just offered the job through the black market. I don't know anything else. I don't know who made the request either. Someone else had made a request to sabotage our raid against a lord of the floor. I see. So that's why you came all the way here. I don't need an excuse. Just answer me. From our position, asking for the personal information of our clients is a very difficult demand. So you won't do it? No. I'm a merchant, after all. This will reduce the number of commissions we receive, but it would still be more beneficial to us than to become enemies with you. So, I will arrange for the personal information of our clients to be delivered to you within the day, Mel said, calmly accepting my request. The development was completely outside of my expectations. The only reason I ran around causing mayhem beforehand was because I assumed our negotiations would be a long quarrel. Is that everything? He inquired. No, there is one more thing. Please tell me. I asked Mel for my final request. Free the slaves that are locked up here. I can't just leave after seeing that. I see that you are the type who believes in human dignity. You're quite curious about me, but all I need to hear from you is a yes or no. May I calculate for a moment? Go ahead. After giving him my permission, Mel closed his eyes without any fear, thinking it through. About 3 minutes later, he finally opened his eyes. All right, I will free the slaves and refrain from working with the slave industry from now on. That was a quick decision. As if he had nothing to hide, he calmly responded, in truth, it's a business I wanted to part ways with earlier myself. You wanted to leave it. There have been quite a few instances where the buyer was unable to properly manage their slaves. There have been a number of occasions where that nearly led to a major incident. So he had tried to cut ties with the industry several times before, but he was unable to find proper justification. It must have been even harder to close it given the large profits the industry was making during his predecessor's reigns. Since it's by your request and arrival, he continued, now no one can oppose my decision. This turned out rather well for us. Then, is that everything? Yes, I'll get out of your way as soon as I am given your client's information and see the slaves released. If that is the case, I will work toward fulfilling your requests as soon as possible. After wrapping up our conversation, he summoned his underlings back and gave them orders. By daybreak, I was given the information I needed, and all the hundreds of slaves were set free. Mel Ismond, I asked as I was about to leave, why were you willing to give in to my demands so easily? Rather than responding, he looked at me with a peculiar expression. I see you are already aware of my house. That's because I completed the black market episode in the game. I knew about how House Asmond had reigned as king of this place for many years. Still, I wouldn't be distracted. That's not what I asked you. When I harshly asked him again, he confessed his feelings openly. Heroes are always short-lived. There's no reason for us to be on the end of a falling blade. In other words, with the way I acted, I wouldn't live for much longer. Mel Ismond, the head of the black market. What an interesting guy. For some reason, I had a feeling I would be seeing him again in the future. Chapter 494, Declaration of War, 5. There was a saying that went, check your partner's room before getting married. In other words, the traces a person left in their room would reflect their true personality. You could not only tell if someone enjoyed fancy things or staying frugal, but also if they were lazy or hardworking. You could find out what colors they preferred, what hobbies they had, what type of job they worked, and more. Even if you knew nothing of that person going in, you could get a rough sense of what type of person they were just by looking at their room. One example of that saying in practice was the reception room I was sitting in. The interior of the room gave off luxurious and pricey vibes. Although the decor wasn't gaudy or excessive, the few pieces of furniture and decorations that were present were clearly expensive. It was clear at a glance that the items must have cost a fortune. Much. The snacks on the table, prepared just for me, were plentiful too. It was hard to imagine that so many different kinds of delicious treats were prepared for just one person. Gulp. There was even a servant who stood at the entrance at all times, pouring my half-empty glass full each time I drank from it, and that wasn't even the icing on the cake. This might be the first time I've ever seen a musician playing in a reception room. In the corner of the room was a bald musician, playing relaxing music on a stringed instrument. He doesn't act like a new hire brought on specifically for today. Just looking around this reception room, I could clearly tell what kind of person the owner of this house was. He has the heart of a merchant. The reception room told me in no uncertain terms that the owner put hospitality first and foremost, not second to whatever urge they might feel to show off their immense wealth. Well, I just need to relax here a bit longer, and then I'd see just how well he ended up treating me when he arrived. The meeting time we agreed on is 5 minutes away. He's definitely going to come in right on time. I crossed my legs and opened a random newspaper from a nearby pile, only to find the article on the front page was about me. To be fair, I figured the topic would have been the same regardless of which one I chose. The great hero recorded on the Stone of Honor, barbarian.To, has drawn his sword and pointed it at the traitors of the Empire, hiding in the underworld. It had been 3 days since my incident at the black market, and now, the story was finally making headlines in the newspapers. There was no way Moslem didn't try to keep the story a secret, but it must have been impossible to hide the fact that 397 slaves were set free while everyone was none the wiser, though they did leave out the fact that most of the slave purchasers were nobles. Even though the article was missing a few key details here and there, it still provided a decent overview of the situation. For example, it mentioned how the slaves were able to regain their status as regular citizens and that they were currently staying in a temporary shelter that Moslem had prepared. A 5-year tax exemption policy had been created to help them as well. Oh, and there was an interview. He told those guys that he wouldn't regret it, but they definitely would. The interviewee was anonymous, but judging by the statements they gave, it was clearly that kid I met, the one who had been trapped in the cage. So the black market has completely closed. Well, I guess it makes sense for them to lay low for the time being. While I was reading through the article, the servant suddenly moved from the entrance and approached me. Count Almanis has arrived. Is that so? I closed the newspaper I was reading and put it down on the table. Tell him to come in. It was time to get to work. Your fame has risen by +10. Your fame has risen by +10. Your fame has risen by +10. Your fame has risen. Your fame has. Ha 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 ha. The room was filled with the crude yet hearty laughter of an old man. Next to the table was a photographer who was passionately taking pictures of the two of us. So this was why he wanted to meet me, to have our picture taken by a photographer who charged 2.135 billion stones for top-of-the-line shots. Baron Yondell, just a little more barbaric. No, can you try smiling more like a man? Of course. Ha ha. I would appreciate it if you could smile like that while looking over at the count. Of course. Ha ha. Ha ha. In return for dropping the charges against me, which demanded 2.1 billion stones, Count Almanis agreed to settle things with a friendly photo shoot of us two. It would go on to be a photo preserved through the ages. After all, since he was an elderly man who didn't have much time left, all he wanted was a way to be remembered after his death. I assumed he was scheming something behind the scenes, of course. However, after thinking it through, I was convinced that he wasn't. I mean, it would have been really cool if my grandfather had a personal picture with Einstein. Ha 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 ha. Whatever the case, the two of us continued to smile widely and laugh together as the photographer took our pictures. The pictures would tell a story of a friendship that had transcended both age and race. Then the photographer handed me a cheap bottle of beer and a wine glass to the count to make a toast. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That was how we ended up with our shot. The count went over to see the picture himself, excited. Satisfied with the results, he gave the man a hefty bonus. That was the end of our business together. Haha, good work, your lordship. The count beamed. You must be tired, so have something to eat before leaving. That's okay, I'm starving. Oops, my bad. Oh, I stuttered. That's right, I have someone waiting for me at home, so I should head back now. It's a shame, but we'll have to share a meal next time. Haha, yes, it's best to share a meal with your family whenever you can. Like a grandfather with extraordinary business sense, the count smiled and helped cover my awkward mistake. Before I left, he left me with an abrupt suggestion. By the way, I saw that you accomplished something quite extraordinary recently, breaking into the black market to free those 397 slaves. Oh, your accomplishment sent a surge of passion rushing through my veins for the first time in a while, which is why I thought it would be prudent to offer my aid to you in this as well. I was wondering what he was getting at. In the end, he was just politely asking if he could get a slice of the cake as well. I went to refuse him, but what he said next inevitably changed my mind. There are nearly 400 of them, and they still don't have a proper place of residence. Correct, right. If you would allow me, I would like to help them as well. Though they are exempt from taxes, they should still be given a proper residence to start anew. I found myself surprised at the offer, astounded that he was willing to prepare a residence for nearly 400 people. I guess House Almanis isn't considered the richest in the kingdom for no reason. Of course, I readily accepted. This world could use more heroes. Why would I ever refuse? Even if he didn't have the purest of intentions, it would still be a great help to the slaves who have been freed. Not to worry, I'll ensure you stay the main character of the escapade in the end. With their conversation ended, I left the count's house. The following morning, there was an article on the front page of the newspaper that took up the entire page. Count Almanis has pledged to donate 2 billion stones. When asked why, he said that it was simply to help an old friend. Alongside the test was the picture we had taken yesterday. He must be enjoying the fame. Just as I put down the newspaper with a strange sense of shame, Shavin, the head of the administrative team, burst into my tent. It's been so long since the labyrinth closed, yet you decide to come here only now, she scolded anxiously. Why yeah, take these papers first. From now on, don't even think about going out until you look through and approve all of them. Shavin had grown a lot harsher than I remembered. However, it was probably just due to the stress that came from overworking. I smiled as I decided to look past it. Alright, I'll look through them, so don't be so mad, okay? But why are there so many of these? I delegated most of my power to you already, they're all documents that can't be processed with the power you've left to me. Since our lack of funds keeps growing larger, we're forced to recalculate the budget on a month-by-month basis. Except, I don't have the power to do that, and since you weren't showing up, all we could do was fill out provisional documents of approval and unofficially manage the ledger. A simple process needed to be divided into 2 or 3 parts, just because you weren't here to sign off on it. Oh, really? How can I get out of this? Shavin glared at me the moment I had the thought. It was like she could read my mind. Don't even think about trying to run from this. Can't you just do it for me? Huh. Well, there's nothing I can't do. How about I just create the entire budget for the tribe? I'll even think up the cost of land without your approval and decide my own salary, she shouted, straining her voice as if I had pushed her too far. Still, I didn't understand why she was acting like that. She said she could do all that, so what was the issue? Then why don't you? What? Shavin, I trust you. I don't know about others, but if it's you, I fully trust you. I won't blame you if you make a mistake. I will take full responsibility. The reason I gave you that position is because I trust you to do the job better than anyone else. And because I'm the chieftain, I have the power to do that. Shavin was speechless. So try trusting in yourself as well. No matter what anyone says, I know you're the best at this sort of thing. I'm an expert when it comes to the labyrinth, and your calling is administration. No one will come to a more appropriate decision when it comes to these things than you. Alright, judging from her expression, I'm nearly done persuading her. Now it was time to land the final blow, so you don't have to wait for my signature. I trust that you can take care of it on your own, and the same goes for your salary. You're free to take as much as you feel is right, but surely you'll be in trouble then. I don't think so. If that's what you say you're worth, then I won't disagree. Shavin just stared at me without a word, until finally, she broke her silence to say, I always thought to myself, I wouldn't do that if I was in that position. I would have done a better job. I always had those thoughts to myself, but at the end of the day, I guess it was because I was just afraid of ever taking up such an important position. Everyone is afraid at first. At my words of encouragement, she clenched her fist, seeming to have come to a decision. I'll give it a try. If I don't at least try after hearing all that, then what's the point? What excuse could I possibly have? I'm not that type of person. Alright, I'm sure you'll do well. After successfully making my emergency escape, I ran out of the tent without looking back. My stroll led to me cross paths with Aner, so I gave her a new mission. You want me to gather all the warriors in the Holy Land? Yes, I have something to tell them. I did feel sorry for the administrative team who is working around the clock, but the real reason I came today wasn't for them. Instead, it was time to put on a little show. Then I'll gather them, but it'll probably be a lot of people. A lot. Didn't you know? These days, every warrior is staying in the Holy Land to focus on building up their house. I heard that only the 3rd round of sales was over. There shouldn't be that many warriors building houses. You can't build a house by yourself, can you? Everyone's working together to build their houses. They are calling on their friends and friends of a friend to help. So that's what was happening. Either way, bring them all here. Make sure to tell them that we are going to have some fun. You'll know what I mean when you see it later. Wahoo! You're planning something again. I don't know what it is, but let's do it right away. I'm gonna go all out. Aner sped off, filled with excitement, to gather the warriors. I moved to the gathering place to wait. As time passed, the warriors quickly began to trickle in one by one. Most of them looked out of place today. Instead of weapons, their hands were holding hammers and nails as if they had just come from building a house. Chieftain. It's the great warrior whose name was written on the stone of honor. The warriors that arrived started to chant in excitement. I was worried they would be angry that I called them here and interrupted their busy schedules. I heard we are going to have fun. What's the fun thing I heard about? Let's get to it. They must have been mentally drained after focusing on the boring task of building a house. Wait, I'll tell you all when everyone has gathered. After about an hour, the entire forest was filled with barbarians. Similar to the festival we had before, all of the warriors began to chant with a fiery passion. Boom, boom, boom. At some point, the warriors even began to beat on their chests like they were drums. Bjorn, when we're in the Holy Land, call me chieftain, chieftain. I've gathered everyone. I see. Then it was time to begin. There was no need for drawn-out speeches in front of these excited warriors. Everyone, follow me. I simply yelled out orders, without even telling them where we were headed. However, as soon as I began to walk, the warriors began to follow on their own. Once we reached the open road, everyone was closely following behind. Bjorn, son of Yondel, let's go. Our massive army was 100% barbarian. Once we arrived at the city gates, the warrior standing guard immediately opened it without question or suspicion. Clang, clang. The gate began to open with a clunky mechanical sound. Just like the first day I woke up in this body, a familiar grayish city could be seen beyond the gate. Between the well-maintained roads and stone buildings, a tall spire speared the sky. Let's go. As we marched toward our goal, the passers-by on the streets began to rush to the sidewalks as if we were a wagon to avoid. I thought I was being a nuisance to them, but my expectations turned out to be wrong. Wow, it's Baron Yondel. You are Baron Yondel, right? That's right. Woohoo, wow. Surprisingly, the response of the onlookers wasn't negative, but instead, positive enough that more citizens began to flock along our path to witness the pop-up attraction. Thud. Firmly shut windows opened as residents stuck their faces out to watch as we stomped through the streets. The sight of us left them all with the same questions. But, where are they going? I know, right? Shouldn't we call someone? Is it really okay for such a large group of them to just make a procession like that? It didn't take long before members of the Public Peace Agency were urgently dispatched and sent to confront us. It's an honor to meet you, Baron Yondel. Is there a reason you're stopping me? It's because we received a report in. Are you thinking of arresting me? Even though we're just walking down the street? And no, of course not. We would never do such a thing. Good. Then get out of the way. At my order, the captain of the bunch quickly stood out of our way with a mesmerized face. Behell, I let out a massive yell as we continued our march to the center of the city. It didn't take long before the knights finally appeared. It's an honor to meet you, Baron Yondel. They were a group of knights from Moslin, who were notorious for their authoritative reach. However, none of that applied to me now. Pardon us, but may we ask where you were headed? Why should I answer? We weren't informed that such an event would take place, nor was any other organization, which is why we are simply asking for confirmation. I had no reason to give them an honest answer. I'm just taking a walk, so don't mind us, a walk. The captain of the knights looked perplexed. If I were an ordinary person, they would have questioned me more and forced me to reveal the truth. Or they may have even arrested me for resistant non-compliance. I told you we are just taking a walk. Are you doubting me? Now I was a baron of this kingdom. Of course not. We were just concerned that a group of 1,000 barbarians had gathered. I would ask that you kindly consider our position as well. We aren't going to leave Revision. Does that answer your question? We would stay out of the business district of Kamalbi and the royal capital. After telling them that I had no intention of heading to those locations, the knights nodded with a sigh of relief. Then, do you mind if we follow? I have no reason to stop you from walking down the street like we are. Thank you. In the end, the knights of Moslin weren't able to stop me and instead agreed to follow us from the sidelines. The barbarians are here. As we continued to walk down the streets, news began to spread across the city, sending the residents abuzz. Citizens began to wait along the streets we were walking as if watching a parade. To them, it must have been quite an unusual sight. The Magic Tower. The barbarians are headed for the Magic Tower. Eventually, they began to notice the direction we were headed. Hearing that, the barbarians following behind me started to become even more excited. Magic Tower? We're headed to the Magic Tower. The great warrior, Bjorn, son of Yondel, the chieftain, is leading us to a sacred battle. It's time to feast on the flesh of the wizards. Behell, like a massive army making its way to the battlefield, the cries of the warriors could be heard from miles away. The citizens listened in a panic. Have they all lost their minds? Are they really trying to fight the Magic Tower? What? But why? Their hearts. It's because of the barbarian hearts. The wizards are using them as a material for magic. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're all about to see something incredible. No matter what the people around us said, we continued to march forward. Stump. Eventually, I stopped walking. Countless spectators had gathered in the square in front of the towering black spire, including hundreds of wizards who had come to meet us, apparently having heard the news of our march. The confrontation sent a wave of silence over the square that was packed with thousands of people. It was so quiet, you could hear someone gulp at the tension. Then an old wizard stepped forward as the representative of the Magic Tower. I am the chief wizard of the Langman School, Wilbeth Gwalin. The chief wizard was similar in rank to a long-term disciple in martial arts. Since the master of the Langman School was the head of this Magic Tower, this old man would be the second in charge. How about you introduce yourself as well? Even though he already knew who I was, he still asked. Maybe it was because he was a wizard, but he seemed to like formalities. An introduction. I grinned. Giant, head of the Anabata clan, chieftain of the barbarians, baron of Rafdonia. There was no need for me to list any of the titles that I earned. Bjorn, son of Yondel. The old wizard took a deep breath at my brief introduction, then nodded his head. I see. It is an honor to meet the hero of whom I had only heard rumor. But what brings you here to the Magic Tower? I'm here to do what I should have done long ago. Something you should have done long ago. Even though I'm rather old myself, I'm not sure what you speak of. Really? Then I guess I'll have to tell you myself. I shouted out loudly so that all the citizens gathered in the square, including the elderly who were half-deaf, could hear me. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel, and I am demanding that the magic tower stop using our hearts as a material for magic. Was it really because of that? The old man murmured as he placed a hand to his brow, sighing heavily. This is a legitimate area of research, he urged in a calm tone. You may be a baron of this kingdom and the chieftain of the barbarians, but that doesn't give you the authority to halt our research for the betterment of humankind. If you don't believe me, then I ask that you formally submit a complaint to the royal family and— Too long, pardon, don't talk so long, old man. Did calling him an old man offend him? Since it seems the baron doesn't understand me when I speak too long, I'll keep it short. He looked me dead in the eyes as his eyebrows pinched into a glare. He was no longer the patient and benevolent man he appeared to be before. In a harsh voice, he rebuked, "We won't." The disrespectful sneer never left his face. It was a childish act, unbefitting of his age. "So," asked the old wizard, "what will you do?" After a brief moment, I firmly replied, "War." That one word was more than enough. War. It's war. Everyone grab your weapons. Behell, we've held it in for long enough, haven't we? Your approval rating has increased by +10. 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 Your approval rating has increased. Your approval rating. Chapter 495, Declaration of War. 6. War had been declared after over 10 years of suffering. Everyone, the wizards, the citizens who filled the square, and the knights of muslin, watched with eyes wide open and jaws dropped to the floor. Each one of them carried that same dumbfounded expression like they couldn't believe what they just heard. The old wizard, who looked equally gobsmacked, barely managed to regain his composure. That word is much too heavy for a joke. A joke. Well, it's only natural to deny something that's such a shock to the system. I didn't even bother responding to him as I stood there silently. Even the barbarians needed some time to think as well, specifically about 3 seconds. War. The moment a warrior from behind shouted out, a strong chanting rippled through the warriors. It's war. Everyone grab your weapons. Behell, As more than 1,000 barbarian warriors began to chant, the wizards guarding the tower began to visibly panic, and I was not ignorant as to why. Comparing a barbarian's strength to the sheer combat power of a wizard and their magic was absurd, but visual marketing was a beast of its own. Woo. It would be stranger if they weren't scared of seeing massive, muscular barbarians stirring up a ruckus and threatening to charge them at any given moment. Old man, I took a lengthy step forward, toward the 100-plus group of wizards. Does it still sound like a joke to you? He couldn't respond, his expression now shuttered and blank. He was only human, after all. Step. When I took one more large step forward, the Moslin Knights came running. "Be Baron Yondel, you can't do this." So they belatedly remembered their role after getting caught up in the immense passion wafting off the barbarian warriors. How could you demand war? For now, how about we talk this through? For the sake of the royal family. Despite being flustered, the captain's choice of words wasn't bad. If he had used the royal family's name to threaten us to not make a disturbance, the atmosphere would have taken a turn for the worse. Talk. Yes, I'm sure we can reach an agreement if we talk it through. After all, both the magic tower and barbarians are pillars that help protect this city, right? At the knight's plea to attempt to delay any war from breaking out, I pretended to consider his suggestion and nodded my head. Okay, really? Yeah, I think that was enough for a show of force. I didn't have any intention of fighting the magic tower like this in the first place. Garnering the attention of everyone here in the city was enough. If we were to fight them now, it would make us look like the villains. Lewin Pastalm of the Egedal School. I started calling out names one by one. Lorenda Lungenert of the Hubin School. Adwent Berthev of the Elders School. Elinor Dwayne of the Galadir School. After agreeing to diplomatic negotiations, called out names of magicians associated with a magic tower. The citizens carefully listened to what I said, wondering what was happening. Tolis Ellen from the Ebound School. Ukla Tragic from the Ornstall School. I continued until I mentioned the names of 21 wizards, one by one. When I finished, I asked the old wizard, "Old man, do you know who they are?" Of course, most of them are young and incredible wizards that will lead the next generation. No, you're wrong. I shook my head and asserted, "These people, they are wizards who made illegal commissions through the black market for the heart of a barbarian. In any war, justification was what mattered the most." I see. So that's why the barbarian stormed to the magic tower. I heard he rescued slaves from the black market. That must have been when he got that information. The bystanders finally began to nod their heads in agreement, realizing why we had come. Most of them agreed that we were in the right and that they would have done the same in our position. I wouldn't have gone this far if I was just going to end things here. An appetizer was only an appetizer. It could never be a main dish. Lorendal Garland Barrett, master of the Triton School. I mentioned one final name as I asked the old wizard, "Do you know who that is?" He didn't answer. acting as if his lawyer had advised him to stay silent. Well, that wouldn't change the truth. He is another traitor who made a commission through the black market. But this person is different. He asked for my heart. I dropped that bomb without a second of hesitation. Commissioning the heart of a particular person was on a completely different scale than simply trying to buy any barbarian's heart. It was practically no different than an assassination request. Mr. Gwelin, if this is true, not only will that man be hanged, but the magic tower will also be held responsible. The knights, who had been trying to stop me this entire time, suddenly changed their tune as they began to question the old man. These were knights who worked for Moslin, not the wizards, and Moslin was a group that was made to protect the authority of nobles. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but I promise you that if it is true, the magic tower will investigate the issue under our own strict guidelines. The old wizard tried to weasel his way out of this mess by making a vague promise that acknowledged the seriousness of the matter, while also declaring his stance that Moslin didn't have the authority to push the issue any further. I, of course, didn't have to care about that. The magic tower is already under suspicion of working with those traders in the black market. Doing your own investigation isn't credible at all, but those suspicions were derived from your account of the incident, your lordship. That has nothing to do with the way we run things here. It's not like there's any evidence. Now, is there evidence? Yet, I expected him to respond like that. It was time to whip out the biggest card I could play as a barbarian. I swear, as the chieftain of the barbarians, a baron of Raftonia, and on my name of Bjorn, son of Yondel, that everything I have said here today is the truth. It was an oath of empty words, but it was more than enough to convince the crowd here. He must be quite confident to make such a declaration with everyone watching. Just listen to all that. There's no way the Baron would have lied. Dirty wizards. How dare they try to hurt Baron Yondel? Bring out the criminals and punish them. My heroic achievements added to the value of my name, which was only bolstered further by the favorable impression I left on the city. Most important of all, however, was that my actions were backed by a just cause. That was more than enough to sway public opinion in my favor. Mr. Gwelin, given the Baron's words, you are going to have to explain the situation to us as well. Didn't I already tell you? We will be conducting the investigation on our own. That is your choice to make, but are you sure that is how you want to go about this? If you just call the relevant parties over, we can end things without further escalation. The old wizard didn't respond. My guess is that come evening, the higher-ups will approve an investigation by us, Moslin, into the wizards of the magic tower. As you know, the assassination of a noble is a serious matter. Is that what you really want? Once Moslin had the right to conduct an investigation, the magic tower would be thoroughly inspected and left without any ability to deny whatever might be found in the process. There were surely other illegal activities hiding in the corners of that tower. However, the old wizard simply rejected the offer. I thank you for your consideration, but you needn't worry. We will take care of this issue on our own. You're treading a thorny path. All you have to do is call them out here so we can investigate them. Would that be much easier? Despite the convincing words of the knight, the old wizard exercised his right to remain silent. That alone was enough to seal the opinion of the public. Sometimes, silence acted as a clear answer. Dirty wizards, I knew it. How dare you try and cover for those who have tried to harm the Baron? Now, public opinion was clearly in our favor. The magic tower was inherently evil and the barbarian's rage was justified. If that old man had simply ordered the wizards I mentioned earlier to step forward and be interrogated, things would have never gotten to this point. If nothing happens today, then they'll bribe their way out of this mess or cover the tracks that were left behind one way or another. Thanks to the old wizard's pig-headedness, I was able to take things a step further. Listen to the upstanding citizens of this city who believe in fair opportunities and seek justice. The crowd, who had been criticizing and swearing at the magic tower, suddenly went quiet as I spoke. It was the time to use their opinion to my utmost advantage. The wizards of the magic tower, who have fallen to shame, have no intention of admitting their sins. They're desperate to protect their own kind. The wizards I named only need to be called out from their labs and checked to see if they are truly innocent. But since they reject such an easy task, it's proof that they have done wrong. Isn't that right? That's right. I pushed the idea that we were on the side of justice once more. They will probably destroy the evidence as soon as we leave or brazenly fabricate the results of the investigation. It's obvious. It's something we have seen countless times before, haven't we? That's right. I continued to ignite the anger that the citizens of the city held buried within. However, I no longer intend to sit helplessly on the sidelines as these criminals walk away free. That's why I'll let them know that I'll take responsibility and extinguish the flames of pent-up anger that they kept burning inside them for years. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. I swore on my name. I promise you, the justice within this city, the justice established by the royal laws of the mighty Rafadnia, will be set right again today. As soon as I made an oath, the citizens burst into a fervent roar. Wah! The atmosphere's perfect now. Since the civilians are in our camp now, the wizards won't be able to attack us. Alright, since the board has been set, it's time. I let out a heavy exhale as I let out a scream with all my strength. Ready your weapons. Ever since the war with the elves, the barbarians had endured. It was time to remind the city once again just what type of people the barbarian race was. Behell, we were a race that didn't use words. Alex Halo was the deputy archivist of the 3rd Magic Corps. After finishing his regular report, he snuck a glance at his superior before leaving the office. Even though she was swamped with work, her uniform was neatly ironed. Her blue eyes were filled with fatigue yet intellect. In her small hand, she held a pen. What are you doing? Are you not leaving? At his superior's sudden remark, he flinched, then quickly fumbled for an excuse. It's just that, it seemed like you've been reading the newspaper a lot lately. Oh, these. Several newspapers from various outlets were piled up on her desk. When he pointed it out, she avoided eye contact and spoke in a soft, almost embarrassed voice. It's just a hobby. It's frustrating being trapped in here all the time, right? It's important to know what's going on out there in the world. I see. The newspapers on the supervisor's desk might have come from different sources, but each one had the exact same story, featuring the same main character. Everyone's been talking about it these days. The fact that Baron Yandel's name has been engraved on the Stone of Honor. So they say. Our first meeting was nothing but a joke, but now he has really become a great warrior. Alex tilted his head in response to the hint of loneliness in her voice. Aren't you happy, though? Wasn't Baron Yandel a former colleague of yours? Former colleague? Belatedly realizing his mistake, Alex quickly shut his mouth. Seeing her look dejectedly down at the newspaper left him with a strange feeling of discomfort. He was just subordinate A, who couldn't even do his job right. Someone who should never be capable of putting that expression on her face. His superior looked at the window silently, seemingly lost in memories. Alex stared at her blankly, unsure of what to say. Deputy Commander, there's been an emergency deployment order. The office door swung open as someone stormed inside. Seeing his superior get a hold of herself and grab her coat, he quickly pulled himself together as well. The 3rd Magic Corps wasn't like the Public Peace Agency or Muslin. They were a military group that worked under the direct control of the royal family. To receive an emergency deployment order meant that something bigger than a riot was taking place in the city. Give me the details. His superior quickly headed outside as she listened to the briefing, asking her subordinate questions about the situation. After hearing the full story, the situation could easily be summarized in one sentence. Baron Yandel was leading the barbarians toward the Magic Tower. They haven't arrived yet, but given their path, it's clear that they are heading to the Magic Tower. Why? There must be a reason why he's doing that. We are checking. However, more than 1,000 barbarians are heading over there now. It seems that the Public Peace Agency has also requested the support of the military. I see. Less than a minute after the emergency order was announced, all the soldiers had gathered in the outside grounds, where they immediately made their way to the carriage. Is the situation really that dire? Deputy Commander? I don't think our corps was the only one that was ordered to go. Numerous military carriages were heading onto the road, leading to the military base. However, his superior didn't respond to him. She simply bit her nails with an unusually anxious look in her eyes. That guy, what is he going to end up doing this time? He tried to reassure her with positive thoughts. Baron Yandel was a smart man, and since he had a lot of responsibility, he probably went to the Magic Tower as a mere show of force. There wasn't much to worry about. They weren't just words of consolation, but what he truthfully felt from the bottom of his heart. But his superior's nervous expression wouldn't disappear. Alex, I think you've misinterpreted something here. It's not Baron Yandel that I'm worried about right now. What? But still, he's going against a Magic Tower. Alex didn't understand it all. The two of them were both from the Magic Tower, so they knew well just how powerful the wizards there were. So why was she so concerned? As he was trying to figure out the reason, his superior suddenly revealed what she was thinking. Do you remember what happened to the Adventurers Guild because of him? Are you talking about a false accusation? Yes, there was a massive prison break back then, and an entire branch of the guild was destroyed. The district chief was punished because of that incident and lost the next election. Still, the guild and the Magic Tower are different. Compared to the Magic Tower, the guild was like a mom-and-pop shop. I agree. That's what I've been thinking. The guild and the Magic Tower are definitely different. The Magic Tower won't be swayed by a single barbarian. Are you saying it's different now? Raven nodded without hesitation. Yes, now, he's not just a single barbarian. Back then when he completely flipped the guild on its head, he was a barbarian that had only just come of age 2 months prior. But what about now? Alex couldn't respond. How many years had passed since then? Now, he was a baron of the kingdom and the chieftain of the barbarians. More than anything else though, what worries me is the fact that I know what he's like. He tilted his head in question. Trust me, Alex, no matter how reckless he seems, if he's the one doing it, then I can guarantee he's thought it through. Alex still couldn't understand what she was telling him, of course. However, he kept the thought to himself, as he didn't want to be rude and refute his own superior's words of advice. Thunk, thunk. The carriage kept up its breakneck pace down the road before arriving at the military platform. Crackle. New information arrived through a message stone. They've arrived. Baron Yondell and the barbarian warriors have reached the magic tower. Please hurry and send support. Even before the shocking report arrived, his superior was taking deep breaths like she was fighting back nausea. It was as if she were preparing herself. Chapter 496, Quest 1. Marco Tawia got his first job working in the kitchen as a teenager. Ever since then, he had taken an interest in cooking and honed his talents, until finally at 30 of age, he opened his first, small store under his name 2 years ago down on Revision Boulevard. He was also the husband of a beautiful wife and the father of 2 kids, and though he still felt like a kid on the inside, he did his best to become the breadwinner for his family without any complaints. Whenever he felt he was being wronged, he held it in, and if could hold it in no longer, he would go far away from anyone else to let out his pent-up frustrations, before heading back home as his regular self. By the time he came to his senses, he was already climbing up the stairs and yelling out alongside countless barbarian warriors, "Today, we conquer the magic tower." Those words were what brought Marco Tawia back to reality. At that moment, he was shoulder to shoulder with the very barbarian warriors he never imagined he would be involved with in his lifetime. Not only that, he was running straight toward a wizard who could easily defeat them all with magic. He finally remembered where he was, the magic tower. It was the place he had seen from afar all his life yet never once entered. How did this happen? As he continued to climb the stairs with countless other barbarians pushing him from behind, he had a thought. Yondell. Bjorn Yondell is leading thousands of barbarian warriors to the magic tower. The rumored hero, Bjorn, son of Yondell, turned out to be an incredible person. Seeing him in person was exhilarating and intoxicating. It felt as if his presence alone had an aura that made it impossible for anyone to stop him in his tracks. These people, they are wizards who made illegal commissions through the black market for the hearts of barbarians. The hero's powerful words in the square sent Marco's heart racing for the first time in a long while. Before he knew it, just like the rest of the crowd, he was also raising his voice and bellowing at the magic tower. Yet, it was definitely back then that he joined them. "AB barrier, what do we do? What do you mean? But how did he end up here? It wasn't like he would be of any help in the first place. Just break through it." Rah. He always did his best to make sure no harm came to his family, so why was he suddenly following them up the stairs now? Slam, slam, slam. A wall made from barrier magic blocked their path. "Baron Yondell, stop. This is as far as you go." From beyond the translucent barrier, a wizard arrogantly yelled at them. Slam. As if he didn't hear them, Bjorn continued to wield his hammer. Watching him up close, Marco realized, "Chieftain, you can't break through magic like. Didn't I tell you before? What? If you can't break through something, that just means you aren't strong enough." There was only one reason why he ended up here. "I am, and we are strong." Because that man was strong. Crack. No matter what stood in his path, he did his best to break through it and push forward. The barrier is breaking. Marco wanted to see it. Even though today's trek might just be one of the many rugged paths that man conquered during his life, and even if he couldn't do much to help that man on his journey, he wanted to see it at least once. Crush. The giant, Bjorn, son of Yondell. He wanted to see what that man was made of. The magic tower, home to the most important subjects of this kingdom, the wizards, had never once been subjugated despite its long history and was, thus, considered an impregnable fortress. I, however, disagreed with that. What do they mean impregnable? It's just because no would-be invaders had a reason to try and conquer it. The tower was an organization entirely composed of wizards, meaning it completely disregarded the balance between damage dealers and tanks. Though the different types of magic prepared by the wizards were a pain in the ass to break through, it was nothing close to impregnable. What's more, they don't all seem to be on the same page. Right now, justification and public opinion were on my side. Since the magic tower was composed of hundreds of different schools with varying fields of interest, many of the wizards presented and bother stepping forward to stop me despite the invasion. "Don't stop us. We only want the criminals." Many of the schools that were unrelated to the incident simply closed the doors to their labs, waiting for the storm to pass. Still, there were many wizards who did step forward to stop us, since they couldn't stand the idea of being disrespected by the barbarians. Damn it. My casting was interrupted. Most of the wizards of the magic tower focused on research, so they weren't accustomed to battle. They had instead spent day after day trapped in their labs, studying magic and theory. It was unfair to expect them to perform like a battle wizard. Not only that, they also had another issue to contend with. Master. Let's just burn them all. Before they break through the barriers. We can't. Can't you see? Alongside the barbarian warriors who were storming through the magic tower was a group of civilians who had joined them. "Master, they aren't civilians. They're just riders. We already received an official notice from the military. We are forbidden to harm any civilians. But we won't last much longer in this state. They've already made their way up here, we just have to hold out a bit longer, until the military troops arrive." then victory will be ours. Thanks to the civilians who joined us, the wizards were unable to use their greatest advantage, an AoE attack. Instead, they could only cast defensive magic. You have cast swing. The destructive power of blunt weapons has increased significantly in proportion to muscle strength. Thanks to that, we were able to make our way up the stairs one floor at a time while smashing through the barriers they set up. Dirty savages. You will regret this. The wizards we caught were tied up with a rope and made our prisoners. Bjorn, you go up. We'll continue searching this floor. With each floor we went up, a few warriors stayed behind to search the floors for the remaining wizards. Einar, only search through the schools that didn't show up on the list later. But those bastards might be hiding themselves there. Just do it later. There was a chance that we might search the entire tower and not find a single criminal on our list. I also wanted to avoid making enemies with the other, innocent schools. Our accomplishments so far would be enough to instill a sense of fear into these wizards every time they come across a barbarian for the rest of their lives. I have to make sure not to cross the line here. If I do, all of the schools within the magic tower may end up uniting, which will be a major issue for my future plans. Like I said, you can't kill anyone. You can only capture them. Got it? That was why I continued to emphasize that fact whenever I could. If we broke through the floors and killed every wizard we encountered, we would be relegated to intruders without just cause. Are we already on the 30th floor? As I continued to climb the tower, I was met with more barriers. It's the Baron. The Baron is here. The wizards gathered behind the translucent barrier looked at me nervously. Baron, turn around right now. Do you know how many laws you've broken? Again, they tried to persuade me as they insulted my name. I didn't plan on stopping just yet, though. Crack. I swung my hammer square into the barrier. After using swing about 10 times, the barrier slowly began to crack. However, I noticed that the higher I went, the stronger the barriers became, and that wasn't the only bad news. Chief Ta'ane, the Royal Army. The Royal Army has arrived. Military backup had arrived. They showed up sooner than I had expected. They must have gotten a deployment order the moment we entered the city. Damn it. This city is unnecessarily fast when it comes to these things. It's over. Lay down your weapons and give up, warriors. The wizards brightened when they heard the report, then resumed yelling at us from beyond the barrier. It made sense. Even if we tried to bulldoze as far as we could, the Royal Army would stop us before we would conquer the entire tower. Fine. That's that. Then, without warning, the barrier blocking the stairwell to the next floor was broken. The wizards, who had been trying to maintain it with their magic power, ran further upstairs in a panic, but the warriors were able to capture a few of them. Chieftain, what do? We have to go higher, quickly. Now that the military was getting involved, the warriors were getting worried. However, I stopped our attack on the upper floor and gave new orders. Bring me all the criminals we've captured. Oh, okay. We'll bring them here. We did the best we could. From now on, it was up to luck. If we were able to at least find one of the criminals on the list somewhere on the bottom 31 floors of the tower, then that would make my future plans much easier. At the same time, however, things would become a lot more troublesome if we didn't. I sighed. So it was the result. Bjorn. It didn't take long before Einar showed up. With one hand, she held 3 wizards by their necks as if she was showing off her prey. Extralin Flacco from the Malin School, Mahilo Ostquin of the Bebektal School, and Kul Mimendrik of the Elders School. One of them was not among the 22 wizards that I had named before. That didn't matter now, though. I hadn't listed all of them back then. If I had said all their names in advance, then I would have given them time to escape to a safe place. Well done, Karen. Einar. I asked them if there were any difficulties while subduing them, but they said it wasn't much of an issue. For some reason, all 3 of these guys didn't try to run away, and instead just hid within their own schools. It's a shame we couldn't find that bastard who made a commission for my heart, but I can settle for this. I'd end up meeting them eventually. In fact, everything we were doing now was a springboard for that goal. This is a misunderstanding, your lordship. We'll know soon enough if that's true. What's the situation downstairs, Einar? The warriors are blocking them, but they won't last long. When I was down there, they had already made it up to the 4th floor. We'll have to get started. Then, I activated the recording crystal ball that I prepared in advance, then quickly looked around before handing it to a man when our eyes briefly met. He was an ordinary person who had followed us up to the 31st floor. What's your name? It's Marco Tawia, your lordship. Marco Tawia. I'll remember that. Now, I have a favor to ask you. Can you stand over there and hold this? Make sure to hold it so it records my face and theirs. It would be an honor. But, can a regular person like me do such an important task? He trembled, afraid of making a mistake. I tapped him on the shoulder with a smile on my face. I trust you. I actually trusted him much more than my fellow barbarians. How could I give those barbarians such a delicate device that they had never held before? Marco Tawia, I repeated, engraving his face and name clearly into my mind. Leave it to me. Now that I had found my cameraman, it was time to hurry up and begin the interrogation. Although this place was bursting at the seams with wizards, there was no need to drag one here to cast verification magic for us. I already had my own. You have used misplaced trust. I'd been able to clear out my pockets quite a bit recently, but this was still an item I had lying around that I'd been wanting to use. Extraling Flacco, Mahilo Osquin, Cool Memendrick. I spoke as I looked down at the three wizards that were tied up. Now, say it again. Has there been a misunderstanding? When these guys were first arrested, they screamed and yelled saying how they were being wronged, but now, their mouths were glued shut. They knew it was impossible to lie in front of this item. Their silence was proof. However, for the sake of having evidence, I needed a clear answer. You are being accused of treason. I tightened the leash to the point they couldn't breathe, and their response came right away. Treason? That's ridiculous. It was difficult to remain silent when you were threatened with something that could even lead to the death of your entire family. I never committed treason. I never even thought of it. See how I'm answering you? That means it's the truth. The wizards quickly defended themselves as they glanced to the side, toward the crystal ball that was recording them. It was obvious they would be scared when I brought up treason. But your intentions were the same, no? Isn't it true that you held hands with traitors of the Empire? Held hands with them? I only made a calm. Right when they were about to answer, unfortunately, things were cut short. Someone had really interrupted us. That's enough, Baron Yondell. The grave voice reverberated around the entire floor. As he spoke, a magic circle was drawn on the floor and began to emit a blue light. Step, step. I turned my head toward the sound, to see an old man walking down the stairs. It was my first time seeing him, but I recognized him at first glance. He was the master of the Langman School and the third brother of Duke Kilunas, Teschel and Langman Kilunas. It was the Lord of this magic tower. Chapter 497, Quest 2. Sometimes, a person could intimidate and utterly overwhelm others with just their eyes and presence alone. That was exactly what Teschel and Langman Kilunas was doing. Lord. He was about 5'7" with a frame not so different from other wizards and skin that had become rather wrinkly with his age. To be honest, if it weren't for that shoulder-high cane he was holding, I would think he was just an ordinary old man walking down the street. Step. However, as he slowly walked down the stairs, none of the warriors were able to utter a peep. That gaze was sharp, unlike his age. However, that wasn't the true reason why the warriors were dead silent. They too felt instinctively. Although the area of expertise between wizards and warriors was vastly different, there was no doubt which of the two was stronger. Baron Bjorn Yondell. When he finally reached the bottom step, he looked up at me for a moment before saying, "You really are just like my older brother described. It's a pleasure to meet you." His reaction caught me off guard. It was hard to believe that the lord of this tower would react to me, a barbarian, in such a polite way, especially after I'd broken inside with thousands of warriors. One would think he had gone insane or something. Step. As I took a large step forward, he took a step backward. The motion confirmed that suspicion of mine. He's purposely staying out of range. Right now, the Lord of the Magic Tower was taking particular care to stay out of range of misplaced trust. However, I pretended as if I hadn't noticed and grunted. "Well, I can't say that I'm all that glad to see you here. Right now, I'm busy interrogating the criminals." While I had spoken in an outwardly hostile tone, he replied with a smile. "How about we put aside our emotions and have an honest conversation first?" His response was calm, almost as if he had the upper hand in this situation. Honest conversation, my ass. Did this old man not know a thing? If you acted like that, how could you expect a barbarian to understand you? I refuse. I told you, we are busy interrogating the criminals now. But surely you know that they won't say a word now that I've arrived. That was true. The three wizards we had tied up all had a glimmer of hope in their eyes because this old man had appeared. If they weren't going to talk, I was planning on using force. But since this old man is here, I guess that option is off the table. You can take your time deciding on what to do. But at this rate, the royal army will soon arrive. I didn't need much time. All right, if there's something you want to say, tell me. First, will you send your people away? Only the warriors. Marco will stay here. Marco? Are you talking about that man over there? Marco, who was focused on filming everything, flinched when the Lord of the Magic Tower glanced at him. It was only natural that he would get scared, seeing such a powerful person look his way. The royal family has a right to know everything that takes place here. Is that so? Are you denying that fact? Of course not. As a subject of this city, I wouldn't dare interfere with the affairs of the royal family. But, he slowly trailed off and glanced at Marco once more. Crack, eek. The crystal ball broke in Marco's hands, and he fell backward, startled. It seems that's broken. So that was how he wanted to play things? I bought it here at the Magic Tower too. I guess it was a defect. A magic-powered device is bound to occasionally malfunction, no matter how well made it is. However, since you purchased it here, I will apologize on behalf of the Magic Tower. If you tell me the exact location where you purchased it, I will have them provide you with new ones. What an interesting old man. Ainer, take everyone downstairs, including Marco. Will you be okay? I nodded at her as she quickly took everyone downstairs. You three should take a nap for the time being. The three wizards suddenly fell to sleep on the floor, all at once. The old man had used basic sleeping magic on them. With that, only the two of us remained. Alright, you've sent everyone away, now tell me, I demanded. What do you have to say? I will be brief since there's not much time. He then took 3 steps forward, entering Misplaced Trust's radius and looking directly at me as he said, the magic tower will ban all research using a barbarian heart from this day forward. That means anyone who is caught researching it will be punished accordingly, as if they were studying a taboo. And, as for those who went to the black market to buy them, they will also be punished. What's the punishment? They will no longer be associated with a magic tower. Simply put, they would be fired. You may see it as a light punishment, but please understand our situation and know that we can't punish them any further for such a crime. He spoke as if worried I wouldn't agree, but I was actually more than happy with his offer. I may have made noise about execution and treason, but it was impossible to actually prove a crime of that level. Of course, if anyone tries to buy a barbarian heart through the black market in the future, the punishment will be much worse, he elaborated. It will be no different than trying to obtain a forbidden item, after all. Alright, he even made sure to add a preventative clause for the future as well, and we will not submit any complaints about your unauthorized intrusion into the magic tower today. You broke inside to scold us harshly for our crimes, but after hearing your side, we agreed to our wrongdoings, and you eventually forgave us. That's the story that will be known to the public. I was left speechless. Even though I knew he couldn't lie within the radius of misplaced trust, I couldn't believe what he was saying. Are you serious? This old man was willing to officially admit that the magic tower was defeated by the barbarians. I am. Rather than feeling overjoyed, the only thing I felt was unease. Nothing came free in this world. So what do you want in return? When I asked bluntly like a barbarian, he responded with a name. Master of the Triton School, Barrett, the same wizard that requested for my heart on the black market. Please remove the charges you made against her. I sighed. So this was all about her. I paused to collect my thoughts before asking him, is that woman really worth it? She's an incredible wizard. She was momentarily blinded by her greed and ended up making a reckless decision. But I have no doubt that, one day, her research will greatly benefit this world. I didn't doubt him. It was clear that there was something special about this woman. Barrett. It seems I caught a bigger fish than anticipated. Whatever the case, I could just ask Amelia to investigate her later on. What do you think about my offer? I'm hoping to hear your answer now. Good. I agree. With that, the negotiations came to an end. It was a shame to let go of the charges against the woman who tried to kill me, but all things considered, it was still more than I had initially hoped for. There was no reason to be overly greedy. For some reason, though, the old wizard still seemed uneasy. Well then, I trust there are no hard feelings between us, right? He was gently questioning me, likely trying to take advantage of misplaced trust being active so he could see what I was thinking. What about you? I countered. Do you have hard feelings toward me? When I avoided answering him and sent the question back at him, he unexpectedly answered with a smile on his face. Of course I have no hard feelings toward you, your lordship. Nor did I have any to begin with. You are the chieftain of an entire race, so you're only doing what you must, right? It was a businesslike mindset. His response made it difficult to refuse to answer him now. Doing that would only put me at a disadvantage. So, he probed, may I hear what you think now? My honest feelings. I would be lying if I said I don't have any hard feelings. Thousands of my kind died in the labyrinth because you wizards were greedy for their hearts. Of course I hate you, but I turned my wrist just slightly so that the compass on misplaced trust was hidden as I answered him. Don't worry, I promise that as long as you don't come near us, we will not attack the magic tower again. It was a trick that only the person in possession of misplaced trust could use. Plus, you ended up being a much better guy than I was expecting. When I lied, it didn't work. It was largely uneventful after that. Eventually, the royal army made their way to the floor we were waiting on. They were shocked to see a baron of the empire and the lord of the magic tower peacefully having a conversation. The lord looked their way and immediately defended me, arguing that this situation was the wizard's responsibility and that we barbarians were not to blame. So, Lord Kilunas has asked Baron Yondell for forgiveness, and he accepted it. That's right. The military commander looked at us in disbelief but didn't pry any deeper. It didn't matter to them what sort of deal we ended up making. From the royal family's point of view, the fact that the incident didn't lead to a bigger dispute was all that mattered. What are you doing? Get to work. The commander then ordered all the barbarians and wizards that were detained to be set free while the Lord of the Magic Tower summoned the 36 wizards who were suspected of using the black market and handed them over to Moslin. But I'm afraid I don't see the wizard who is aiming for your heart among these 36. Baron Yondell. Using the black market was nothing but a misdemeanor. However, the attempted assassination of a noble was a felony punishable by execution. However, it was easy to drop the charges against her. Oh, her? I thought about it some more. and I don't know if I remembered her name correctly. There were so many names to remember, I got confused. I'll tell you later if I ever remember who it was, I see. Master of the Triton School, Lorendal Garland Barrett. The inspector seemed to notice that she was a part of the deal we made, but simply left it at that. None of that actually mattered to them, after all. Thankfully, everything ended peacefully. Oh, but since you caused a disturbance in the city without royal permission using over 1,000 warriors, you are unfortunately going to have to pay a fine. I hope you can at least be understanding of that, he injected, pleading with me to pay this small fine and not cause any more trouble. The inspector then escorted the wizards back to their magic tower, signaling my time to head back home. Don't worry, your lordship. If their crimes are confirmed, we will make sure they are appropriately punished. Alright, then I'm leaving. I'm hungry. With that, I started to walk back home. As I headed back, Aner suddenly ran after me and dragged me back to the Holy Land like she had been waiting for me. Boom, boom, boom. The Holy Land was already in full swing with a festival commemorating our victory against the magic tower. Even though we didn't prepare anything in advance, the warriors were satisfied just dancing, singing, and downing alcohol like water. The scale of it was bigger than any festival I had seen before. Even the barbarians scattered throughout the city came back to the Holy Land to celebrate. Bjorn, chieftain, you mean, chieftain, say something. Everyone is waiting for you. When the time was ripe, Aner pushed me to give a celebratory speech. Of course, I kept it short in good old barbarian fashion. Wahoo, woon, behel, ah. My one-sentence speech was enough to make the already frenetic atmosphere even louder. I can't miss this opportunity to advertise. I ordered Karen to have our comrades spread stories about real estate to the other barbarians. They all spread apart as they brilliantly executed their duties, becoming perfect advertisers. Did you know? Victory isn't over with just this. There's something else we should do. Now we will prosper even more, and the price of housing will rise even higher. Everyone who doesn't buy land now is a fool. What? You're going to spend your magic stones on a new weapon? What year is it? Why would you use it to buy a new weapon when you can buy land? This will surely help our real estate plan. After enjoying the festival some more, I secretly left the Holy Land to return home. When I stepped inside, Amelia was waiting for me on the couch in the dark living room. Yandel, do you have some disease? One that makes it impossible for you to live just one day quietly. Amelia seemed irritated for some reason. Maybe it was because I didn't tell her the details of my plan when I broke into the black market. Thinking that was the most likely reason, I quickly responded, I'm sorry, I didn't even discuss it with you beforehand, and I went and did my own thing. Amelia's expression softened, as if I had given the perfect response. So you know, you just smiled, right? What are you talking about? You smiled. I'm sure I saw it. Don't insult me. What the hell does she mean by insult? When I sat on the sofa with a grin, Amelia cleared her throat, then asked, so, do you feel better? This woman can always read me like a book. It was a strange feeling, but I replied to her honestly. Yeah, very much so. Amelia nodded her head. That's good. After a moment of silence, we changed the topic to talking about our days. Seeming to have heard us chatting, Erwin also came downstairs, rubbing her eyes as she joined us. The next morning, they were here. It's me, Bjorn. A visitor that I'd been waiting for arrived. Chapter 498, Quest 3. Despite the table of finely brewed tea and the handful of formal refreshments that Orion had prepared with the utmost hospitality, an awkward silence filled the room. Miss Shaw was eventually the first to break it. These snacks, these are snacks from Lubet's Bakery. They're not bad, but the ones from Neelan Bakery are cheaper and will probably suit your taste more. Why was she talking about snacks all of a sudden? I thought it was strange, but I figured that she must have just been trying to make small talk to ease some of the tension in the air. Really, I don't know much about stuff like that since Orion takes care of it himself. Oh, right. You don't know who. I know. Augen Rockrobe, he's your navigator. Yet, once again, the conversation came to an end as an awkward atmosphere drenched the room. Oh, why am I so nervous? If it was going to hurt anyway, might as well just rip off the bandage. With that settled, I quickly brought up the main topic of today. Since you came here, you must have made up your mind, Miss Shaw. Yeah, so what did you decide to do? When I asked bluntly, Miss Shaw hesitated for a moment before replying, your new clan. I'll join. Really? Yet, her nod finally allowed me to relax. I thought she would refuse, given how she kept fidgeting and hesitating over there. I even prepared myself beforehand. As long as you and your colleagues don't, I responded firmly before she could even finish her sentence. Of course everyone's going to welcome you. Right, I forgot. You and Erwin aren't on good terms? It's fine. I'm sure you'll be able to be close like you two were before. She's a lot better now as well. Oh, is that so? Why don't I call them down now? You weren't able to really chat with them last time. Since we're all going to be heading into the labyrinth together now, we should all have a good time together. Miss Shaw looked taken aback but eventually nodded her head in agreement. I quickly left her as I went upstairs to grab Amelia and Erwin. However, once we came down to the living room, the suffocating awkwardness was still there. After sitting in silence for an unbearable amount of time, Amelia let out a heavy sigh, then glanced toward me. Nothing's going to happen at this rate, so she must have decided to take the initiative. Yandel, wait upstairs, huh? If you want us to get along, don't talk back and just get going. You being here is only bothering us. I was kicked out from the get-go. Amelia, Erwin, and Miss Shaw talked for about an hour. Eventually, Amelia came up to my room and knocked on my door, telling me it was okay to come down. I rushed back down to the living room on the first floor, but the situation was completely different than I had expected. They were neither getting along nor fighting. Instead, everything looked in disarray, as if a hurricane had just passed by. Amelia, I asked, dumbfounded, what happened here? After a long conversation, the three of us have decided to get along from now on. Amelia replied like nothing happened. That's great and all, but I wasn't talking about that. It looks like something broke. Oh, that? Don't worry about it. While we were talking, my hand slipped. How did it make any sense for the entire living room to be in such a mess just because her hand slipped? As I looked around at the rest of them, Erwin quickly avoided my gaze. That's right. Her hand slipped. So they all agreed with this excuse? I then turned my gaze to Miss Shaw, but she kept her mouth shut without giving me a proper response. Well, since nobody is hurt, I guess it's fine. I decided to stop questioning them about the living room. I wasn't that clueless. They must have argued for a bit, but it looks like everything turned out okay. Though if I had to make a more accurate guess, I would say that Miss Shaw and Erwin were probably still at odds, but Amelia agreed to mediate between them. Then, I'll head up first. Erwin quickly went back to her room like she was running away. Miss Shaw also got up from her seat. Will go too. Then, where are you going? Why don't you just stay here? We have a lot of empty rooms. Well, I thought about it, but I think it would be better if I lived separately. Me being here will only make things more uncomfortable. I heard that Aner was doing the same. That's true. Aner told me that the Holy Land is pretty interesting these days, so she prefers to spend her time there as the first elder. So, can you let me go? I let go of Miss Shaw's wrist, which I had grabbed. She gently touched the part that I was holding, as if I had grabbed her too tightly. Goodbye. Then, Miss Shaw quickly left through the front door. In the end, I was unable to overcome the line that was drawn between us. The three of you. What did you guys talk about? I'd asked Amelia out of frustration, but again, she didn't give me a proper answer. That's a secret between us girls. There's no need for you to know. There wasn't even a single clue I could glean from that to figure out what in the world those three discussed. The day after Miss Shaw's visit, another guest showed up at our front door. Raven, can I come in? Yeah, of course. Ever since she ran tests on Erwin's new essence, Raven has been busy taking care of her work. It had been a while since she last visited. Your house is smaller than before. Oh, right. It's your first time here. I quickly gave her a tour of the house as Ian prepared refreshments for us. The two of us sat down to enjoy them. As we talked, I'm sure you didn't come here just because you're bored. What's the matter? What's the matter? How can you ask me that after what you did? So it was about the magic tower. She let out a heavy sigh but, surprisingly, didn't complain much. She knew the circumstances surrounding the event. Even though my way of handling it was a bit extreme, at the end of the day, I was just doing my job as the chieftain. More importantly, everything ended smoothly. What kind of magic did you use on him? This was the real point of her visit. I can't understand why the Lord of the Magic Tower would concede so much for you. To be honest, I thought for sure that it was going to lead to war. You came because you were curious about that, more or less. I hesitated but decided to tell her the full story, including the deal I made with the Lord. I actually wanted her advice on it. Lorendal Garland Barrett, she murmured. He conceded all of that to protect her. Do you know anything about her? Not really. In the past, we didn't talk much since our ranks were different. And after I joined the military, I barely visited the magic tower. Still, you're a wizard just like she is. I'm sure you know more than me. Any information you have will do. Then, Raven hesitated for a moment before admitting, Lorendal Garland Barrett is the most proficient and well-known wizard when it comes to papers and research on a barbarian's heart. In fact, the Triton School itself is primarily focused on researching it. So that's why she wanted my heart. Probably. There's a good chance that she made the request because she sincerely wanted to research your heart. And that must mean there's a good chance her research is something the Magic Tower is highly interested in. It seems so. Otherwise, there was no reason for the Lord of the Magic Tower to give up so much just to save her. Raven, could you look into it for me? Alright. I'm curious as well. I'll do my own investigation and share it with you if I find anything interesting. Thanks. That was the end of the topic, but since Raven was already here, I decided to ask a question of my own. Raven, Hypothetically, and I do mean this completely hypothetically, has anyone gained knowledge from the labyrinth? Knowledge. Yet, knowledge. Like for example, someone suddenly gains the ability to read and write in the ancient language even when they couldn't before. Raven jumped to her feet and smacked the table. Ancient language? You can read it now. And no, I was just giving an exam. What do you mean? Example. It's obviously about you. These women around me are always so quick-witted. I decided to admit it to her. She wouldn't believe me if I said no. Anyway, yet, I can read in the ancient language now. How much? I'm not sure. I've never tried it. So, before I could finish my sentence, once again, Raven made a ruckus as she quickly pulled out a book from her subspace, forcing me to read what was, of course, the text written in the ancient language. Maniarsis earnestly asked for his wife's return, but Caprakidak flatly refused his request. He believed that he could love her more than the former ever could. What kind of book is this? It doesn't matter. Keep reading. So Maniarsis drew his sword and stabbed it into his rival's heart. As Caprakidak bled, he reached his hand out, but the only thing he could do was. Raven's expression darkened as I continued to read the book to her. That's a book I can't even read properly without a dictionary. So that's how it was. Raven was even considered to have studied ancient languages quite a bit compared to most wizards. Muddinabayar Buckrith, what did you just say? That means, I can even speak an ancient language. When I shrugged my shoulders, she was left completely dumbfounded. It took a while before she could get a hold of herself and retort, Mr. Yandel, can I punch you? Raven raised her small fist, which didn't look threatening at all, toward me. Kiatho kiki hukueku. Oh, that means, I don't want to get hit, in. Are you making fun of me? In the end, I got punched. The one who was left with a bruise was the one hitting me, though. Seriously, what's wrong with you, Mr. Yandel? Sorry. Anyway, back to my story. Have you heard of a case like this before? As far as I know, no. There hasn't been anything like this. But, what happened? Was it a reward? Is it related to the fact that your name was written down on the Stone of Honor? Well, something like that. Can you tell me? Raven asked cautiously. Despite her caution, I decided there was no need to keep it a secret from her. We may not have been as close with each other as when we were teammates, but she was still someone who helped me even knowing that I was an evil spirit. I also needed a wizard's insight. What you experienced there wasn't just an illusion. No, it must have actually happened in the past. There is clearly some connection between the Lord of the Floor and the witch. When Raven heard my story, she couldn't hide her excitement. This is a great discovery. This proves the hypothesis that the labyrinth isn't another dimension. Maybe the labyrinth's dimensional coordinates aren't by space, but rather, the axis of time. I, of course, didn't understand a thing she was saying. Axis of space, time, or whatever. None of it really made any sense to me. Is that so? Versil Gowland. What did she say? She's a wizard too, right? I'm sure after making such a great discovery, she's researching it. No, she wasn't all that interested in it, honestly. Why what? It was because Versil was also a player. Players like us, we didn't have all that much interest in the history of this world. We pretty much just ignored it. And no way, even though she's a wizard, if I was there. Raven had been shouting as if outraged, but she suddenly stopped talking. If you were there. Never mind. It's pointless. Anyway, the mood suddenly died. For some reason, I felt like I had to change the subject, and quickly. I hastily brought up some news that I was sure would make Raven happy. Oh, that's right. I have some other news to tell you. News. Mistra came back. I briefed her on our reunion with Mistra and how she decided to join our clan. Is that so? That's great. What's with her reaction? I'll tell you her address later, so you should pay her a visit too. I'm sure Mistra will be happy if, later. I should get going now. I've got work to take care of. Raven then left the house as if fleeing, a dark expression on her face. After Raven left, I went back to my busy day. I stopped by the Holy Land to see if Rotmiller was adapting well. Then, I swung by the dwarf's blacksmith shop to check on his progress. I even summoned all the clan members to discuss our next expedition as well. Most of the following days were made up of similar menial tasks, but they didn't take up all of my day. Today, for example, I had something else to do. We are delighted to welcome you to the house of Viscount Goodrix. I visited Viscount Goodrix's mansion after receiving a letter of invitation from him. He was one of the members of Melbeth, which is made up of 31, no, now 32 noble houses. Haha, it's a pleasure to see you, your lordship. I am Viscount Goodrix. I'm sure you're busy as is, so I'm incredibly grateful that you took the time to accept my invitation. Since he was a dwarf, he spoke in a much more cheerful tone than the other nobles. However, since Lee still was a member of the nobility, he spoke in a roundabout way with no shortage of pleasantries. After signaling to him that he could skip through all of that, he finally got to the point. So, I asked, why did you call me? On behalf of Melbeth, we have a request for you, Baron Yandel. It was my first Melbeth exclusive quest. Chapter 499, Quest 4. Melbeth, a union made up of non-human nobles. By joining them, my Anabata clan was able to receive support through my title as barbarian.To, though in actuality, the clan itself didn't receive much physical money. Instead, they simply provided a location for us to build and make our clan house, and at a cheaper rate. They also gave us the option to take out loans through their public funds in the future. A request. That was why the request was all the more important. Even though it was called a request, it was more like a contract. If I fulfill their request, they'll be willing to treat me better. After all, my position among them will be all that much more valuable. In terms of the game, it was something like the accomplishment system. By fulfilling a quest, you were able to rise in rank. Naturally, the benefits increased as well. Still, before I blindly accepted their request, I first needed to check if it was even possible. What is the request? Rather than asking for the reward, the details of the quest had to come first. Information, information. What a complete curveball. Normally, a request belonged to one of these three categories: hunting, gathering, or fighting. But they wanted information? Viscount Goodrick sipped on his tea as he proceeded to slowly tell me the details. So, as you know, something incredibly big has happened recently. Don't beat around the bush and be straight with me. The Viscount, who was used to talking in a roundabout way like the noble he was, choked on his tea at my sudden response. He cleared his throat. I'm talking about how your name was written on the Stone of Honor. As you know, it says that a hidden area has been unlocked, and that likely refers to a new floor, he said, speaking clearly. Well, I don't know if it was all that clear, though. Even though he wasn't as direct as I would have liked, I was still able to understand what he was getting at. Since I was the one who accomplished the feat, he wanted information directly from me. Baron Yondell, aren't you already planning to explore the new area next time? We would like you to share the results of your expedition with us, whether it is really a new floor, where the entrance is, how to get in, what's inside, and such. As I collected my thoughts for a moment, he elaborated. And like I said before, this is a request that has been formally recognized by Melbeth's council. Upon completion of the request, you will be paid accordingly. What's the reward? It depends on the value and scarcity of the knowledge you provide. After all, we don't know anything about it yet. For all we know, knowledge of its entrance and the way to enter the floor might become common knowledge among all explorers. If that's the case, there's no reason to offer more than a common reward. On the other hand, if nobody else knows about it, it becomes all the more deserving. 13 houses have already agreed to it. 13. Well, everyone has a different opinion on this opportunity, but it's already been decided that your reward will be paid through the public funds of the 13 houses that have agreed to it. In other words, the other houses all deemed this request as a so-called waste. So that's why you met with me as the representative instead of a formal meeting with all the houses. That's correct. Unfortunately, we were unable to gain the majority vote when the idea was first suggested. But there's no need to worry. It has been officially approved, and as such, the public funds will be kept aside for the request, so there won't be any issues with you receiving your reward. Listening to the cumbersome process of how their public funds worked, I started to realize the issues with political groups. Still, they had their advantages. So, do you need time to consider? Not so much time, but I would like to ask a few questions first. Of course. What are you planning to do with the information? Viscount Goodrix took a moment to think my question over, then said, do you know what the most expensive rank 9 essence ever sold in history was? It was the deep salmon. It's not even all that good compared to other rank 9 essences, yet it was sold for 3.2 billion stones. Do you know why? It was my first time hearing it, but I could easily guess the reason. Because it was the first. Exactly. Because it was the first one found in a rift on the 9th floor. The magic tower paid as much as they could to buy it. It was simply worth that much? Even so, when I asked him if they wanted my information for money, he shook his head, saying that wasn't the case. Since ancient times, there have been countless treasures and opportunities with a newly opened area. For example, my Elmarin, the slayer of the sea dragons. Since he was the first to defeat the sea dragons, he gained incredible strength and power. After that moment, it was something that no one else in the history of the labyrinth was able to receive. So, the information we receive from you will be told to other explorers of each race. Only those that can be fully trusted. You want my information to make them stronger. That's right. The stronger non-human explorers become, the greater our strength will be as well. Although he kept talking in a roundabout way, I fully understood the point he was making. I knew exactly why Melbeth was making such a request to me. It convinced me as well. Of course, you must be unhappy that your valuable adventure or knowledge that you work for will be shared with us. Nevertheless, I promise that we will keep it confidential and only hand the information down to those we fully trust. With all the details revealed, he asked me one more time if I would accept. I quickly responded, all right, I accept the request. There's not even a penalty if I fail this quest, so there's nothing to lose by accepting it, right? Then I'll see you next time. After leaving his house, I went back home, then gathered my team members to share the news of our new quest. Some had concerns, but no one objected since we could still change our minds later after discovering the hidden area and evaluating it. Tick-tock. After discussing our future plans until late in the night, I reclined in bed. Amelia and Erwin sat on 2 chairs by the bed watching me. Terja, you don't have to be here as well. I don't want to leave. I'm going to stay here and protect Mr. as well. Are they still not getting along? We've been together for so long now. Why does nobody get along with each other? Tick-tock. I closed my eyes as I listened to the sound of the clock on the bedside table. Your soul has resonated and is drawn to a specific world. A month and a half had already passed. When I opened my eyes, I was back in Hanseley's room. I quickly went over to the computer to turn it on and enter the community. Long live course independence. 0 people are online. They're not here yet. I would just enter the room when the 2 of them came in later. In the meantime, I checked the online community board. As expected, people were already posting things. Did you all see the patch notes? I still can't believe I'm using such a term in this world. Does it make any sense that there are still hidden areas? Birdus Maximus. Reason why Dungeon and Stone is considered a god tier game equals over 10 years old and free and is still getting patched. These 99. In return, the game won't let us go home. Birdus Maximus. Yeah, this really is a god tier game. Dear God, please send me back home now. Looks like this patch was more shocking to the players than the natives of this world, I thought. Even though there were also posts about the Black Market and Magic Tower, most people were talking about the new area. But how come a new patch came out when Bjorn defeated the Lord of Terror? Did he do something wild like throw its dead body on a frying pan and eat it? Weird that there would suddenly be a new patch when all he did was defeat it. Futureless, because he did it in a team of 5. AI.To. Info 1. It wasn't a team of 5, but rather 4. Futureless. Then maybe the condition was defeating it in a group of 4. AI.To. Info 2. Bjorn Yandel wasn't the first to clear it in a group of 4. Futureless. So what's the conclusion? AI.To. Conclusion. There is a 92.24571% chance that Bjorn Yandel defeated the Lord of Terror after meeting a special condition. Writer. This guy's concept is hilarious. Naya creeps. But it's true though. Even the royal researchers think that Gabrielius's achievements were because he triggered a special condition. The players talked with each other, discussing the multiple possibilities of why a sudden patch came out. I assumed that something useful might come out of it since everyone was working together to figure it out. But in the end, no one had any idea what the special condition could possibly be. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. After looking through the community board, I hovered over the chat room again. Long live course independence. 2 people are online. Alright, both of them are here. I hurried into the room and when I entered, they suddenly looked my way as they greeted me. Big bro, you're here. Bicoli ran over to me and bowed down in an exaggerated way. Oh, you're here. Hiambilil only glanced at me, not saying much. When I walked past the 2 of them to sit on the sofa, Biko quickly sat down next to me. Big bro, did you know? Me and Hiambilil were having a conversation before you came, and it turns out, she still has feelings for you. Huh? The opening topic was a gut puncher. I gulped, quickly glancing toward Hiambilil, whose expression was stiff. I never said that. You don't believe him, right? Oh, of course not. I don't believe it. Bro, are you disappointed? I don't know why Big Sis is acting like that. When I asked her if she would date you again, she was even blushing. Oh, so that's what happened. What a relief. I was wondering how I could face Hiambilil in the future. I wasn't blushing. And even if I did, how is that your conclusion? Haha. Silence in itself is a strong affirmation. Bicoli, you're a piece of trash. Hiambilil quickly finished the conversation here, no longer falling for Biko's mischief. She then glanced toward me, a fierce look in her eyes. Hiambilil, I got it. I never trusted this guy in the first place. And Biko, stop fooling around. Alright, he seriously pisses me off. When I calmed the situation down, Bicoli continued to act cheeky with an irritating expression on his face. Seeing that, Hiambilil clenched her fist and when did the 2 of them become so close? I was curious, but I didn't bother asking. If I did, I worried that Hiambilil would have another fit again. Not to mention the fact that I could only meet Bicoli here once a month for an hour, so I couldn't waste any more time. Hiambilil. I decided to send Hiambilil away first while I talked to him. When I called her name, she quickly calmed down and unfurrowed her brows. She apparently already knew what I was going to ask her. Thanks to that, I didn't need to say much. I have something to say to Biko. I'll be back in an hour. Hiambilil glared at Biko once more before she left the chat room. Phew, she's such a funny person, right? Even though she always acts so intimidating, whenever she's with you she becomes so meek and quiet. Biko, yeah, don't tease her too much. Alright, I won't play any more pranks on her. I sighed inwardly. How could I control this kid? While I was lost in my thoughts, Bicoli suddenly brought up a new topic. By the way, bro, Yeah, so about Kitty, I mean, Miss Karlstein. Did you meet with her? Yeah, thanks to you. Maybe it was because so much time had passed, but things were awkward and distant with us. Still, I was sure that, with time, it would get better. Alright, then it was time to ask my question. But Biko, now that Miss Shaw has safely returned to me, I could finally bring up the question I wasn't able to ask last time. What is the record stone? It was time to stop being pushed around by a story I didn't even know. Chapter 500, Age of Exploration, 1. The first time I heard about the record stone was during my conversation with the GM. There's no reason for me not to believe him. At the very least, the record stone said it was true. After all, in his answer to my question on why he believed Oral Gavis's words, he implied they were close to prophecy, that a specific player would open the gate of the abyss in the future. The moment I heard his answer, I knew that Biko Lee probably had some connection to the record stone as well, because just like the GM, Biko Lee was also obsessed with the nickname Ilfnuna. Is that so? That day, I didn't want to do anything that might trigger Biko Lee, so I put my suspicions aside and didn't mention it. I also figured I should investigate it on my own first before asking him about it straight out, but even my own findings confirmed the results. There's no record of it in the library. Even Versa looked like that was the first time she'd heard of it. I spent some of my free time looking into it, but I couldn't find any information about the record stone. Thus, I was left with only one option: directly ask someone who could give me an answer. When I asked him, Biko Lee went silent. However, just as he had told Heon Bilal earlier, silence could also be a strong affirmation. Yeah, so he does know what the record stone is. It made sense for him to keep quiet and think it over before answering me, but he already passed the golden time to make it look natural. Nevertheless, Biko remained silent and stared at me, as if he were looking into my very soul. Bro, he finally broke his silence. It seemed as if he didn't even realize that the smile he'd worn earlier had disappeared. In a cold, subdued voice, he asked, "What did you hear about that?" For some strange reason, I felt a chill down my spine, but I didn't let it show. This guy always spoke with hidden intentions. Why was he so curious about finding out my source of information first? He must be curious about how much I know. Knowing what his intentions were, there was only one response I could make. I wonder. I had to respond with a vague answer without being impatient. That was how I would grab the initiative in this conversation. Does it matter where I heard about it? Biko's eyes never left me, watching me as I shrugged. He appeared to be deep in thought, wondering how to approach this conversation. Was I asking because I really didn't know what the record stone was? Or did I know something, and I was just trying to cross-check information through him? Then how should he answer me? Or maybe he couldn't? As time slowly passed us by, I could feel him carefully thinking about how to answer me. Deciding that giving him any more time wouldn't do me any good, I quickly persisted. Even though it would feel sudden to him, that made this move all the more effective. Ilfnuna. I brought up the subject that would confuse him the most. No matter how large the tree, if you continued to shake it, at least one leaf was bound to fall. When I mentioned the nickname neither of us had talked about before, Biko's eyes suddenly began to tremble ever so slightly. His reaction wasn't enough, which is why I quickly made the next move. You already know. That person is me. It was time to put one of my cards on the table. What do you mean by that? Biko was quick to respond. The reaction was neither positive nor negative, just a simple question. It was a pattern you would often find in people who lie. Responding with a neutral question rather than another lie put their heart at ease. That only meant I needed to push further. Biko, have you noticed? Ever since we first met, not once have I talked about Ilfnuna with you. I tapped my finger on the text above my head that said Ilfnuna. Don't you think it's weird? It was an inescapable ploy. Checkmate. Crackle. The sound of the burning firewood filled the heavy silence between us. Instead of pushing him anymore, I gave Biko some time to collect his thoughts. Normally in situations like these, silence would become even more uncomfortable for a liar. Bro, after a long moment of silence, Biko Lee finally cracked. What do you want to ask me? This guy still intended to walk the tightrope with me. It was that familiar mindset of wanting to give the bare minimum while taking as much as he could. The solution to that was simple. It's not what I want to ask. When the opposition tightly restricted information, it was best to toss the decision to them. Where did I hear about this? How much do I know? None of that is important. I just want to listen. Crackle. To hear how you're going to answer me. Now, the decision was in Biko Lee's hands. He came to a decision faster than I anticipated. Ha, you're seriously intense. Bro, seriously, I can't ever win against you. At some point, he suddenly went back to the way he was acting before. From my position, it looked as if he had a dual personality. At first, I was taken aback by it, but by now, I've gotten pretty used to it. I'll tell you everything. So what are you most curious about? This bastard is still acting like this. If I hadn't put up my guard, I might have fallen for it. I didn't answer him and, instead, just silently waited there, staring at him. Biko fidgeted around a bit before letting out a heavy sigh. Were you really an office worker before? When I was silent, he continued, saying, "I'm just curious, that's all. Just what kind of life did you have to live to become someone like that? What is this guy talking about?" Seeing that I was going to keep silent, Biko let out another deep sigh. Alright, I'll tell you. Honestly, I think you're just sounding me out. That must be why I'm so nervous. Well, maybe it would be best to just be honest at this point. Then answer me. Do you believe in fate? You're not even going to answer me? Then I'm just going to explain it however I want, regardless if you understand me or not. I told you already. All that's important is what you want to tell me. Fine, I got it. Biko seemed to give in, noticing that I wasn't planning to change my stance toward him anytime soon. After all, any question I answered, no matter how small, might lead to a bigger mistake. You know it too, right? That most of the ancient relics and myths were erased when this city was built. But did you know, one of those ancient objects that was erased was the record stone? And that record stone contains the entire history of the world. I'm not just talking about the history of the past, but also of the future as well. Isn't that just some ancient myth? That was what it felt like to me at least, but I decided to first just hear him out as Biko continued his story. Anyway, there is an end to the record stone. Of course, that end means the end of the world. And at the beginning of the end, that's where the witch comes into play. Though I honestly don't know much about that. There's only one thing I really know. I kept silent. Someone destroyed the record stone to prevent the end of the world. And because of that, this world still exists today. Still, I didn't say anything. The important thing here is this. The shards of the record stone are now scattered all across this world. As soon as I heard that, I instinctively sensed it. Fragment of record stone, a legacy left behind by Gabrielius, the object that sent both me and Amelia back in time. Some of the fragments were actually found, and 3 of them, I have even seen myself. I was taken aback by his remark. It actually made me pretty pissed, given what he told me before. Fragment of record stone? I heard of it, but to think it really exists. So the bastard had a habit of lying even back then. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt him mid-story, so for now, I held my tongue as he continued. We were finally getting to the important pieces of information. One of the fragments said this. Biko paused for a minute before saying, "So, an evil spirit from a different world who came here, was able to open the gate of the abyss and finally achieve his wish." The sentence seemed picked right out of a storybook. Since this evil spirit's name wasn't written with letters, it's impossible to say who it is. That's because in the record stone, people's names are written down in a unique pattern. Something about how it's the name attached to one's soul or something. He paused to hear if I would respond, then continued, saying, "But that's not the point. The main thing is that I've seen that same exact unique pattern written down on other fragments as well. And it said this, Badump, who was the first to pass the original test, opened their eyes as they arrived in this world." Only after hearing that did I finally understand why Oral Gavis was so obsessed with a person who cleared the game on the original difficulty. It also made sense why the GM was so interested in Elfnuna and, lastly, why Biko Lee was afraid of being on the wrong side of me. Big bro, you haven't said a word this entire time. If you didn't know anything about the record stone, then this part will really pique your interest. As I remained silent, gathering my thoughts, Biko carried on with his explanation. What's so important about these records anyway? Isn't it meaningless now that the stone is broken? At first, that's what I thought. But that's not the case. In fact, the last fragment I saw actually came true, and what was that? When I finally opened my mouth, Biko replied with a smirk, "That's a secret, what?" I glared at him, irritated with his cheeky attitude, but he acted like he didn't care. "I'm not going to tell you. Believe it or not, this is a personal issue, that's why. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you." If that was true, then there was no point in prying anymore. For some reason, when I heard him mention that it was a personal issue, I believed him. Yet, I think that's everything there is to say about the record stone, so how about I talk about Elfnuna next? When I nodded my head, Biko moved on to the next topic. I made this chat room after learning about the record stone, and I waited all this time. I was certain that the person who had the highest chance of clearing the original version of the game was none other than Elfnuna, that's why. And obviously, that person must be Korean. After that, well, it's just like you guessed. All this time, I thought that person might be you, but to think I was actually right. Biko opened his eyes wide as he looked my way, asking me, "That is you, right?" All this time, we'd been deceiving each other, unable to have an honest conversation. However, since he was willing to tell me this much, there was no reason to hide the truth any longer. I calmly affirmed it for him. That's right. Although he finally heard the answer coming from my own mouth, Biko didn't have much of a reaction. It must have been because he was already certain of it beforehand. He simply nodded his head. "I think I told you everything I can. What do you think? Does that answer all your questions?" "No, not yet." I shook my head. Most of my questions were answered, but one important thing remained. It might just be the most important question of all. Why were you keeping this a secret from me this whole time? What was Biko's aim? After hearing you out, it doesn't seem like something you needed to hide from me. When I directly confronted him, Biko answered, "Fate is like the monkey's paw." His reply came with a bitter smile and a voice that sounded rather lonely, monkey's paw. I looked at him in confusion, urging him to explain in detail, but he simply shrugged his shoulders, as if he had already done so. What? You don't know what a monkey's paw is? I know what it is, but why are you suddenly saying that? It's like I said, the records written on the record stone are bound to happen, no matter what. However, it's impossible for me to know if what I want will truly happen, continue. Big bro, I'm certain that, one day, you will open the gate of the abyss, but does that mean it will be a happy ending? Your wish might come true, but what about mine? That's why I haven't told you about it until now. That way I could buy some time to try and change your wish to become mine. I think I understood what he meant. After all, I did something like that before as well. Amelia's older sister Laura died. Back then, I tried all sorts of things to change the future and ultimately succeeded. So maybe Biko Lee was trying to do the same. That was probably why he showed his true colors the moment I told him that I didn't want to return home. Then why did you team up with a Fallen Scholar? If he was going to answer everything I asked, I figured I'd ask one more question. I'm sure you didn't just become friends with him because you needed a wizard on your team. Biko's expression hardened for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you have some lie detector in your head or something? A lie detector in my head? How the hell would that make any sense? Just answer me. It's the last question. Although I urged him to answer quickly, Biko was slow to respond. I don't know how this will sound to you, but it's fine. Just say it. That old man. You don't have to worry about him. He's just my plan B. Plan B. Yes, it's not like the world always goes the way you want, right? Biko smiled as he answered me, as if hiding all his thoughts and feelings deep within himself. I need to have a backup in case I have to abandon plan A, because I'm definitely going to leave this shitty place. Chapter 501, Age of Exploration, 2. Plan B. The moment I heard that, I had a bad feeling. So, does that answer all your questions? Yeah, pretty much. I no longer felt as hostile toward Biko Lee as I once did. It was better to think of him as someone who honestly answered all my questions rather than someone who was trying to deceive me and hide his intentions with a smile. Even if I ask you what your plan B is, you're not going to tell me, right? I really can't tell you. I need to have at least one card left, right? I sighed. Still, he had a point. Although it was a shame I couldn't hear it, I understood why he couldn't tell me about it and, instead, chose to move on. It wasn't like I had told him everything either. We only showed each other as many of our cards as necessary. That was enough for now. Then, does this make me your enemy or your friend? I answered without much hesitation. I wonder. It feels like at best, we are temporary partners. Temporary partners. Yeah, that's right. Biko didn't seem to get quite what I meant by that. Well, it's a good idea to clear the air between us. I will cooperate with you to make sure you can go back home, I clarified. And in return, I help you whenever you need. Something like that. That's not so bad, but what if there's a disagreement or something goes wrong? I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. It was unlike Biko to speak in such a cautious and worried tone. Then we'll just have to go our separate ways. There's nothing else to it. I hope it doesn't happen, but like you said, it's impossible to guarantee that things will turn out the way you hope. Big bro, you're so cool. Yeah, so that plan B of yours, just keep working on it. I won't get in the way. Meanwhile, I'll also take care of what I need to do. It was human instinct to prepare for the worst. And in my opinion, anyone who didn't have that instinct was someone I wouldn't want as a partner. Temporary partners. Alright, let's do that. Biko reached his hand out as if he was happy with the idea. But why was he doing something so cringy now? Even though I hated it, I accepted his handshake. Hey, bro, I just got goosebumps. You don't have to tell me. I feel the same. After a short handshake, we each sat on the sofa with a smile on our faces. We should have done this from the start. I know. This actually wasn't all that bad of a feeling. After that, I continued to talk with Biko on the sofa. One of the topics we discussed was the hidden area. You gotta tell me, bro, just what in the world did you do? I don't know either. I think I activated a special condition somehow, but I really don't know how it happened. Really? That's a shame, but, even if you did know, that wouldn't change much. After all, a feat that's recorded on the Stone of Honor can only be done once. Oh, really? What? You didn't know? I guess you really don't know much aside from what was in the game. Well, that couldn't be helped. I practically lived in the library for a while there when I first came to this world, but the only information I could find there was public and basic. It's already time. I should get going. After talking about this and that, it was time for Biko to log out. Hey, I said to catch his attention, why don't we start meeting each other in the city from now on? I'd love to, but I don't think I can for a while. I'm going to go outside for a bit. Outside. You must be talking about outside the walls. Yet, I finally found a way out. I seriously searched through the underground city for so long to find one. Wait a minute, this sounds important. When I asked him to tell me the details, he shook his head, expression pinched in regret. I wish I could, but it's a bit difficult to tell you here. I'll send a letter to your house before I head outside. I'll even give you the instructions in case you want to go out as well. Thanks. Is this what people mean when they say that you should surround yourselves with smart people? Without lifting a figure, I'd procured a way outside the empire. Like Biko, I'd been curious about that for quite some time now. Still, I brought us back to the main point. But why do you want to go there? Oral Gavis. I think he's out there for some reason, so I'm going to look for him. I'm sure that old geezer has the answers to most of my questions. Come to think of it, I should have asked Biko about that old guy as well. Given our current relationship, he would give me an honest answer. Well, I guess I can just ask him next time. Well then, I'm off. See you next month. Yeah, see you. If you find him, let me know. Yep, like that. Biko Lee left. I sat on the sofa for a while as I stared at the fireplace, collecting my thoughts, before Bilil returned. You came back later than usual today. Do you think I just wait outside and stare at the number of people waiting to join back? Did she not? I thought that was what she did, given how she came in almost immediately every other time. So, your expression looks brighter than usual. What? You look like you took care of something that's been weighing on your mind. Oh, really? This woman was also strangely sharp when it came to that sort of thing. Without either denying or affirming her thoughts, she smiled and reclined on the sofa. As she lay down, I didn't know where to rest my eyes. Bilil, you know you're wearing a skirt, right? So, I'm wearing stockings. Oh, then, does that make it okay? For some reason, her words worked, and I found myself convinced to stand still. Bilil watched me with a smile on her face. Look at you, acting like that over something so minor. Now that I'm here, she whipped out a book from the middle of nowhere, as if it wasn't anything special, and started reading. What's that book? I asked cautiously. Where did you get it? Don't you know? This book is quite popular these days. I just looked at her in confusion. You really don't know, do you? Well, you know how you can buy and sell clothes that can be used in the community, right? Yet, Ghostbusters was surprisingly similar to certain online communities in that there was a currency system. You could use it for cosmetics, such as decorating chat rooms or your character, but I, of course, had never once used it. This book is just like that. Then there's nothing written inside. That's not at all what I'm saying. No, this book was written by somebody who used to write on the free community board. Since their posts were so popular, they consulted with an operator of the system to start making and selling books instead. Huh? That's interesting. Is it fun? Do you want to read it? Here, I have one of their older ones. Yeah, let me read through it. I took the book from her and began to read through it. It was a regular fantasy novel with a modern background, but from the very start, it was addicting. Nevertheless, it was hard to concentrate. I'm going crazy. Bilil was just reading her book. Sure, but why did she keep wiggling her feet like that? I'm stretching. My legs are numb. Did I say that out loud? No. Just looked like you were asking that in your head. I really can't do anything in front of this woman without her finding out. I decided to turn my back toward her, so I could focus on reading the book. The two of us continued to read in silence. Hey, it took me a moment to realize Bilil was talking. Huh? Don't you usually leave around this time? Why was this novel so interesting? Thanks to Bilil's reminder, I was able to quickly come to my senses and get ready to eat at the round table. I quickly apologized to her as I said goodbye, then hurried inside, throwing on the same navy suit I always wore and the lion mask on top since I was short on time. By the time I entered, 8 members had already arrived. You're here, Mr. Lion. Clown was the first to speak, greeting me in a friendly manner. Next, it was Fox, Crescent, Antlers, Queen, Butterfly, Wolf. There are 8 of them? Black Mask, one of the newbies that came last time, didn't seem to have come today. With that thought in mind, all of a sudden, Black Mask walked through the door on the opposite end of the room. She looked around the table for an empty seat, before sitting down. It's nice to see you, Miss Black. Goblin, who sat next to her, greeted her kindly. However, she simply crossed her arms, not saying a word back. For some reason, she also seemed like a powerful person. In any case, I walked over to my usual seat, which had been left empty. The moment I sat down, the doors of the round table slammed shut. There are 10 of us in total today, Queen muttered to herself. What a strange feeling, seeing so many people here. Crescent replied in a gentle tone. Queen, it makes sense why you would feel that way. Are you saying you don't feel the same way, Mr. Crescent? The one who replied to Queen was not Crescent, but one of the newbie trio whom I had first met last time. It was the one wearing the wolf mask, the same person who was given the title of returning user. Back when Master was here, there were times when there were more than 20 of us. Those days were really. Back then, all you did was suck up to Master. Wolf went quiet. Clown, are you one to even say that now? She. I guess elves must be quite attractive given that you've fallen completely head over heels for an NPC. So when are you going to try and find me? Aren't you going to take revenge? Wow, are you two enemies? That's awesome. A cheery voice interrupted. Please make sure to invite me when you guys fight. She. Of course, Miss Butterfly. I sighed. Since there were so many people gathered together, things had gotten quite chaotic. When I turned my head toward Fox, she quickly caught my glare and swiftly went about establishing order in the room. Since it seems like everyone has gathered, why don't we start? Haha, let's do that. We're not here to just chat. After all, when things calmed down, the attention naturally gathered toward the person sitting next to me. After all, this was now an unwritten rule at the round table. The person next to me was always the first to go. Then I guess you're first this time, Queen. I guess so. I didn't expect you all to sit over there, on the other side of me. Queen was sitting 3 seats away from me, yet she was the first to go this time. She let out a heavy sigh as she slowly began. This is related to quite a hot topic these days. The person who made the Stone of Honor was none other than the last great sage, Diplin Groundle Gabrielius himself. Given that a green light showed, that meant the information was believed to be true, and less than half the people here knew about it. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before people started to complain. Is it even important to know who made that thing? She. He. That's what I was going to say. It's not like we're wizards who care about that stuff. In the first place, all things strange and mysterious in this world end up being related to that guy. Apparently, having predicted that response, Queen didn't try to defend herself at all, instead pivoting to supply more information. How about this, then? There is a credible record that the Stone of Honor itself is an arrangement of Gabrielius. In other words, it's proof of a hidden piece. A hidden piece. That's not so bad. It seemed that the other members of the group were also willing to accept it. We quickly moved on to the next piece of info. A meeting among each race will be held next month, and it's confirmed that the representative of humans, the Lord of the Magic Tower, will also be attending. Simply stating that a meeting among the races with Tucker would not have been enough. That was why Crescent made sure to include who would represent the humans so that no one could complain. So the Lord of the Magic Tower is the representative of the humans. Not only that, I didn't even know there was going to be a meeting next month among the races. How did he already know of that when even I didn't? Just goes to show the difference between being a part of a race with power and one without. In fact, aside from the barbarians, every race had connections to the royal family. The other houses of Melbeth hadn't given up their hometowns for nothing. By pushing aside those beneath them, they were able to sidle closer to the top. In return, the power of their race would grow overall. Mr. Karlstein has joined the Anabata clan. Suddenly, it was Fox's turn. I was a little bit taken aback hearing that name out of the blue, but it wasn't too jarring. News of her will be spread everywhere soon enough either way. Fox must have decided that there would be no problems using her name as information this time. She wasn't wrong in thinking so. The value of the information was objectively low, but no one raised any objections. After all, anything related to Bjorn Yandel was considered worthy here. Then that girl must have. But, I thought she was on his team. Something must have happened. She. Not bad at all, Miss Fox. I didn't know you had such information. After Fox's turn, it was goblins, then black masks, then antlers. However, there was nothing particularly shocking this time around. Listening to them speak wasn't much different than just watching the news at dinner time. Mr. Karlstein. About that girl? What? What is she going to say? While I was dozing off, Butterfly's comment suddenly caught my attention. I watched her closely as she spoke with a grin on her face. She's a traitor. Even though I clearly heard what she said, I couldn't process it. Traitor? Did she mean that from Bicoli's point of view? While I was trying to piece together my thoughts, as if reading my mind, Butterfly quickly explained, oh, and I mean this from Bjorn Yandel's point of view, of course. What in the world is she saying? With that thought in mind, I quickly looked toward the jewel in the center of the round table. Schwa. The jewel quietly shined a bright green glow. Chapter 502, Age of Exploration, 3. After Butterfly's turn, the members of the round table continued. The person who made the cheat version of Dungeon and Stone wasn't Oral Gavis. Wolf's information was similar to last time, with a clear goal of trying to make the players less hostile toward Oral Gavis. I wonder what you guys will think of this. She. Nork was able to succeed in defeating the 8th floor's Lord of the Floor this time. Clown was also able to easily pass his turn with information about Nork, where he was staying. Then it was finally my turn. When you defeat the boss of Skull Island and reach the 10th floor, you can experience a special event. Everyone's focus was glued to me, wondering what I was going to say, but I quickly passed my turn by saying a random piece of information I had that wasn't all that important, a special event. I'm quite excited to see what it is. Of course before I can experience it, I guess the war will have to end first. She. It had been a while since I'd last shared a piece of information about the game. However, the members found nothing strange about it. A piece of game information that was accepted among these players could be extremely valuable in its own right. Alright, guys, let's all do a bit better this time around. The members who had known me for a while now were quick to react. They tried to encourage each other to share more important information this time since they recognized that the previous turn had been boring for me. Then, I guess it's my turn again. Again, we went around the room sharing information, starting with Queen. I listened while trying to memorize all the information. There were some shocking and beneficial pieces of information shared, but I wasn't able to concentrate on them. The reason was simple. Mr. Karlstein is a traitor. Not only that, but she's also a traitor from my point of view. Those words echoed through my head. Before I knew it, the second round had ended, and now, we were almost near the end of the third round. What the hell did she mean by that? Misha is a traitor? I thought everything was already settled with her and things were finally looking up. Holy, is that bastard trying to do something? Was this what he meant by plan B? All kinds of possibilities filled my head, as I was unable to collect myself. I need to hear the details. Butterfly was the one who shared that information. However, contrary to my expectations, there was no mention of Misha in the second or third rounds. If I wanted to hear more, then I'd have to be the one to take action. Why are you all so surprised? Is Raftonia that afraid of Nork's growth? How could I bring the topic up naturally? If I pressed for details on why she was a traitor, that would clearly raise suspicions about me. Rumors that Lion equals Bjorn Yandel were already rampant at the round table. I had to be careful about each and every move it was already my turn. When I came to my senses, I realized that everyone was staring at me in complete silence. Let's just wait one more round. I decided that if there was still no mention of Misha in the next round, then I would take action first. For now, I threw out, if you defeat the Heavenly Sky Lord of the Floor by yourself, you can choose the active effect. It was a difficult piece of information to ascertain, but one that didn't do any good even if you knew it. Schwa. When a green light showed, there was a moment of silence around the round table. Of course, it didn't last long. It's possible to defeat a Lord of the Floor alone. Well, if you played in 100x mode, then I guess it might be. Do you really think Mr. Lion would have played the game on such a mode? Why do you think he shared it? Since it was information related to a Lord of the Floor, there were no objections. Honestly, even if I shared a piece of complete bullshit with them, as long as a green light showed, they would all trust me and think it would lead to some bigger secret. Then is it Queen's turn again? I think I've heard everything worth hearing this month. I'll stop here and take my leave then. However, when I glanced to the side toward her, Queen suddenly announced she was leaving. Unfortunately, the main reason why she was leaving was because of me. After all, even Mr. Lion looks bored. It wasn't that I was bored, it was just that I was having trouble concentrating since my thoughts were elsewhere. And the reason I was sharing information about the game was because I didn't have to overthink what I shared. That's a shame. I really thought you'd be happy to hear about Nork defeating the Lord of the Floor. Clown was also disappointed since he didn't receive any praise or attention from me despite doing his best to bring a worthwhile piece of information this month. Well, I guess this level of information isn't anything special to Mr. Lion. Clown seemed pretty depressed, but promised to come back next month. Was an even more interesting piece of information. Man, with an atmosphere like this, it's not like I can ask them to go another round. So with that, the round table came to an end for the month. The day after I went to the community, and after I awoke in the afternoon following a good night's sleep, Versil Golland dropped by the house to see me. What's the matter? While I already knew why she came to some extent, I feigned ignorance. Versil asked to speak to me in private, saying she had something urgent to tell me. I don't know what this will sound like to you, but I received some information that alleged Mr. Karlstein is a traitor. I was right. The reason she ran over here to talk to me as soon as she woke up was because of this. A traitor, I prompted. I don't know for sure. No, I am sure, but I don't know the details. Versil then asked me to reconsider having Mr. join our clan, but I flatly refused. I can't make such a decision without knowing the details. I see. That makes sense. However, I also don't intend to simply ignore your concerns. I will do my best to look into it, but can you also try and find out the details as well? Alright, I'll look into it, then, thanks. Well, that settled that. At the next round table, she would put on the fox mask and work toward digging up more info. Since I wouldn't have to ask myself, this would definitely lower the risk of my identity being exposed. I'll head out first. Contact me whenever you need me. Alright. Versil left, and around evening time, a letter arrived at the house. Mr. You got a strange, little letter, Erwan said, holding the mail sheet taken out of the mailbox. I think you should look at it. On the surface of the envelope was a white tiger. The envelope had already been opened, and when I read the note inside, it was filled with characters and letters that didn't exist in this world. Here's what you asked for, bro. Why the hell did he send it in Korean? What if someone else had seen it? Or worse, recognized the characters? Even though I was fuming on the inside, I still read through the letter's details on how to get outside the city walls. It's more complicated than I thought. That much information was impossible to memorize in one go, so I decided to fold it and store it away in my subspace instead. It's nice to have options. After all, you never know what's going to happen. That's why you always need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. That's also the reason why. Emily, can you look into Miss Shaw? What do you mean? Afterward, I explained to Amelia what happened at the round table and asked her to investigate it. I'll try, but there's a good chance she'll eventually catch on. Even back when we caught her, it wasn't easy. That much? I thought you would be much better than her at this, given the essences you have. If she really did approach us with some ulterior motive, then there's a high chance she's hiding an essence from us. That made me pause for a second. Don't get too close to her, then. Just keep an eye on her for the time being. I'll do that. I sighed. Even though she had a clear red line not to cross, now that Amelia was investigating Miss Shaw, we were sure to find out the truth. With that settled, I spent the rest of the day resting, then returned to my busy schedule the following morning. I stopped by the Holy Land again to sell plots of land and visited the former chieftain to hear how the previous meetings among the heads of the races went. I also popped over to see Raven as well. Record stone? Do you mean the fragment of record stone? The legacy of Gabrielius. Both the record stone and its fragments. If you have a book or any other information related to them, please tell me. It might bring you some unwanted attention, though, so don't look too much into it. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. But Mr. Yandel, are your preparations for your next expedition going well? There's been no problems yet, but you can never be sure until you head into the labyrinth. That's true. After all, nobody knows anything until the exploration starts. But about Versil Golland, how is she? What do you mean? What do you think? Wizards are more important than anyone else when it comes to expeditions like this. Last time when I saw her, it seemed that she didn't know much about history. Well, that's alright. She's good at fighting, and she's trustworthy, so that's more than enough to make up for it. Is that so? Following my meeting with Raven, whenever I had the time, I gathered my team members for a meeting 3 times a week. On the surface, the purpose of the meeting was to work out a bad blood between Miss Shaw and the other members before our expedition. I haven't found anything in particular yet. I also received constant reports from Amelia about her investigation, but thus far, she hadn't unearthed anything strange about Miss Shaw. This is a more lavish expedition than I've ever done before. Sometime later, Melbeth sent us supplies for the upcoming exploration, a mix of combat and support scrolls, all sorts of potions, navigation-related numbered items, and more. The supplies were versatile and good for whatever environment we might come across, whether we ended up hiking a mountain, traveling over water, or traversing through fire. On top of that, they were also of the highest quality. This must have cost a lot of money. It also gave us a glimpse of just how high of expectations Melbeth had for us in finding information on the hidden area. Though they were a bit overzealous, I was confident that we could live up to those expectations. So with that, we continued to spend the days preparing for our expedition. Bjorn, not Bjorn, it's chieftain. First elder. Because we're in the Holy Land. I'll keep that in mind. As the sun started to set, Einar and I walked down a forest path. Eventually, we came across dozens of young warriors with bright and excited expressions on their faces. Seeing them, I couldn't help but smile. I then yelled out, "Congratulations, young warriors. As of today, you will leave the Holy Land and be reborn as true warriors." Scanning the crowd told me what I needed to know. Behell, there were no newbies this time around. Evolution occurred with each passing day, and when looking at the entire history of humanity on Earth, the representative example would be the Industrial Revolution. In just the past few hundred years since the Industrial Revolution, you could see just how much humanity had developed. So then, what about the barbarians? When had the barbarians gone through the most extreme level of development and evolution? As of today, I could confidently answer. Now, proof of that could be seen here in this empty field. Even the tutorial script had drastically changed. Now, come out one by one and choose your weapon, as well as the armor that suits you. Numerous weapons and pieces of armor lined the shelves. That, however, was just the beginning. Come here. You shouldn't put the gaiters on like that. Here, do it like this. Thank you. It's my first time putting them on. Not only did we provide them with a chestplate, but now, we also provided other pieces of equipment as well, including a bag full of various supplies that were essential for any expedition. Some of the items included a compass, water bottle, and potions. Roughly 1,000,000 stones per person. The amount of resources given to our young warriors had more than tripled, but that was no problem. After all, if we needed money, we just had to sell some more land. With this level of support, they'll surely progress quickly and earn lots of money to spend on buying land. We were still in its beginning stages, but at this rate, the self-sustaining cycle I'd been striving toward would soon be achieved. It's so tight. The young warriors seemed uncomfortable wearing armor all over their bodies. Nevertheless, they didn't brag or try to act cocky, saying they didn't need it. It was all because these young warriors had an idol they looked up to. Bear with it. You'll get used to it in no time. But still, it's not a choice. It's only natural that a warrior wears armor. Just look at the chieftain. If you want to be a great warrior, you must wear armor. There were no longer any warriors in our tribe who refused to wear armor. I'm going to save up and buy lithium armor. Even the lithium armor I've been wearing all this time had turned into a symbol of a skilled and respected warrior. Now, go forth, to where your destiny awaits. After giving them their basic equipment, I had Versil, who was waiting outside the Holy Land, group them together with a companionship spell. After that, they all headed into the labyrinth. I hope everyone comes back safely. Don't worry, Aner. I'm sure there aren't nearly as many looters aiming for their hearts now that the magic tower labeled them a forbidden magic material. That makes sense. Regardless, barbarians were the type to come back alive no matter what. With the support we gave them this time, everyone would definitely survive and come back alive. I hope they grow up quickly so we can raise the price of land even higher. After confirming that all our young warriors had entered the portal, I got ready myself. I had fulfilled my role as the chieftain. It's not Mr. What? From now on, call me Captain. Now, it was time for us to begin our expedition. Chapter 503, Age of Exploration, 4. A familiar crystal cave covered with bright lights greeted me the moment I stepped through the portal and opened my eyes. But was it because last time we were here, we had fought Dreadfear with all our might? I unconsciously hesitated for a moment. Do I have to stab just one person? You'll become a great warrior. Goddammit. No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to forget those memories. I never wanted to go through anything like it again. Yet as long as I continued to explore the labyrinth, I'd almost certainly run into a similar situation again in the future. Mister, what's the matter? It's nothing. I quickly came to my senses after seeing that Erwin was worried about me and went to check how my other team members were doing, though only Erwin and Miss Shaw were nearby. Miss Shaw, she's been quiet for a while now. Does she still feel uncomfortable around us? Miss Shaw, oh, yes, we should get started. Are you alright? Yes. For some reason, Miss Shaw only ever responded to me in a strangely awkward and quiet tone. Nevertheless, we quickly started to move. Our first destination was going to be the monument located in the center of the crystal cave. There, we would meet up with the rest of the clan. This time we didn't have a choice but to split into 2 teams. I need to increase the number of clan members as soon as possible too. The reason why we divided into 2 this time was because of our numbers. Our clan had a total of 7 members as of now, so we had to split up into a group of 3 and another of 4. Still, if we excluded Oyin, that number would drop to exactly 6. We might need a navigator. After much discussion, we decided to include Oyin this time. We deemed it necessary to prepare for any situation, given that we didn't know what to expect. Some environments called for a ship and a navigator to make your way through, like the 6th floor. And if we can't find the hidden area, we'll just have to head to a higher floor. Back in the city, I'd read through any book related to hidden areas I could find, and each had one thing in common. The hidden area would always appear on the same floor where the achievement took place. A good example was the achievement of the King of the Elves. The elf archer Armella Palmerhenia and her colleagues defeated the coordinator, Gregory, and opened a hidden area. The hidden boss, Gregory the coordinator, had a low spawn rate and could only be found if you continued to climb higher in the Tower of Heavens rather than heading up to the 5th floor. After being the first to defeat it, the King of Elves' party unlocked the Labyrinth of Larkaz, not to mention what were essentially 3 other distinct hidden fields. Whatever the case, that wasn't the point here. What was important was that on the 7th day, the 1st floor of the labyrinth would close. If we didn't find anything by then, the only choice we had would be to head higher up. There are a lot of people here. When we arrived at the heart of the cave, the entire place was brimming with adventurers. The bustling scene stood in stark contrast to the usual quietness of this area, but I suppose it wasn't all that strange. This was the first place any adventurer who was searching for the hidden area would look. In addition, most of the adventurers present were wearing high-class gear and proudly showing off their clan's symbol. Still, there are more people than I had thought. As we entered the dark zone, the adventurers who saw me were shocked, as they quickly paved the way. Look, it's him. It's Bjorn Yandel. Sure enough, even he's searching here first. Adventurers continued to stare at me curiously as if seeing a celebrity. Even so, some instead looked at me with a competitive glint in their eyes. Does he know something because he unlocked the area? He came here first. That must mean something is hidden here, right? In this situation, being famous was a disadvantage. Miss Shaw, don't fall behind, and make sure to stay close. Oh, yes. As we continued to walk down the dark pathway, we eventually reached the cavern where the monument stood. Again, countless adventurers were gathered around it. Oh, it's Bjorn. He's here. You're finally here. You're here, Captain. As soon as we arrived, we met up with the second team who had arrived first. First, I heard the situation from Amelia. Did anyone find anything? Not yet. It seems like the wizards of the other clans are doing something, but they haven't found anything yet. I see. As we approached the monument while discussing the situation, the wizards who were gathered in front of us quickly cleared the way. Gulp. Everyone stopped talking as their eyes went wide, zeroed in on every single action I took, clearly hoping to find a clue. It was a hilarious situation to be in. I don't have a single damn clue either. It was a strange feeling to stand in front of the monument again. Last I'd seen it, there was a witch altar right here instead. Just what other secrets were hidden here in this labyrinth? With that thought in mind, I began to read the text on the monument again. The last great sage, Diplin Groundle Gabrielius, in commemoration of his great first step. It was the same text that I'd read countless times thus far, so the text didn't change. After that, I looked around the monument with a careful eye, but once again, I couldn't find anything suspicious or different. It was the same when I touched the stone as well. After finding nothing, I returned to my team members to discuss the situation. Versil, did you activate voice control? Yes, it's turned on. Alright. Yandel, have you found something? Not yet. There were many things I wanted to check, but given how many eyes were watching, I couldn't do a thing. Everyone might revere me as some great hero, but the truth was that I wasn't all that special. Then let's go. I decided to come back later when there were fewer people around. However, just as we were about to leave, someone came over and talked to me. Baron Yandel, a sword, brown hair, a strong-looking build. I looked down at him wondering who he was. He then greeted me in an aristocratic manner. My name is Marnus Stiliko. I'm the team leader of the White Ivory Clan's 9th team. It is an honor to meet you, your lordship. Ah, so that was the symbol of the White Ivory Clan. They were one of the great 4 clans left. Versil, turn off the voice control for a moment. Yes, so, I asked kindly when voice control was deactivated, what do you want to talk about? He slid into the main subject with a careful proposal. If you have any information about the hidden area, we would like to buy it at a reasonable price. Geez, I was wondering what he wanted. But that's it? I had received countless proposals before to buy information about the hidden area. If memory served, one of those letters that I ignored was actually from the White Ivory Clan. Information, you say? Even if I had any to give, I had no intention of selling information for money. Still, I acted as if I were genuinely considering his offer before asking him a question that was on my mind. Is the captain of the White Ivory Clan also here on the first floor? I'm sure he's still here, but he's probably not anywhere close to us. Are you also searching the outskirts? Then, no. Of the 9 teams that make up the White Ivory Clan, we are the only ones tasked with exploring the hidden area. In other words, aside from these guys, the rest of the clan had headed straight for the higher floors like normal. I'm surprised. It looks like there's not much support for exploring it. Given the situation, I decided to act as if the amount of money they were offering for my information wouldn't be much, seeing as how only one of their teams was set to explore the hidden area. No one within our clan is taking this matter lightly. He quickly refuted upon seeing my reaction. Unfortunately, because of our wartime contract with the Empire, we aren't able to invest our full resources into exploring the area. Are you saying that the war comes first? Yes, if we can find the area in a short amount of time, our team alone will suffice. But likewise, if it's not easy to find, then there's no reason for us to go all out from the start. Our clan isn't alone in their efforts. I'm certain that all the other clans are doing something similar as well. I see. Then, will you sell us information? It was time to end this conversation. I'm sorry, but I won't. I'd already heard everything I was curious to know from him. I see. Yes, thank you for graciously lending me some of your precious time. After the conversation, we left the center of the cavern with our backs to the monument. This war is surprisingly helpful. I was worried that adventurers would flood the entire first floor, but further away from the center, it was relatively empty. Most of the competition must have been diverted to the war efforts. Even if the entrance ended up being easy to find, we wouldn't have to worry so much about losing out on our share. Bjorn, where are we going now? The outskirts. It was finally my turn to show off the skills that I hadn't used in a while. The quicker we found it, the more treasures we could enjoy. Dungeon and Stone was arguably the most unfriendly game I'd ever played. You had to smash your head on the keyboard to defeat a boss monster. The various fields and rifts you came across were teeming with all sorts of bizarre mechanics that made it a pain in the ass to clear. On top of that, there were way too many hidden elements in this game, to the point you started to wonder if the entire point of the game was just to discover them. I could rant about how unfriendly the game was for 3 days straight, yet at the same time, the biggest reason why I got hooked on the game was for that exact unfriendliness. Back then when I was struggling every day with unbearable boredom, the only thing that managed to grab my attention and ignite a flame in me was this nightmarishly difficult game. It's been a while since I've searched for a hidden piece. In Dungeon and Stone, the difficulty really came from these hidden aspects. In other words, your progress in the game was solely determined by how many hidden pieces you knew. If you didn't know a thing about them, it was practically impossible to climb the floors like in most games. That was why I grew a habit of searching for hidden pieces every time I played. It had become as natural as breathing. If I saw a statue, I would look for a way to break it. When I was moving, I made sure to stick my character close to the wall while spamming buttons. If something seemed even slightly suspicious, I would cast all sorts of magic on it. I even burned, froze, and threw the bodies of looters to see if there was a reward. The result of doing that for nearly a decade was the demystification of countless hidden elements. Oh, and of course, I gained a certain know-how of how to efficiently progress. The issue is that this time, I didn't invest anything into ways to find a hidden piece. I didn't have any characters near me with incredible luck or an essence specifically tailored to searching. In fact, all of my current colleagues were trained and developed to focus on combat. After all, I was confident that I had already found every hidden piece that the game had to offer. Thankfully, I can at least read the ancient language now. Well, if the hidden piece didn't require the ancient language, then the skill was useless to have. Slam. Still, what else could I do? If you didn't have teeth, you just had to chew with your gums. Like so. Slam. Just as I had back when I played the game, I moved as close to the wall as I could while hitting it. It wasn't just me either, the entire clan did the same. Slam. Thud. Whack. It was a symphony of hammers, daggers, and spirits attacking the walls of the crystal cave. Ah, this is fun. Just like a festival. Everyone aside from Aner seemed reluctant to do it, but they still diligently carried out my orders. Even if you hate it, there's no other choice. This is the basic way to find an arrangement of Gabrielius, basic way. That's what I read in a book before. As we continued to make our way through the crystal cave, I kept making similar excuses to Versil. After all, she didn't know that I was an evil spirit. Whenever we came across a certain area, we made sure to be very thorough in our checking. The three-way intersection. The pond was next to a large rock. Any unusual pieces of moss or water puddles we came across, and more. In the crystal cave, the topography changed whenever the labyrinth reopened. However, there were a few things and locations that stayed the same every single time. Usually, hidden pieces are found in places that don't change. We continued to slam the walls as we walked through the caverns, before entering another dark zone on the outskirts. Whoosh. Of course, the portal leading to the Goblin Forest was already opened by other adventurers. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious nearby. Damn, it wasn't by the portal either. We then decided to split up and search the outskirts on our own for a bit, before meeting up again. Day 1, Day 2. Time continued to quickly pass by without any news. Finally, when there were only 2 hours left before the third day began, something finally happened. A smallish clan of about 20 people were all gathered by a certain passageway, trying to block access. It was as if they had discovered something and were trying to hide it. I thought I needed to tell you first, mister. That's why I made sure to not approach them on my own. I just saw them from afar and made sure they didn't spot me. So that's the situation. Well done, Erwin. I led my team to the place Erwin described. When we arrived, we saw adventurers who seemed to be standing on guard, blocking entry to a passageway. Step. I approached them without hiding my presence, and the adventurers guarding the passage quickly recognized me. They brandished their weapons, but their words and actions were hesitant. Stop. Please stop. Baron Yandel. I guess it's hard for others to talk down to me once they recognize me. I'm passing by. Is there a problem with that? When I asked while approaching them, the adventurers' wariness turned to visible fright. They desperately tried to convince me, saying, we are currently camping here, and according to the unwritten rules of the adventurers, I must humbly ask you to please leave. Huh. Why are they acting so suspicious? Unwritten rule. What's that? Don't say difficult things to me. I ran forward and broke through them. Wait. You can't. All those adventurers could do was watch me as I broke through their formation. However, as soon as I barreled past them, I ran into about 15 other adventurers who were gathered by the wall. They seemed surprised as if they had just been caught doing something bad. A heavy silence filled the air. What's all the fuss about over here, huh? A man suddenly stuck his head out of a very small crack in the wall. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Are you the captain here? That's right, but what's inside there? Oh, there's nothing here. Hey, that doesn't seem true. As I grinned at him, he closed his eyes tightly and shouted, we discovered this place first. Well, that made it sound like we were the bad guys. So you discovered this place first. Yes, if you steal the achievements of adventurers like us, then that will also affect your reputation. Did the adventurers you met before say the same thing? What? What do you mean? It's exactly as it sounds. Ow. Arg. I grabbed him by the hair as I plucked him out of the wall like a radish. Your sleeves. There's human blood on them. Whose blood is that? It hadn't even properly dried. Chapter 504, Age of Exploration, 5. Did you know what was most important when lying? It wasn't creating a logical, sensible excuse, nor was it the effort and time you took to build up a sense of trust. It was your expression. This is a misunderstanding. How was I supposed to believe what he was saying with that expression on his face? I just didn't realize I got blood splatter on me, and sometimes, you would come across professional liars who were even able to control the muscles on their faces. Fortunately for me, this guy wasn't one of them. I am telling you, this is a mistake. Then tell me. I'll hear whatever it is you have to say. There was no need to keep beating around the bush. I quickly called on Versil to cast verification magic on him. This man, he's stronger than he looks. Sadly, the magic failed. That type of spell didn't work if someone's mana resistance or spirit stat was above a certain level. Well, it was somewhat expected. This clan had more than 20 members. Even if I didn't recognize their name, it would be stranger if their captain wasn't this strong. What should we do now? What should we do? There was really no need to keep trying to get an honest answer out of the guy, not when there were several other witnesses present. Try it on that guy. I quickly pointed to an archer who was giving off weak vibes. Versil went over to him as she cast verification magic once more. It worked. Yes, I knew it would work on him. Alright, you over there. Yes, your lordship. Tell me, what happened here? The archer paled. His eyes darted back and forth between me and his captain, unsure how to answer. Well, we were. Oh, it was time to raise the whip. Seeing that you can't speak properly, I drawled in a frigidly serious tone. I'm guessing that I didn't misunderstand the situation. The captain looked toward the archer and nodded his head. Jason, you can tell him. Okay, I'll tell you. Then, when the captain gave permission, the archer finally opened his mouth. Listening to the story, it seemed that I did somewhat misunderstand what had happened. To sum it up, it was true that these guys found this place first. However, shortly after, a team of 6 adventurers approached them, and a fight broke out. Were they going for your achievements? It's not like that, but stop skirting around the issue, and tell me straight. Well, it would have been great if those 6 adventurers hadn't seen them, but unfortunately, they were quick to notice that their clan had found something. Well, that was at least what they thought. Afraid that they would run away and leak information, the clan subdued them. That's when the incident occurred. What incident? While subduing them, they violently rebelled and ended up killing one of ours first. Thus, it led to a full-on battle where the group of adventurers met there and here in the dark cave. What about their bodies? After taking off their equipment, we melted them with a solution. I see. No wonder there was a strange smell in the air. Everything I said is true. Please believe me. They attacked us first. So, what is this guy saying now? If you guys were the ones who were caught, would you have been subdued without trying to put up a fight? But perhaps the archer knew he couldn't answer that question without lying. He quickly clammed up. Finally, the captain who had been silent the entire time spoke up. What did we do that was so wrong? What? Do you think those 6 guys are any better? If we were the ones down in numbers, they would have killed us and stolen our discovery. So that was what he wanted to say so badly. Not that he was completely wrong, but that's why no one can blame us for this. Not even you, Baron Yondell. Their captain yelled at me fearlessly as he tried to convince me through logic. So what you're saying is that there will be no problem if I kill you all here, right? According to your logic, no one can blame us. After all, when I quickly refuted him with his own logic, his eyes opened wide open in disbelief. But if you did that, your reputation, what? Are you going to go around spreading rumors as a ghost? It was then that he seemed to realize it. Baron Yondell wasn't as noble a man as the rumors claimed. Whatever, I said in conclusion, swiftly ending the conversation now that I'd listened to what they had to say. That's enough. I gathered my team for a meeting, with only one item on the agenda to discuss. What do you think we should do with these guys? Don't let it show though. Just tell them what you think. I'm for killing them. Erwin was the first to give her opinion, absent of any hesitation. Following her lead, the other members began to also voice their opinions. Miss Shaw, what about you? I'm not sure. I guess killing them would be better. I also agree with Ms. Karlstein. Miss Shaw and Versil were also on the side of killing them. Arian and Aner wanted to keep them alive. I'm also on the side of keeping them alive. Unexpectedly, Amelia voted for keeping them alive. Hearing that, I couldn't stop myself from asking, what's the reason? If we want to hold them accountable for their actions, it's only right to leave it to the guild to handle. What's with her? I never expected such a model student answer to come out of her mouth. I stared at her, completely dumbfounded, as Amelia turned away from my gaze. And, I thought it would be better for you, what? It's just my opinion, so don't worry about it too much? No, that's not it. I'm just wondering what you mean by it would be better for me. When I asked her seriously, Amelia thought about it for a moment before finally admitting, Yondell, don't get offended and just hear me out. You are in a very unstable state right now, unstable. Have they hurt you? Did they try to kill you? No, they haven't. And even if we don't kill them now, it's not like they will pose any threat to you in the future. Yet, right now you're still looking for a justified reason to kill them. So that was the reason. Still, it wasn't like I was some savage out for blood or something. Emily, I think we're on different pages here. I'm not. Am I wrong? But I'm really not trying to kill them for the hell of it. However, when I looked at Amelia to tell her that, I couldn't get a single word out. The look in her eyes wasn't blaming or criticizing me. The only thing I found there was sincere worry, I guess, in the end, There are 3 of us in favor of killing them and 3 of us in favor of keeping them alive, she summarized. So, Yandel, the choice is yours. What was I supposed to do? To kill them or keep them alive? I never thought I'd have to agonize over such a problem for so long, but in the end, it was probably because of what Amelia said to me. After hearing her out, I also started to get worried for Hansuli, a regular person who had been trapped in the body of a warrior and forced to fight, to kill, for years in order to survive. You, the archer, yes, I asked him one last thing. Does anyone in your clan, including you, have any experience looting? No, we don't. We're not that kind of clan. This time it's just, everyone was blinded by greed. We weren't in our right minds for a moment. He's telling the truth. So that's what happened. Versailles, get their testimonies one more time and make sure to use a recording crystal. When you do it, Emily, search through their belongings for the victim's ID cards, and make sure to grab everything that needs to be submitted to the guild as evidence. That means, we will leave it to the guild to judge whether or not you are considered looters. This was an annoying and troublesome way to handle things. Even though those thoughts filled my head at first, after making my decision and getting to work, everything went smoothly. Don't get into any other trouble until the labyrinth closes. The guild will take over and investigate your actions this time around. Of course. Alright, then that was the end of that. So, what did you find inside? There's a stone inside. A stone. It would be faster to just see it myself. While Amelia and Versailles took care of gathering testimonies and evidence, I approached the wall. The crack there was so small, I wouldn't be able to crawl inside. Why does it feel like they are discriminating against barbarians? With that thought in mind, I slammed my hammer into the wall. Boom. Crash. Fragments of the wall broke apart and fell to the floor. After slamming my hammer into the wall a few more times, it eventually collapsed entirely, revealing a path. Oh, it looks just like the portal stone. How interesting. Then will it also open a portal if we touch it? At the end of the path was a large stone about 10 yards away. I approached it with quick steps and reached my hand out to touch it, but no portal opened. I had a feeling we found it too easily. Then does that mean there are special activation conditions? Still, this at least seemed like the right place. After all, there was originally no secret area like this in the crystal cave. Not only that, but the broken walls were also not being restored. That was exactly why the most basic method for searching for a hidden piece was destroying everything. If you broke something and it didn't restore itself, then there was a high chance that you found a secret. Have you found anything? Not yet. I see. Once Amelia and Versailles finished gathering evidence and testimonies, they joined the rest of us inside to search around. The clan had apparently quickly run off once they were done. Is it really okay to just let them go? Yeah, I told them to not cause any more issues. Versailles then replied to me cautiously, but are you really okay with that? They might spread information. That was true. Actually, I thought it would be cleaner to just kill them at the time, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A random clan was able to find this place before the 3rd day. That means it wasn't all that great of a discovery to make in the first place. They were mistaken to think it was a valuable piece of information. It's only a matter of time before everyone else finds it as well. That makes sense. So stop worrying about it. And Versailles, come over here. I want to see if you can detect any magic power around here. Something might be hidden. Of course, we quickly finished our basic search with magic but unfortunately wound up empty-handed. Mr. Yandel, I think it would be better to leave this place already. I don't think there's anything to be found. Bjorn, Einar shouted, interrupting Versailles. Something is written here. Suddenly, a clue was found in a completely unexpected place. Einar quickly dug at the ground around the stone, revealing words that were hidden. Good job finding that. Haha. A trained warrior's intuition is no different than magic. This is one of the many reasons why barbarians are the superior race. I squatted down to read the text, ignoring Einar's nonsense. It's in the ancient language. That's fine, I said, distracted. I can read it. You can read that. Oh, didn't I tell them? I guess it would be faster to just show them. I quickly read aloud the ancient language that was written on the ground around the stone. 1 star, 1 sun, 1 moon. Every creature that exists below, living here on this land, is the same. And I will look up at you. As soon as I finished reading it, Versailles and Erwin had twin expressions of disquiet on their faces. Mr. Yandel, that's what we heard before, right? Yeah, it was the text we'd seen written on the witch's altar. Sadly, Einar didn't seem to remember. What? Where did you hear that before? What are you talking about? Forget it. We continued to dig around the stone to see if there was anything else, but we weren't able to find anything. Deciding that we found everything, we quickly covered the text with dirt again as we exited. This isn't good. I can't believe after all of that, we haven't found a clue. Amelia seemed disheartened, but I didn't feel that way at all. What did she mean we hadn't found a clue? 1 star, 1 sun, 1 moon. It was basically feeding us the answer. We'll head to the 2nd floor now. If we hurried, we might be able to enter the hidden area. Chapter 505, Basement Floor 1, 1. Stomp. Stomp, stomp. She was running through the cave with her new teammates, facing their backs after she'd used the excuse of watching the rear. Mister, please explain. Why are we going to the second floor? There was a yawning gap between them, one that prevented her from getting close to them. Still, she could overcome it in a second if she tried. Yes, she was sure she could. However, not the second floor. We're going toward the goblin forest. Why did she feel like she'd never be able to narrow that gap, even if she spent the rest of her life trying? I thought for sure it would happen. Over time, things would eventually return to normal. She decided to not get impatient, but her confidence was starting to fade day by day. What she had just witnessed a little while ago was evidence enough. I thought it would be better for you. Yandel, don't get offended and just hear me out. You are in a very unstable state right now. She watched those words convince Bjorn. Yet still, the first thought she had was, I should have been the one to say that. She had lost. It had never even occurred to her to say something like that. The answer she gave was simple. She only answered what she figured Bjorn wanted to hear. Yet despite the many years that had passed between them, she wasn't even sure what the thing Bjorn wanted to hear would sound like. I'm not sure. I guess killing them would be better. She hadn't voiced her own opinion. No, she'd merely looked around the room and gave an answer she thought most of them would agree upon. It had been like this for a long time now. She never questioned Bjorn or advised him on the path he should take. She decided to follow him silently, no matter what he did. That was all she had done. Amelia Rainwales. The fundamental difference between them as people was palpable. She looked at Amelia and realized that this was what it meant to be a companion. It wasn't as if her position in the group had disappeared while she was gone. She always thought she could go back to that position at any moment, but now she realized it wasn't anything special in the first place. Are you alright? Amelia slowed down to fall into the back, to talk with her. You've looked off for a while now. However, as she looked up at her, all she could do was respond with clenched teeth. Don't mind me, I'm alright. It didn't matter whether or not her position was still open, nor did it matter if he recognized her or not. If you don't, Bjorn Yandel will die. Because there was something more important that she had to do here. About an hour after day 3 began, the entire cave began to shake as the crystals glowed red. That meant that the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear, had been summoned somewhere, likely the result of one of the 8 subjugation requests that had already been submitted to the Adventurers Guild. The issue was the amount of time it took for it to summon. It takes an hour for it to summon. Just how many people are waiting for it? None of that mattered to us since our goal was different. Still, the 8 teams who had received a subjugation permit were thinking along the same lines. In fact, it was safe to say that most adventurers had considered the very same possibility. What would happen if they defeated the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear? When planning our expedition this time, I also considered whether a key to the hidden area might appear if we defeated him again. Unfortunately, I couldn't apply since the application spots were already filled. However, if the Lord of the Abyss, Berzak, was the key, then there was nothing we could do about it right now. If they have a brain, they won't summon Berzak, right? That was what I assumed, but I still didn't feel all that reassured. Just looking around, there were dozens of teams all over the Crystal Cave, not just the 8 teams who had applied for a subjugation permit. If even just one of those extra teams got overly greedy, a catastrophe would occur. It doesn't matter. I'll just focus on my own job. It wasn't like I could persuade every adventurer around the cave not to get greedy and summon Berzak. In the end, I decided we would just run as fast as we could to get out. You have entered the Goblin Forest on the 2nd floor. We quickly made our way to the 2nd floor and then the 3rd floor. Since we were running as fast as we could, we were able to do it all before the 3rd day finished. You have entered the Pilgrim's Path on the 3rd floor. It was a massive floor with over 10 different areas. After making our way through the Goblin Forest, we made our way past the Greentail Marsh where the Lizardman appeared. Finally, we arrived at the nearby area of the Sculpture Temple. The area was full of rubble from collapsed stone buildings. It looked similar to the Panthelian ruins on the 7th floor's Dark Continent, but there were also some differences here and there. One of which was that this place was full of sculptures, though they were all broken from the neck up. I get a bad feeling every time I come here. At least no one ever comes here. The Sculpture Temple was the most unpopular area on the 3rd floor by an overwhelming margin. First off, there was only one type of monster that appeared here. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. Unnamed sculptures were rank 7 monsters that looked similar to the stone golem. The main difference was that it was much smaller in size, more like a regular person, and somewhat agile. The unnamed sculpture has cast unanswered prayer. Their skill was famous for being absolute trash. When a player used it, it consumed an insane amount of MP and failed pretty much every single time, not doing a thing. That said, when these guys used it, there was a much higher chance of success. The unnamed sculpture is imbued with great power. If the prayer succeeded, a random essence of rank 5 or lower would be temporarily granted. Because of that, fighting them was abnormally difficult for a rank 7 monster. Well, it was more tricky than it was difficult. There were numerous variables to take into account since predicting what type of skills they would get was impossible. Because of that, no adventurer ever chose to hunt or pass by here. Why would they when even the essence drop was trash? If your goal was to take the EXP from them, you could just kill one that was roaming the outskirts and pass the area entirely. What's more, this area is out of the way. If you wanted to go to the 4th floor, it was much easier to go down another route. This area was completely out of the way, to the point that most adventurers never even saw it. The item drops aren't that bad, though. The main advantage of this place lay in the items that were dropped. If you used distortion magic, you were sometimes able to pick up a magic power crystal, which could be sold for a hefty price. Even then, it was more efficient to dig for them on the 5th floor. Hence, no one ever came here. Either way, the reason we were here was for another item that had a chance of dropping. Everyone, let's move quickly. Feeling short on time, I ordered everyone to go hunting. Versil Gallon has cast rank 6 spacetime magic high rank distortion. Versil Gallon has cast rank 6 spacetime magic high rank distortion. Versil Gallon has cast rank 6 spacetime magic high rank distortion. Since we had more than enough combat power on our team, I had our wizard focus on using distortion magic to grab the items. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an. I smashed every sculpture I saw to pieces. Since that was still taking too long, I ordered some members of the team to attract the attention of the monsters so they would gather in one place. Behell, unlike humans, raising your threat level would make monsters run at you in a frenzy. Using that to our advantage, we were able to gather them in one area to defeat them quickly. Then we had Versil cast distortion magic to grab the items. When they were respawning again, we would run far away to aggro them and corral them to one specific area once more. Divvying our team up that way allowed us to swiftly defeat countless monsters. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an unnamed sculpture. You have defeated an. We continued to hunt with single-minded focus without any breaks for a while. Only after we had collected 6 magic power crystals were we able to finally find what we came for. Bjorn, is this what you're looking for? Einar held up a small piece of rubble with a unique pattern on it. You have acquired an unnamed fragment. It was the pattern of the sun. Unnamed fragment was an item that had a certain probability of dropping when casting distortion magic on unnamed sculptures. It was unique in that you couldn't have more than one in your inventory, and they randomly dropped one of 3 patterns. It was also impossible to get back to the city. Since we found the sun, all that's left is the moon and star. I always had a feeling there was some secret behind it, which is why I tried everything I could think of to think that, finally, I had found what they were used for. Is this what you were searching out, Mr. Yandel? That makes sense. They drop with a sun, star, and moon pattern. I hesitated before saying, I can't say for sure, but that seems likely. Time is tight, but we might just make it. Coming to the 3rd floor, defeating the monsters to drop these 3 specific items, and then making your way down to the 1st floor before it closed. The requirements were pretty difficult to achieve but not impossible. In our case, we were cutting it close since we wasted more than 2 days on the 1st floor. We would have had a better chance if we had run straight to the 3rd floor from the start. I think we'll be able to do it next time, Versil offered in consolation. I had to admit that it was going to be too difficult to make it to the hidden area this time. It took 8 hours alone for just one of these unnamed fragments to drop while using distortion. If we want to find the other 2, it's going to take 16 hours. Simple math made it clear that we would run out of time, and that was also under the assumption that the other ones that dropped didn't have the same pattern. Still, how were we supposed to speed up the rate at which we hunted? Even when we were going all out, running around the entire area aggroing every monster we saw, it still took 8 hours. But more than that, at this rate, Versil will run out of MP and won't be able to use distortion. Damn, was it too much to do this time? I thought it might be possible if we tried, but it seemed I was banking on a hope that, oh, Bjorn, another one. I blinked down at the stone Einar placed in my hand, completely dumbfounded. You have acquired an unnamed fragment. It had a star pattern. In other words, we had 8 hours to find the last moon pattern piece. What? How did Einar randomly find this? Einar had beginner's luck. Yes, but that shouldn't affect the drop rate. Whatever the case, it was best to take advantage of her unexplainable luck while we could. Change of plans, I called out. From now on, Einar will be in charge of defeating the monsters. Everyone else's job is to run around and aggro them for her. Even if it wasn't as efficient as before, I decided to leave Einar in charge of defeating all the monsters. It happened roughly 5 hours later. You have acquired an unnamed fragment, a moon pattern. It was time to admit it. Einar, you can compliment me as much as you want. She preened. You're right. Barbarians are the superior race. Woo. Instead of stopping Einar from being noisy, I cast giantization and threw her high in the air. Ahahaha. As expected, Einar was happier than ever. Thud. Alright, that was enough playing around. I quickly went back to leading the team back down. Day 5, Day 6, Day 7. Going back down to the bottom floors was even harder than climbing through them. However, thanks to Einar, we had extra time to camp. rest, and regain our physical strength, we were able to arrive on the afternoon of the 7th day in the middle of the goblin forest on the 2nd floor. There, we stepped up to the empty space around the portal that led to the 1st floor's crystal cave. It was also the same place where we once fought a fierce battle with an orc, who had been blocking the entrance. What is this? However, now, the place was abuzz with adventurers I didn't recognize. There looked to be well over 100 of them, and judging by their appearances, they didn't seem like adventurers who had given up and were heading back to the 1st floor to catch when the labyrinth closed. If that were the case, they wouldn't just be standing in front of the portal. They also didn't look like adventurers who had just made their way through the 1st floor and came out of the crystal cave. Priest, is there a priest? Please help. Let's drink. What the hell was going on? As soon as I approached the portal, countless adventurers recognized me as they began to whisper to each other. Bjorn Yandel, wasn't he on the 1st floor? The adventurers seemed confused to see me coming from the other end and not from the portal. I sighed. I wanted to secretly go back down to the 1st floor, instead of gathering attention like this. Since we wouldn't be able to make our way back down secretly like this, I called on an adventurer who looked rather talkative to explain things. Hey, what's going on? He quickly responded, Burzak, that devilish bastard has appeared. I figured something like this might happen. No wonder we were so. Chapter 506, Basement Floor 1, 2. The Lord of the Abyss, Burzak, was a hidden boss who only appeared after the Lord of Terror died 9 times. I had a feeling this might happen, but to think it actually did. I jumped to ask the adventurers gathered around the portal about the most important details. According to them, Burzak was summoned around an hour ago. Because many of the adventurers on the 1st floor were worried this might happen, there weren't many casualties. In fact, nearly all of them realized how serious the situation was from the 4th day, so they quickly headed to the 2nd floor. But there should still be many new adventurers who don't have the skills to make it to the 2nd floor alone. Yes, that's correct. Which is why we worked with 10 other clans to find all the adventurers that were scattered across the 1st floor and helped bring them to the 2nd floor. Even when there was nothing to gain, there were always those who did whatever they could to save others. The Lord of the Floor being summoned was no exception. The majority of the adventurers waiting around the portal turned out to be ones who helped rescue those who were helplessly trapped on the 1st floor when Burzak was summoned. So there's no need to worry too much, your lordship. On the 6th day, we scoped out the entirety of the 1st floor and didn't find anyone left behind, so they had everything covered. Great work. I'm sure it wasn't easy or difficult. It was something someone had to do. And it's nothing compared to what you have accomplished, your lordship. Seeing them look up at me, full of respect, my conscience started to eat away at me. After all, I wasn't that incredible a person. I myself had a bad feeling that Burzak might be summoned, yet I ran away to the 3rd floor to take care of my own priorities. Suddenly, one of the adventurers asked me a question. But since you came from that direction, does that mean you weren't rescuing adventurers like us? Before I could answer him, the other adventurers burst into exclamations, quickly defending me. Hey, try using your brain. Why do you think he came from over there? Then, did he not only help them get to the 2nd floor, but also guide them around to help them get accustomed to it? Unlike us, Baron Yandel doesn't need to gain recognition from the guild, yet he's willing to go so far to help them. I'm embarrassed. Actually, I was secretly hoping that the guild would recognize our actions in helping the new adventurers when Burzak was summoned. I just laughed awkwardly, keeping my mouth shut. Your fame has risen by +1. Your fame has risen by +1. Your fame has risen by +1. Your fame has. I didn't really care about my fame state rising, but at least this misunderstanding would help provide me an alibi. Now if we go to the hidden area like this, there won't be many people questioning our whereabouts. The feeling of guilt was only needling me harder, but I was able to push through it. I could bear the pain of pouring potions over my torn flesh, after all. Well then, I hedged, we have something to discuss amongst ourselves for a bit. Oh, of course. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask us. After explaining the situation to me, the group of adventurers then left us alone so we could have a team meeting. Given the situation, I was curious what my team members were thinking. The first one I asked was Amelia, who is like the mental anchor of our clan. Emily, what do you think we should do now? It's dangerous to go any further, but at the same time, it would be a shame to give up like this. Then do you think we should still give it a shot? It would take us a little more than an hour to sprint to the hidden area from the Goblin Forest portal. Despite Burzak being summoned, we still had time to make it there. However, Amelia replied firmly, it depends on how certain you are that this will work. If you're confident this method will open the hidden area, then it's worth a try. Her concerns were completely reasonable. Even if we managed to make it there, if the portal to the new area didn't work, we would have to run all the way back if we wanted to keep exploring. Given how we would have to run twice as far, and take twice as long traveling, the chances of us encountering Burzak likewise increase that much more. So you're saying if I'm confident that this is the correct method to open the portal, then you're in favor of giving it a shot? Yes, that's my opinion. Okay, so Amelia is conditionally in favor. I then listened to the opinions of everyone else. Even if it doesn't work, I think it's worth giving it a shot. We're not the same as we were before. I agree with the elf. This time we only went to the third floor. It's a waste to run things here. I feel the same. Whether it works or not, there is still value in using this opportunity to at least test the method. If it doesn't work, we can avoid wasting time next month. Erwin, Ainer, and Versil were in favor. Aye. We'll follow your decision, Captain. I understand how you feel, but I want to hear your opinion. No one will blame you. Aren't you a member of this clan as well? Did calling him a clan member sway him that much? Ian, who hesitated at first, eventually opened his mouth as he carefully voiced his opinion. Then I'm against it. Burzak, that monster has killed thousands of people before. If you or any of your women were to get hurt, that would be a great loss for mankind. What the hell was he saying? Then you're against it. I pressed. Yes, that's right. It's just my opinion, so please don't take it to heart. Then that was 3 in favor, 1 in conditional favor, and 1 against. If we went by majority vote, there was no need to discuss any further. However, since there was one last member, I decided to ask her as well. Me? Aye. So, Miss Shaw, who had been acting strange the whole expedition, stuttered for a while before finally giving her opinion. I didn't know why, but she spoke like the old days. I think anything is fine. It is dangerous. But if the portal does open, then that would be good. And even if it doesn't, it would still be good that we tried. So what I'm saying is that either way is good. But that's just how I feel. What is she even trying to say? I just asked her to give me her opinion. Then does that mean you don't want to vote? That's not it. Then, you can be honest. I want to hear what you think. When I bluntly told her to not beat around the bush and tell me honestly, Miss Shaw avoided eye contact as she finally voiced her opinion. Then I think it would be better to try, as long as you're sure it will work. Simply put, Miss Shaw was also in conditional favor. Still, I didn't know why she kept glancing at Amelia while saying it. Is that really her opinion? For some reason, I doubted it was, but I decided to not ask her about it now. After all, she must need some time to get used to all of us. Alright, since there are 3 votes in favor, it's decided. What about your vote, Mr. Yondell? The decisions of the clan are mine. On the other hand, that also meant my decisions were the clan's. After all, the clan leader's vote was worth 7. But when we only had 6 members, my vote was worth only 6. It was increased to 7 this time because there were 7 of us. Anyway, that wasn't important right now. Alright, then let's go. Once we crossed that portal, an unknown field full of treasures was awaiting us. Probably, you have entered the crystal cave on the first floor. On the other side of the portal was the crystal cave. Since this was the dark zone, where the crystals didn't light up, nothing felt particularly different at first. Whoosh. However, the moment I lit the torch attached to my helmet, we could all see a thick, dark fog that surrounded us. Now, it was clear this first floor was different from usual. Field effect abyssal fog is applied. All usage effects are disabled. Mana efficiency is reduced to 1/4. Monsters exposed to the fog of the abyss evolve into superior beings. It's been a while since I've seen this fog. Back then, I even thought this fog would be my tomb. I never thought I would purposely step foot back in it. What are you doing? Make sure to follow behind me closely. I'll take care of the traps in the way, so make sure to not step out of line. I ran straight forward, taking the lead. It was a tactic only I could perform, as both a tank and guide. I did the same back then as well. It was impossible to detect the abyssal goblin's traps with the naked eye or with the magic. Snap. A moment later, I heard the sound of something snapping when my foot hit the floor. You have stepped on a random trap. Once a trap was triggered, a random skill of rank 5 or lower would activate. Whoosh. Judging by the damage and the type of attack, it must be the rank 6 skill Tail Flame. Yondell, are you okay? To be honest, it stung quite a bit. Compared to back then, my overall stats were much higher. But at the same time, there was one stat that had been reduced. I need to raise my magic resistance soon. When I erased a manticore essence, I also lost a lot of my magic resistance. I would be able to make up for a large part of it with giantization, but I couldn't use it with my active skills being sealed here. Don't worry about me. It's only an hour away. I had no choice but to endure it. Behel. Under the protection of my ancestral god, I ran through the passage full of invisible traps. At least there was one thing that was much better than back then. Snap. The traps that activated physical damage skills barely hurt at all. In fact, I barely felt more than a pinch. Because of that, the only skills that were painful and made me wary were magic-related ones. Snap, snap, snap. I blasted forward, activating so many traps that I lost count. Even though I wasn't thirsty, I periodically made sure to shove a potion down my mouth. However, unlike before, my body didn't miraculously recover. The higher your stats were, the less effective a potion became. Your health has dropped below 50%. After running for about 40 minutes, my passive was activated. All resistance and resilience stats have been raised due to the passive skill Path of Heroes. With my passive skill activated, it became a lot easier to endure the pain. Because of that, I could speed up even more. As I ran forward with all my might, I could hear my teammates' footsteps behind me and their quiet whispers. So on that day, I can see why he became so famous. I know, I've heard about it before, but I didn't know it was like this. Amelia and Versil, who had only heard of what I did that day through word of mouth, looked at me in utter awe and respect. Well, I guess it's a compliment. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing for me. Back then, I had no choice but to do that to survive. More importantly, I knew I had the ability to do so. Everyone has lost it. You think others will recognize you for that? A hero. God damn it, I'm still going. After all, someone has to do it. Unlike those who stood at the front lines with me and died after stepping on traps, I didn't have to worry about that. Because I knew I had the skills and stats to endure the traps as a tank, I was able to act bravely to run forward, just like I was currently doing. Your health has dropped below 40%. My head started to spin. I forced my eyes open, but I was starting to lose focus. After all, the abyssal goblins weren't the only thing I had to worry about. Berzak is. Fortunately, it seems to be far away from us. We hadn't met a Watcher of the Abyss yet, which acted as Berzak's eyes. That meant he was still far away from us. Excuse me, but why didn't we come down an hour before the labyrinth closes to see if the method works? That way, even if it doesn't, we won't have to worry since the labyrinth would close and we would return to the city. Versil suddenly chimed in with her opinion, seeming to have just realized something. I had considered that before we entered. However, if we'd done that, we wouldn't have to worry about making a round trip. If we did that, it would have been even more difficult. At that point, there would be barely anyone left on the first floor, meaning we would invariably run into Berzak. I'm sure Yandel also considered that before making his decision, so Amelia knew that as well. I didn't make the decision for us to come down here recklessly, without thinking at least that far ahead. Your health has dropped below 30%. Your health has dropped below 20%. All resistance and resilience stats have maxed out due to the passive skill Path of Heroes. Eventually, my passive skill fully activated, giving me the highest effect. Thanks to that, we were able to safely make it to our destination after running for a little over an hour. I lost a lot of health, but aside from that, there was no other issue. Best of all, we didn't run into Berzak, and all of the clan members were, without exaggeration, in perfect condition, excluding myself. Shit. However smooth the process, there was no guarantee that the results would be as desired. For us, the problem reared its ugly head the moment we arrived at our destination. Hey, it's Baron Yandel. It's really him. He's here with his teammates. Then did he find a way to open the door? What? Why were there so many people? At a glance, it seemed like dozens of them were here. I ran all the way here, almost certain that there wouldn't be anyone waiting. It was true that this spot was already discovered by a smallish clan on day 3, and I had smashed the wall open, making it even easier to find. I never expected that it would remain a secret, but still, why were there so many people waiting here? What were they all doing over here when Berzak was summoned? I tried to hide my bewilderment as I called to the man closest to me. You over there, the baldy, me, what are you all doing here? The man tilted his head, appearing confused by the question. We're waiting for the portal to open? We figured it might open if someone defeats the Lord of the Abyss, or right before the labyrinth closes, but what if Berzak comes here? Well, of course we should be willing to risk this much. This is a hidden area. The totally innocent answer rendered me speechless. Surely you know it too, Baron Yandel. Isn't this what being an adventurer is all about? For the first time in my life, I was skeptical of my chosen profession. I knew there were other adventurers with a screw loose, but to think there were this many. If you don't mind us asking, did you happen to find a way to open the portal? I had no idea there were this many unhinged bastards. Chapter 507, Basement Floor 1, 3. The moment Berzak arrived, 70% of us would meet our end, and that was assuming we ran away the moment we spotted him. If we tried to fight him, then this expedition would be the last for everyone here. These bastards, do they take life that lightly? The more I watched them, the less I understood. With every passing second, Berzak was probably drawing closer to us. Yet instead of people running up to the second floor, more people were gathering. Just as I thought, there were more people waiting here. A group of 5 adventurers made their way to us, in miserable shape. They seemed to have struggled to wade through all the traps spread across the first floor. The moment they saw all of us, they made sure to check one thing first and foremost. Where's the portal? Did it open? Why didn't it open? The Lord of Terror has already been defeated 9 times and Berzak was summoned. Did they all have something wrong with their heads? Why did they put all their faith in that one possibility, instead of going up to the second floor? They weren't even among the parties who had been waiting here since Berzak was first summoned. They had been off elsewhere and had forced a path here through all the traps. Noticing that I was unable to rein in my disbelief, Amelia quickly approached me. Yandel, what should we do? I don't know. I think I underestimated an adventurer's greed too much. It's not just adventurers. All humans are like that, regardless of the time or place. These days when I talked to Amelia, it felt as though I were talking to a wise sage. Even so, her words of wisdom didn't help me much this time. I need an answer on what we should do now. If she had expected this to happen, then she should have warned me in advance. I let out a deliberate sigh. Let's calm down. The situation wasn't great, but there was no need to take it out on my teammates for no reason. Instead, the best thing I could do was attempt to come up with a solution. The biggest issue is that it's going to be hard to open the portal with so many eyes on us. If we opened the portal now, everyone here would obviously jump along for the free ride. Just imagining how much they would steal from us hurt my head. But more importantly, rumors will spread. Even if there was a fixed number of people who could enter the portal, and only my teammates and I went inside, stories about how we entered the hidden area would spread throughout the city. That meant from next time onward, there would be countless people tailing us and keeping an eye on what we did. Since I wanted to reap the rewards quietly on our own, it was an outcome best avoided. It's the Watcher of the Abyss. Burzak. That monster is here. Just as I thought, it was going to be impossible to just sit around and watch the situation from afar while I came up with an answer. The moment we saw that Watcher of the Abyss, there was no doubt that Burzak was on its way here. G, get away. D, don't get near me. Og. As soon as the Watcher of the Abyss came closer, the adventurers exploded in a panic. Did they know acting like that would only aggro it more? It was ridiculous to see the adventurers tremble in such fear and panic when the Watcher of the Abyss, a useless rank 9 monster, was simply approaching them. Splurt. Poison shot out of its eyeball like a water gun. Arg. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. What a joke. These adventurers looked like they could easily be 6th floor veterans or higher. So why were they panicking so much from a rank 9 monster? Was this a comedy? Smack. While I was quietly watching the amusing scene a few steps away from them, the Watcher of the Abyss was then struck by a panicked adventurer's hand accidentally. Schwa. It immediately burst into a cluster of lights, then disappeared. A heavy silence quickly replaced the panic in the cave. And no, this can't be. Realizing what it meant to kill the Watcher of the Abyss, the adventurer began to tremble. Now, the situation was even worse. Hurry up. Get away from us. People started to yell at the adventurer who killed it, trying to quickly drive him away from the crowd. If you stay here, Burzak will come. Hurry and go to the 2nd floor before it catches you. B, but I can't get there on my own. Then why did you kill it? Are all adventurers unfeeling bastards or something? Stop it. Unable to watch any longer, I stepped forward. Baron Yandel, your lordship. It's clear that we'll all die if that guy stays here with us any longer. We need to quickly drive him out. That logic was ridiculous. Did that mean we wouldn't die if we got rid of him? The fact that the Watcher of the Abyss saw us means that Burzak was going to come, no matter what we did. Whatever the case, I now had a firm grasp of the situation. Regardless of how much longer we waited, none of these guys were willing to go to the 2nd floor. I told you to stop, but I will now open the portal. It was time to move to plan B. As soon as I said that, the adventurer quickly cleared the path for me. The adventurers that were inside, by the stone, also moved out of the way. All of you, stay out here for now. Pardon? Oh, of course. We won't get in the way. Everyone, come over here. They were all shocked to hear me suddenly declare that I was going to open the portal. Luckily, they were all cooperative and quickly vacated the place for us. Versailles, can you create a curtain so they can't see what happens here? Make sure they can't hear us either. Versailles quickly cast magic to create a barrier so that they couldn't see from the outside. With that, we were at least able to maintain some level of privacy. Before I started, Amelia came over and talked to me. Yandel, are you sure about this? There's no other choice. It's not like we can let them all die here. If we wait a bit longer, they might go back up to the 2nd floor on their own. No matter how reckless they might seem, they at least know how precious their lives are. Well, it's not like that thought didn't cross my mind. Unfortunately, I don't think they are going to give up. You're unexpectedly calm. Did it look like that? Maybe it was because, mentally, I had already given up on that possibility. Just imagining how many freeloaders would come along once I opened the portal made my stomach churn and my head hurt. Even so, I said, if this method doesn't work, we'll need time to escape to the 2nd floor. Waiting any longer is dangerous. Amelia was convinced by the logic behind my decision. I hurried over to the stone with the pieces we had found on the 3rd floor. Versailles, cast the companionship spell on the 6 of us, excluding you. What? If the portal opens, there's a high chance that there will be a reward for being the first to open it. I see. Quickly understanding what I meant, Versailles cast the companionship spell without a word of complaint. It wasn't like wizards needed experience points like we did. All done. Alright, then it's time. Please work. I gulped against my suddenly dry mouth as I reached my hand out with the pieces. Phew. A breeze suddenly flew around the stone as a large burst of color exploded in front of us. You are the first to open a portal to hidden area. EXP plus 99. Yes, this is it. The portal had opened. One that led to an unknown area that no one had ever before stepped foot throughout history. Maybe that was why my mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts and concerns. Still, I decided to not change my mind and instead carried out the plan I had settled on beforehand. Versil, recast the spell on us. In what way? You, me, and Erwin will be a part of Team 1. Everyone else will be Team 2. If we go inside and the portal closes, Team 2 is to immediately go up to the second floor. Do I make myself clear? And Emily, you're in charge if that happens. Got it. Don't worry. I'm sure everyone will quickly come to their senses if they see the portal close. But I'll make sure to convince everyone to work together to head to the second floor safely. Alright. And if you enter the portal and start somewhere separate from us, take care of yourselves. Got it. I'll do my best. Then that was enough precautions taken, just in case. Then we'll go in first. I then stepped forward, forcing myself into the portal. Whoosh, a bright light blinded me, even when I closed my eyes tightly. I felt as if my body were floating as my vision slowly returned. You have entered the archives on basement floor 1. First achievement, the great feats you have accomplished will be engraved in the Stone of Honor, forever recorded. Since I was used to traveling through a portal by now, I was able to regain my balance and safely land on my feet. Thud. I whipped up my shield to protect my upper body as I quickly looked around. The ground was covered in tiles, and I could see about 100 yards ahead of me. Beyond that, there didn't seem to be anything special, aside from a rocky area. Schwa. And was that the sound of ocean waves? For now, there don't seem to be any monsters. A burst of light above my head interrupted my assessment of the situation, bringing with it my teammates. W.W. First was the silent Erwin and outwardly shocked Versil, who were both a part of Team 1 with me. Then came Aner, who came in yelling, along with Orion, Miss Shaw, and Amelia. Thankfully, the portal didn't close. The moment I allowed relief to wash through me at the thought, I came to its sudden, belated realization. There is no exit. Just like when you entered a rift, the portal closed after spitting out people who crossed through it. A one-way entrance, with no way to go back to where we came from. It was an ominous feeling, but I decided to think positively. It's not like it changes much. We still came from the first floor, meaning either way, it would have been impossible to return after the floor closed on the 7th day. Question is, when will this area close? That was the sort of information we would only know after exploring the area first. Swamped by concerns and worries, I first went over to Amelia. Emily, what was the situation like when you came inside? It was the same. There was a slight difference in the color of the portal, but it wasn't much different aside from that. Also, once Ms. Golland's barrier disappeared, the other adventurers quickly followed us. Is that so? Then check our surroundings and keep your guard up. If anything happens, make sure to alert me, even if it seems trivial. Bjorn, I'm feeling strange. Strange? What's wrong? My face is hot, and my heart is beating violently. That's because you're excited. I proceeded to check on the condition of my other teammates as well to determine the characteristics of the field we'd arrived in. Shortly after, the other adventurers started to rain down from above. A new floor. A new floor. Mwahaha. My name will go down in history. Some of them seemed to have a few screws loose, but some of them also seemed rather normal. Everyone, stay on alert. You can't let your guard down. We don't know what's coming. Others quickly grouped back together with their teammates as soon as they entered. I wasn't quite sure why, but for some reason, they all started to gather relatively close to us. Did they think it would be safer the closer they were to us? I didn't know myself, but eventually, the adventurers stopped falling from the portal in the sky. What? Why aren't they coming? Mr. Zelton isn't here yet. Kierda, are you here? New piece of information obtained. Unlike the portals that lead to the other floors, this one seemed to close after certain conditions were met. But what were those conditions? Well, I don't think there's a time limit. I quickly counted the number of people present. Counting the ones that came in thus far gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 58, 59, 60. I see. So the portal closed after 60 people entered. Chapter 508, Basement Floor 1, 4. A limit of 60 people. Not only that, after entering the portal, there was no way to go back through it. While those two characteristics were reminiscent of a rift, other factors made it hard to officially classify this as one. First off, there was the portal stone. A portal stone was used to connect different floors. We'd had to activate the portal stone in order to come to this hidden area. What's more, there's never been a new hidden area that turned out to be a rift. When the term hidden area was written on the Stone of Honor, that usually meant a new floor or, more rarely like with the Labyrinth of Larkaz, a new hidden field that was already a part of the floor was unlocked. And it's not likely this is just a new hidden area that's attached to the first floor. For now, I decided to think of this place as a new floor since Hidden Fields closed at the same time that the floor did. On top of that, to even open the portal to this new hidden area, we had to go all the way to the 3rd floor and spend a decent time collecting fragments. Considering how long that would take, an adventurer would only manage to make it back here by the 6th day. From a design perspective, it didn't make sense for it to be a hidden field where there was only a maximum of 2 days left to explore it. That was why I calculated the possibility of this place being a hidden field to be rather low. Then the most important thing is when this place will close. We would find that out naturally over time. Versil, are you done figuring out who everyone is? Yes. Before we began our full-scale expedition, I had Versil conduct an investigation to determine the strength of the adventurers that followed us here. First, she began, I'll talk about the 2 most powerful groups. There are 20 members of the Silver Lion clan and 19 members of the Hux clan. Both of them seem to be missing members. Clans normally traveled in as large a group as possible. Before, when the maximum number of people able to be paired together with a companionship spell was 5, they would be in multiples of 5. Now that 6 was possible, they should have added up to some multiple of 6. Yes, it seems that both of them are missing quite a few between them. Apparently, as soon as my barrier collapsed and the portal opened, everyone was out of their minds as they ran toward it. I see. What about the rest of them? There are also 2 teams of 5 members and 1 team of 4. Diving further into the details revealed that the 4-man team was missing a leader and one of the 5-man teams was missing a warrior, which completely ruined their combat formation. Should I look into it more? They are all being cooperative with me, maybe because they are hoping they can lean on us in the future. No, this is enough, I answered. Thanks, and, when I tilted my head, Versil carefully added, all 3 of the smallest teams have asked you if we can protect them. It seems the other 2 clans also wanted to cooperate with us. I understand the 2 clans cooperating with us, but what do you mean by protection? Nothing special. They're willing to do whatever we ask of them as long as we bring them along with us. They all greedily entered on their own without a thought, but now that they're actually here, they must have realized the situation they're in. It must be worse given that they aren't even all together with their usual numbers. What do you plan to do? What is their average skill level? On average, I would say about 5th floor. Then there's nothing more to hear. Tell them to take care of themselves. Given their level, they would only interfere with their combat and wouldn't be able to offer us much, and even if we don't accept their offer, I'm sure they'll be able to take care of themselves. Or maybe they can leech off of one of the 2 bigger clans. I wasn't like I forced them to come here. I simply opened the portal as they wished, and that was it. I wasn't inclined to do any more for them. Versil, recast the companionship spell. How should I do it? Make Emily and I in 1 team. The rest of us will be another. For now, I decided to divide us into 2 teams. To be honest, I wanted us to just be 1 6-man team without Orion, but I judged it would be better to have Orion take some of the EXP as well. Since this was a new floor, there were bound to be new monsters. This way, Orion could sit in the back and take in the free EXP as Amelia took care of the monsters on her own. Emily, are you fine with that? I don't mind. I understand the situation we're in. Alright, then that's settled. Bjorn, how much longer do we have to wait here? Einar seemed to be running out of patience, too. Everyone, get ready to move. It was time to start exploring. As soon as we started to move, the adventurers who were waiting around the starting point quickly took notice. One of them mustered up the courage to run over and ask me, if you don't mind, would it be alright if we follow you guys from far behind? In other words, they wanted to follow our lead because it was too terrifying to head off into an unknown floor on their own. Huh, do these bastards have no conscience? Not only did I give them a free ride by opening the portal, but now they also want to ride our coattails as we explore this place? I do mind. Don't follow us. My firm answer broke no refusal. That, however, didn't mean he wouldn't give up so easily either. He was determined to. Of course he didn't easily give up either, as if he was determined to ride the wave of our success. But, if you can even help us a little, then the number of people who will end up dying in vain will be greatly reduced. Seeing this one guy take the lead in trying to convince me, other adventurers were quick to follow his lead and back him up. That's right. In emergencies, adventurers have a duty to help one another, and if you help us, it will certainly help raise your reputation. What are these guys talking about? Do they think I'm some pushover because I opened the portal before? When did I tell you to enter the portal? They all went quiet. If you're an adventurer, you should be the one taking care of your own expedition. But many of us are going to end up dead. Surely you knew the risks before you came here? This is an expedition, after all. After saying that, I quickly left the starting point with my teammates. Whether my speech was effective or not, the other adventurers didn't trail after us. Phew, I feel a bit better now. They all kept spouting nonsense. But Captain, is this really alright? Orion asked in a worried tone. If they make it back alive, they might spread some weird, false rumors about you. I merely put on a smile as I patted him on the back. You worry about everything. If you keep doing that, the only thing that's going to hurt is your head. Haha, as expected, you're such an awesome captain. Alright, enough of the chatter, and let's focus on the expedition. We don't know what awaits us ahead. We quickly made a long trek away from the starting point, walking along the coastline as we tried to grasp the terrain. Surprisingly, it didn't take long. The terrain we were currently standing on wasn't all that big. I knew I heard the sound of waves, so we were on an island. More specifically, we were on a small, rocky island whose perimeter took only 30 minutes to walk. It was decent enough in terms of size for a starting island, just like Lemia on the 6th floor. However, after looking around the island, we noticed that this place was void of any and all monsters. No, forget monsters, there was practically nothing here at all. On Lemia, there were at least trees we could cut down, but here, there's nothing. It was a shame. If a special material could only be obtained here, then we could have sold it for a high price. Of course, it was still too early to give up hope. The real expedition would be on the sea. Rockrobe, do you think it's possible? I first decided to hear the opinion of our navigator before we took off to sea. A cursory glance was enough to tell that this sea wasn't anything ordinary. Yes, even though it seems different from ordinary seawater, that piece of wood over there floats. We'll have to try. I think our boat has enough buoyancy to float on it. Good to hear. A silver wave crashed against the rocks on the shore. The ocean looked to be made of liquid mercury, and that wasn't to mention the wide assortment of strange things floating atop the water. Schwa. Each wave of the silver water brought a wardrobe, a fireplace, a thick book, an old sword, a knight's helmet, and more. What was that over there? Socks. I didn't know what all of it was, but after hearing Arian's opinion, we went to a nice location to bring out the ship. Ah, the boat is floating. Thankfully, the boat floated on the water without any issues. We watched it for 10 minutes before boarding, just in case. After confirming that the water didn't damage our boat, we quickly boarded and prepared for departure. Now, it was time to leave the journey in Arian's hands. What, and me? Yeah, just think of this like the first time you went to the 6th floor, not knowing anything. Arian seemed troubled by the weight of the responsibility at first, but hearing my determination changed his mind. Then, we'll start by investigating the surrounding waters first. Do whatever you think is best, and you don't have to report every small detail to me either. You are much better than me when it comes to navigation. That was how we began our voyage, carefully traversing the waters under the direction of our navigator, Arian. As we slowly drifted from the island, Arian began to jot down a navigation map. He checked the depth of the water as well to assess for any hidden obstacles underneath. Amelia watched from the side, interested in what he was doing. I'm jealous of that talent you have. What? I'm saying you're doing a good job. I'm sure your name and that map will go down in history, just like the one from Pikma. Come to think of it, Amelia also had a strange obsession with things like that. Was it because she was never able to, and would never be able to proudly reveal her name on an achievement? I'll have to think of a way for her to use her real name again when we go back to the city. Since Orion was managing the ship well without me, I left them to their business and headed up to the deck. If Orion was considered an expert in navigation, then I was considered an expert in the labyrinth itself. Our field of view increased. On the rocky island, we could only see about 100 yards ahead, but now that we were voyaging on the boat, the visibility had also gradually increased. The sky was pretty dark, so we couldn't see all that far ahead, but you could still at least tell that the limited range of vision that had been there before had now disappeared. Versil, have you found anything yet? Since we were on the rocky island, Versil acted like a wizard as she picked up any floating object she could find. No, since there is no information related to any of this, for now, I decided to focus on collecting samples rather than research. Unfortunately, she didn't find anything particularly interesting. I see. If Raven were here, would things have been different? Even though I was left with that thought, I didn't feel all that disappointed. What was really the point of research when you got down to it? We were adventurers. Our job was simply to find something and sell it for a high price. Then I'll leave all of that to Versil. I went to check on the rest of the members. Erwin was on the observation deck, on the lookout with her keen eyesight. Meanwhile, Ainer just seemed overjoyed to be on a ship, and Miss Shaw was standing off to the side by herself. Right as I was about to walk over and talk to her, a voice sounded out. Island. It's an island. A new field was found. It was our first discovery since coming to this hidden area. Excited, we quickly turned the ship to head in the direction Erwin pointed us toward. But then, while we were still a good distance away from it, we all froze. The reason was simple. Monster. It wasn't an island. What should we do? Oh, are we fighting it? Isn't this the first monster we found? It might be weaker than we think. Are you crazy? It's too reckless to try and fight a monster of that size. A monster so massive that we mistook it for an island had appeared. The only people who recognized just how dangerous that monster was were me and Amelia. Yandel. Amelia surely had a rough idea of how strong that monster was thanks to her crisis detection. According to her, it didn't tell her anything aside from an estimate of the monster's rank. No, Arian Rockrobe, quickly, turn the ship away right now. We have to stay away from that thing as best as we can. What? Oh, alright. Ian listened to Amelia's orders without stopping to ask any questions. Amelia then came over to me and asked, "Do you know what that is?" I did. "That massive black shell, that elongated neck and dragon-like head, and that long beard attached to its snout. Tala pupa, a rank 1 monster." Seriously? That's a rank 1 monster. It made sense that this was my team member's first ever encounter with a monster like that. After all, 80% of all rank 1 monsters, including Tala pupa, could only be found on the 10th floor. It was impossible to have information on it. And that was a monster that only appeared in a hidden field. Even on the 10th floor, you had to go into a hidden field to find it. Shit. Even after we managed to turn the boat around and escape from Tala pupa, a chill still ran down my spine. I can't believe there's a rank 1 monster in this place. My head was whirring on full overdrive. How could the first monster we saw be the thing? And just how strong would the other monsters we'd eventually come across be? If we fought the thing, we would certainly be annihilated in a second. Rank 1 monsters were even stronger and more difficult to take down than any upper floor lord of the floor. Does that mean we should head back to the rocky island? The thought was there before I could stop it, but I decided it would be too much of a pity to give up now. Thus, we continued our voyage. 001. Day 7 was now over. That meant the first floor had closed. Alright, then that confirms this place isn't a hidden field on the first floor. Like I thought, this must be an entirely new floor. As for what floor it must be, basement floor 1. Since the second floor already existed, I assumed that this floor must be considered a basement floor. But what was the name of it? Normally when a new floor opened, the official name would also be written on the stone of honor. I guess I'll know when I get out of here and see it. As we continued to sail the open waters, my monster-related worries slowly started to fade away. Kaya. That was, until Versil suddenly screamed out while fishing for whatever she could find. A monster. It's a monster. I quickly ran over to her and looked over the railing. There was a monster climbing up the wall of the hull. What is that? It doesn't look like a murloc or a frogman, asked the confused Inner, who had also run over after hearing Versil's cry. However, I had no answer for her. We were on a new floor. After all, I had always thought there was a possibility this might happen. Croak. It was a new type of monster, one whose rank, classification, and name were completely unknown. Chapter 509, Grave, 1. It looked similar to a frogman on the outside, especially if you were looking at its large belly, which seemed full of air, or the suckers that were attached to its knuckles. Even their faces looked quite similar. However, its skin was grayish, not green, and it wasn't holding a harpoon, which frogmen always did. But most importantly, wings? On its back were wings that looked completely out of place. They looked as if they had been cut with scissors and glued onto their backs. Croak. Suddenly, the one climbing up flew into the air before landing on the deck. So those wings weren't just for show? Emily, what rank is it? I knew she couldn't give a completely accurate rating with crisis detection, but it would still give us a good idea. It's not even rank 7, given how I don't feel an ounce of threat from it. That was all the confirmation I needed. Under rank 7, there were now about 15 of them, silently staring at us. As more of them quickly began to climb on the deck, I yelled out my order. Don't run and attack them yet. For now, we have to gather as much information as we can about them. Ainer, who had tried to run straight at them, stopped herself after hearing my orders. Thankfully, she was a good listener. Behel. I quickly ran forward, raising my threat level with a wild outburst. It didn't take long before the unknown monsters began to attack me. However, their attack pattern was completely different from what I had expected. They didn't use their teeth or claws. They didn't hold a weapon like a harpoon in their hands either. So how did they attack? Swoosh. Suddenly, a visible projectile that seemed to be lightning type was shot through the air. Of course, since it was under rank 7, it didn't do any damage to me. I blocked most of them with my shield, but even those I didn't even manage to break through my skin. What the hell? I froze. It wasn't because of an abnormal condition like paralysis or anything like that. It was just because I was surprised. Mr. Yandel, J just now that monster. Yeah, so I wasn't the only one who saw that. Erwin then spoke up, finishing Versil's sentence. Wasn't it a Fleminus Thunderbone? The rank 7 monster Fleminus was a lightning-type monster that appeared in sections of the 3rd and 4th floors. So why was this guy using the unique skill of another monster? Is it a type of advanced mutant? The thought flickered through my mind, but that couldn't be possible. All 15 of the ones that made it onto the deck were using the same skill. A monster that uses the same skill as another. If that was the case, what about the other skills it had? After a little more baiting and experimentation, I discovered another surprising fact. The Iron Falcon's ironclad feather. Oh, I know that one. That's the rank 6 sea worm's bubble. Not rank 6. That's rank 7. All 3 of its active skills came from different monsters. I wondered what its passive skills were, but unfortunately, that wasn't easy to find out. I swung my hammer, trying to get rid of one of them, only to be suddenly thwarted at the last second. Due to rotten mucus, your attack missed. So it has the passive of a frogman? No wonder they looked similar. Well, That's enough research for now. It's time to get rid of them. That's enough for now. You can kill them. Are you sure? As soon as I gave permission, Aner ran forward and started to kill all of them off. Now, we were the first ones ever to not only discover a new monster but also to defeat them as well. You have defeated a Gullfrog. What? I don't think I got any EXP. Sure, it was lower than rank 7 and wouldn't give me much, but I should still feel something at least. No. 9,999, beginner's luck, has been activated. My thoughts instantly derailed as soon as I saw what was happening. An essence. Wow, it really dropped an essence. Versatile. Quickly grab a magic vial. I hurriedly instructed our wizard, reflexively assessing the situation. Then will this essence give the frogman's rotten mucus, the serums, Iron Falcon, or Fleminus active skill? Or maybe all of them? Maybe with this, the entire system combining essences would irrevocably change. Our first battle was over, and our spoils were one green essence. I needed to check it later to be certain, but for now, it seemed like the Iron Falcon's ironclad feather, if the color was any indication. Versatile. How many magical vials are left? 27. I thought that Melbeth only gave us 20. I brought everything I had as well, just in case. I see. What should I do with a magical vial? You can hold on to it for now. It'll be easier to take care of if one person holds them all. After deciding what to do with the magical vials, I asked my teammates, but more importantly, what did you guys feel when Aner killed the first one? Oh, are you talking about how there was no feeling of accomplishment? Like how after you normally kill a monster for the first time? Did everyone else feel the same? I thought I was the only one. Seeing that everyone didn't feel the EXP, it was clear that such a reward never existed in the first place. So the concept of this floor is strange as well. Some monsters here had the characteristics of various monsters, like a chimera. The realization left me feeling a bit down. If all the monsters here were like that, we couldn't find any yet undiscovered skills. I was hoping that we would at least find something new. I can't believe there is a monster with the skills of various species. Once this information becomes public, things will plunge into chaos. Maybe this would lead to something massive, maybe even the creation of a completely overpowered build of essences and skills. It was as if a customization feature had just been unlocked. If I can take advantage of an active skill without the passive, then my weapon's constraints will be gone. Even in my steel giant mode, there were countless other active and passive skills that I would like to have in that same vein. The main reason they weren't featured in my ultimate build was because of the lackluster stats. But what if I could use giantization with that passive skill? That meant my final character could become even stronger. And what about Orc Hero? That passive was nothing special. Path of Heroes wasn't a bad skill either, but it was at best a rank 5 essence. Overall, the performance and effects of it were simply lackluster. The total stats of the essence were also rather low. If I didn't have to use giantization with Union, then I would be able to choose from a larger range of essences to obtain even higher stats. Is there a monster that can let me do that? I had no idea. There was also a chance that this monster type was unique, and we wouldn't see anything like it again. At the same time, there was a chance we would come across new monsters with new essences, unlike anything we had seen before. This is fun. As a player who loved Dungeon and Stone, my heart was racing with excitement. What awaited us ahead? Without even realizing it, I was looking forward to what else we would find. However, I couldn't become too relaxed or reckless. After all, the unknown was both an opportunity and a point of crisis. Lift the anchor. After getting rid of the monsters on the deck, we resumed our journey. It seemed that the entire area was home to these electric frogs. Every so often, they would suddenly pop out of the sea and climb their way up onto our boat. But this time, however, we hunted them with distortion. Versil Gallon has cast rank 6 spacetime magic high rank distortion. This guy was a new monster, so I was certain that whatever it dropped could be sold to the magic tower for a high price. Bjorn, if you're bored, you can at least clean the deck. That's not it. I have something to say. What is it? Throughout this entire journey, Aner would occasionally ask me random questions out of the blue, apparently entirely unconcerned about what could possibly be waiting for us. What are you going to name them? Name? Actually, I had never thought about that. How did monsters get named in the first place? Erwin, do you know? I'm not sure. Unexpectedly, Erwin also didn't know the origin of how monsters were named. Versil was a wizard who should know these things, but at the same time, she was also a player. I actually never thought about it. Wasn't the person who first found a monster was the one who named it? Probably. Having overheard the conversation we were having, Amelia left Orion alone for a moment as she approached us with open interest. Nannery, she declared. What? How about Nannery? It sounds good, and I think it's cute too. Surprisingly, she liked that kind of thing. We're naming a monster right now. Why would we make it cute? Emily, but can't it be anything? Whatever the person who found it wants it to be, I guess. It didn't take long before everyone was interested in naming the new monster. We were all adventurers through and through. I figured it could also act as motivation for them on our future expeditions, so I urged them on. Then let me know of any ideas you come up with. We'll decide after holding a vote. A vote. That's fair. I'll go with Nannery, and I'll give 10,000 stones to whoever else votes for it. I said it would be held with a vote. Why are you suddenly trying to buy them out? It's not like I'm forcing them to, fine, do as you please. It didn't seem all that fair, but I let it slide. After Amelia set the tone, the other members quickly voiced their opinions as well. Ultimate Sundra, what do you think? Doesn't it sound strong? But it's not even rank 7. Why don't we name it based on its characteristics instead? Since it has the essences of a sea worm, an iron falcon, a fleminus, and a frogman, you're combining all of that. Sea falcon flemin, what? Sea falcon flemin, isn't it pretty good? I was left dumbfounded the moment I heard that name, but surprisingly, it was well received among the members. Oh, that's nice. That's also a very strong name, certainly, it's very catchy. I can even imagine what it looks like just from the name. Isn't Nannery better? I'll give you 20,000 stones. After that, a few other names were added to the list of candidates. Eventually, it was time to vote, and the results were 7 votes for Gelfrog, C. Falcon Flemin has 3 votes, Nannery has 2 votes, and Kararu has 1. What? That doesn't make sense. How are there 13 votes when there are only 7 people? Versa, you didn't know? It's in our clan bylaws. The captain's vote is worth the same as the number of people in the clan, how is that democratic? My voice frosted over. Democratic? What is that? Oh, that's... Versil belatedly realized she had made a slip of the tongue. That's right. If you're a player, you have to make sure to hide comments like that. Well, after all, the term democracy doesn't exist in a world like this. Then, that decides it. From now on their name is Gullfrog. Thus, the name of the monster we were the first to discover became Gullfrog. It was a half-assed name I came up with after seeing its frog-like appearance with the wings of a seagull. At the very least, it was better than Sea Falcon or whatever the hell it was. Alright, let's all head back to our positions and get to work. After dismissing them, Erwin went back to the observation deck as Ian and Amelia went to navigate the boat. Versil also went back to fishing again, trying to grab as many samples as she could. Ainer, stop playing around and go clean the deck, but Miss Shah is playing around too. Miss Shah, she has something else to do, Miss Shah, stand on the deck over there, and take care of any monsters that appear. I want that job, let me do that. Eventually, everyone went back to do their jobs as I walked around the ship, making sure there weren't any issues. Suddenly, Versil called out to me, Mr. Yandel, can you come here for a moment? Did you find something? When I went over to her quickly, Versil handed me an object she had picked out of the sea. I just found this. What do you think? Don't you think we'll be able to sell it for a good price when we go back to the city? A painting. Yes, even though this place seems like the sea, the painting is completely fine. The paper didn't even get wet at all. True, a painting that was found in the labyrinth would definitely be of high value. Let me take a look. Versil handed the painting to me, so I could examine it. But the moment I saw it, my face hardened to stone. It was a rough sketch of a man next to a woman, who appeared to be his wife. In between them, there was a girl, smiling brightly. What's the matter? Do you happen to know them? It would be a bit of a stretch to say that I knew them. It was even more of an ask for me to come up with a reason why a painting of him would be found here of all places. Somewhat. The man in this family portrait. It had been a few good years since I had met him. It was none other than Hanze, the man that I had abandoned to the floors of the labyrinth during my first expedition. Chapter 510, Grave, 2. Hanze. The day when I opened my eyes and came to this world, he was my first night companion. He was also the first person I killed. Thanks to him, I was able to become even stronger and more accustomed to life in the labyrinth. In the process, I was also able to meet Erwin as well. Is it because his name was Hans? He's even persistent in death. This portrait of him was the first thing I threw aside looking through his bag, after looting him. Was it like a cursed doll that would continue to haunt me no matter how many times I threw it away? So it's an object that was left behind in the labyrinth. What the? When did Amelia get here? When I came to my senses, I realized that all my teammates were also listening in on our conversation, while doing their jobs. I guess since they were all adventurers, they had good hearing. Then maybe this is where everything left behind in the labyrinth gathers. Versil quickly came up with a hypothesis, like a real wizard. Truthfully, after hearing my story about the portrait, it was a hypothesis that anyone could have come up with. Oh, that's amazing. Then will I be able to find my lost shoes now? They're my favorite pair, if you're lucky. Wait a minute, Miss Gowland, Amelia interjected. Then according to your hypothesis, what's the explanation behind those? It doesn't seem right to think that all those closets and tables were objects left in the labyrinth. Versil couldn't come up with an answer as she quietly muttered, that's true. Why are those there? The hypothesis that this place was the trash dump of the labyrinth would remain unsolved. That was until, surprisingly, our navigator could come up with a clear explanation. If I may, I think they might be pieces of furniture on large ships. Large ships. I heard that before subspace magic, ancient adventurers struggled to explore the 6th floor, since they couldn't summon ships out of thin air like we can now. Oh, is that so? They cut down trees on the island they started on, and hands built a ship themselves on the 6th floor so they could explore it. That's the first thing that all navigators learn. How is that possible? It's not like they only used it to visit the nearby island, and I can't imagine they would build a new one every time just to throw it away after. You're right. This issue was solved with magic. Back then, subspace magic wasn't as advanced as now, but that doesn't mean other types of magic didn't exist. Auden didn't know the details, but he said that a type of magic automatically made the ship return to the starting island with the ocean's waves, regardless of where it was, so they took advantage of that fact to utilize as much time as they could, even when the labyrinth closed. Yes, he confirmed. However, I also heard many cases of theft and disputes because of it. And also, they said that sometimes the ships would find their way back to the starting island in a wreck, rather than its usual. I see. Thanks for the valuable information. I felt sorry for cutting off Arian, who was excitedly showing off his knowledge to us. I didn't mind hearing his stories, but he had to focus on navigating. But let's focus on the ship for now. Of course. Erwin, stop getting distracted with us as well. Ainer, your mop isn't moving. I quickly ordered everyone to stop getting distracted and return to their roles. A closet or chair floating out there on the sea might be an interesting phenomenon, but the reason behind it wasn't in any way important to us. Only one thing mattered. This place was now full of valuable objects, and maybe even treasures, that were left behind. Versailles, continue to grab whatever comes floating by the boat. There might be treasures as well. Yes, I'll do that. Right now all we had was this useless family portrait of Hanze, but who knew what else we might come across? It might be a numbered item or a high-class piece of equipment. There would surely be countless treasures here that had been long forgotten, just like how we had to throw away countless pieces of our geared ice rock. Thinking of it that way, this place is more of a grave than a dump since it's full of all sorts of expensive items. I was finally starting to understand it. At first, I wondered why so many adventurers were risking their lives, standing around waiting for the portal to open, even when Berzak was summoned. But this opportunity was worth risking your life for. New monsters, new essences, new experiences, and countless treasures floating around on the sea. How much would we make once we returned to the city and sold everything we found? Suddenly, Erwin yelled at the top of her lungs from the observation deck. Mister, an island. There's an island. It wasn't another rank 1 monster again, right? In the end, what Erwin saw was indeed an island. Well, calling it an island was not quite the word for it. At the very least, it wasn't a monster, it looks like a temple. There was a building of sorts in the shape of 2 cylinders, floating on the water. We took the ship and navigated around it at first to scout the area, but in the end, we could only find one entrance that led inside. In other words, going inside was our only option. What should we do? What else? We're adventurers. We should go and explore it. Since the water level around it was shallow, we had to transfer to a smaller ship and paddle ourselves toward the building. What a strange place. As we got off our smaller ship and headed inside the entrance, we looked around, but we couldn't see much due to the lack of light. I can only see about 5 yards ahead. All we could see was a wide staircase that led all the way down. The height and width of the staircase was massive, as if it were built for something that wasn't human. Of course, that worked out perfectly for me. You have cast giantization, a staircase that I could comfortably walk down even in giantization. This was a tear-jerking moment. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I took the lead down the stairs with a mindset of tanking whatever attacked us, no matter what. But how long did we continue walking down those stairs? It goes so far down. It had already been at least 200 steps by now. What the hell was this place? Spatially speaking, how did this make any sense? But I decided not to think too deeply about it. After all, it's ridiculous to judge this world by regular physics. Stump. Eventually, we reached the end of the staircase. Ugh, it smells so dusty. The space had a stuffy smell to it. Due to the lack of visibility, it was hard to make out the entire area. Still, as we headed further inside, our surroundings began to brighten. In fact, with a flash, the entire space brightened as if someone had turned the lights on. The whole team flinched as they went on high alert, waiting for an enemy to appear. However, after surveying our surroundings, we all turned to stare at each other with blank looks. This place. The ceiling was extremely high, approximately as far from us as we had walked down the stairs. Not only that, massive bookshelves around us reached up to the ceilings. What is this place? It's like a library. The first thing that came to mind was a library, but it was very different from any regular one purely for its sheer size. Even the books were so big that you had to hold them open with both arms spread wide. Not only that, each bookshelf was full of thousands of books. Oh, it's not as heavy as I thought it would be. but for some reason, the weight of each book was light enough that anyone with the strength of an adventurer could easily lift it. Miss Fenelon, could you help me open this book? Of course. Aner quickly grabbed the book off the bookshelf, placed it on the floor, and opened it. It's empty. What? Are they just props? Then, Versil, you'll be in charge of investigating the books here. Aner, you'll stay here and help her, and make sure to protect her if something happens. I left Aner and Versil with the bookshelves, as the rest of us went to investigate the surroundings a bit more. All around the outer walls were curved bookshelves that reached up to the ceiling, creating a cylindrical space. What the hell is that for? In the center of the room, there was a table-like stone plate. There was also a large stone door between the bookshelves, opposite the staircase we came down. Even after our thorough investigation, we couldn't find anything else. This seems like a place where we have to trigger something. Since there didn't seem to be any monsters or traps, we all split up to investigate. Eventually, we finally found something. Mr. Yandel, I found a book over here with something written on it, but it's in the ancient language, so I think you should come and read it for us. Learning the ancient language had helped me quite a bit already. I quickly ran over to Versailles to look at the book that was spread out on the floor. The book was open to one page with a picture and a written passage on the other. That painting over there looks like the rank 9 monster wall mole rat, but I can't read what it says. As Versil speculated, that picture was a wall mole rat. It was written right there next to the picture, its name, its habitat, its essence, even the origin of its name, characteristics of its essences, unique habits of the monster, and more were included. This is a guidebook of sorts. Is this all you found? Yes, no matter how many other pages I flip through, it's all left blank. I hummed. I see. You sound like you know something. There's just a lot to process. First of all, that book alone held incredible value. If Raven was here, she would run around in excitement, calling it a great discovery, like the history fan she was. I, however, wasn't interested in that. Adventurers weren't like wizards. Instead, we focused on something more important than knowledge. How can we use this? We focused on what we could do with this discovery. No, more than that, we tried to figure out the reason the object existed in the first place. Instead of research, we did things the adventurer way, trying every means possible until we got our results. Everyone, gather up. I immediately called a team meeting. Did you realize something? No, but I think there's something worth trying. Worth trying. Amelia tilted her head, but it would be faster to do it than to explain, especially since I wasn't even sure it would work. Thud. I grabbed the book that Versil found and placed it on the stone plate in the center of the library. Roughly 3 seconds later, Amelia broke the silence. I guess there are times when even you are wrong. Schwa. The slab suddenly began to give off a blue light. That meant something was happening, and since this was dungeon and stone, chances were that it would be dangerous. Bjorn. Over there. That stone door is opening. I ran in the direction Miss Shaw pointed from where she stood at the front. Everyone, ready for battle. I shouted urgently. The team got into their fighting stance, full of energy ready to fight against whatever showed up. Time seemed to stand still as we waited there in the heavy tension. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 4 seconds, the monster finally appeared. It slowly walked out of the slightly open stone door. Squeak. It was a wall mole rat. Squeak. And just one of them. The first monster we met on this new floor was a whopping rank 1 monster. Because of that, everyone including myself was extremely wary of whatever would be coming out of that stone door. A wall mole rat. What we got instead was just a singular rank 9 monster. Don't lower your guard. Something else might come out. Even though I was the leader, I was at a loss for what to do for a moment there. However, it didn't take long before I controlled my emotions and thoughts to figure out what was happening. So, that's what's going on. Wall mole rat was written in the book. When we placed that book on the stone plate, a wall mole rat appeared through the stone door. How could that be seen as a coincidence? Erwin. As soon as I said her name, Erwin shot her arrow at it. Was she a psychic or something? How did she know what I was going to ask of her the moment I said her name? I had no idea, but that didn't matter right now. The wall mole rat, which had been running straight for us, died without being able to make a squeak. Schwa. A cluster of lights dispersed in the air as a singular rank 9 mana stone was left behind. Since beginner's luck effect didn't activate, it didn't drop an essence. Though it was so low rank, we would have just ignored it anyway. Rumble. As soon as the monster died, the stone door started to close again. Oh, Mr. Yandel, over there. Suddenly, a staircase leading to a higher section of the massive bookshelf appeared. In the language of Dungeon and Stone, this was an obvious instruction to the player, so it's telling us to keep going up and summon more monsters. However, before going up the stairs, I checked the book I had placed on the stone plate. The picture and text are all gone. That meant that a book can't be used again. I threw the now empty book on the floor as I climbed up the stairs. A sudden thought struck me. Is it possible to reach for a higher book without the stairs? If you had the thought, you might as well give it a try. I quickly took advantage of my height to grab onto the bottom of the third row, which the stairs didn't reach, and then used my arm strength to climb up. However, when I tried to take out a book, it didn't budge in the slightest. So even if we can climb up to a higher level, we can't take out a book. But what would happen if I climbed all the way up? The curiosity ate at me, but I decided to check it later when we either reached a dead end or had some extra time left. We had enough on our plate as it was. Everyone, grab a book and find the page with a drawing. When I gave out my orders, everyone quickly went to grab a book and flip through the pages. With all of us working hard to find a picture, it only took a few minutes before we found it. This time, it was a book with 2 monsters listed down. One was the rank 8 Nightmare. Oh, I know this one. Isn't it that monster with the same essence as that vampire we met in the Bloody Citadel? The other monster was the Gullfrog, which we had met quite a few times on our way here. So, what's written down about it? I guess it already has an official name. Then we voted for no reason. Since it was a monster that we were the first to discover, everyone seemed curious to see what was written down about it. Then let's see the name of it. As soon as I read what was written at the top, I stiffened. Bjorn, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Einar was concerned by my sudden shift in demeanor and quickly went to approach me. Versil, who was nearby, also asked, Mr. Yandel, is there a problem? I was slow to respond. Gullfrog, what? In this book, the name written down is Gullfrog, what? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you were the one who came up with that name though, Captain. Exactly. It didn't make sense. Isn't that a crazy coincidence? I can't believe you picked the same name. Arin murmured to himself while I quietly stared down at the book. I understood where he was coming from. It made more sense to think it was a wild coincidence. However, name, habitat, essence. I quickly skipped past the rest of the explanations and went straight to the origin of the name. Bjorn, son of Yandel, the first adventurer to enter the basement floor 1's archives, named the monster after being the first to discover it. What the hell was this? Chapter 511, Grave, 3. It didn't make any logical sense. How could this book contain a name that I made up less than a day ago? How is that possible? We just got here. To think this information would already be written down. Yandel, do you have any idea what's going on? I'm not sure. But even as I said that, I got a strange inkling. I couldn't put it into words, but somehow, I had a gut feeling I knew what was happening here. The record stone. A stone that had history from the beginning of time until the end of the world etched on its surface. This had to have something to do with a thing. The information was showing up here in the form of a book rather than a stone, but maybe this place had a similar purpose, serving as some kind of archive. The records archives. The more I explore this labyrinth, the bigger the headache it gives me. This development momentarily left me reeling, but I forced myself to snap out of it. I could always puzzle this over later. This must just be one of the labyrinth's countless mysteries. Everyone, stop getting distracted and let's get back to work. That's right. Let the wizards worry about boring things like studying and researching. Our only job is to explore. For the first time in a while, Einar was right on the money. I couldn't help but smile at that as I continued to skim through the book. Although the origin of the monster's name was shocking, the entry itself had information that was extremely useful for me. Unlike the books in the city's library, this one had exact numbers listed inside. Agility, +8. Lightning resistance, +15. Jumping power, +30. Soul power, +20. The basic stats were assigned numerical values, rather than just the adjectives high, medium, or low. Not only that, but there was information about the colors and effects of the different essences it could drop, which was something that I'd been wondering about. The green essence is Ironclad Feather, the yellow essence is Thunderbone, the blue essence is Bubble. Was there even a point in the magic tower anymore? Well, the researchers there could still gain recognition by writing papers about this stuff, of course, but these books would sell for a massive profit. Alright, let's try this again. After reading through all the information inside, I once again used the book to summon some monsters. You have killed a Nightmare. You have killed a Gullfrog. We didn't waste a second and ended the battle in an instant. Just like last time, after we defeated the summons, the stone door closed and a staircase leading to the third row of the massive bookshelf appeared. We split up, one team heading up the stairs to pull out books and flip through the pages. When someone found one with a picture, they quickly threw it down to the other team waiting on the ground floor so they could put it on the stone and quickly summon and kill the monsters inside. You have killed a frost wolf. You have killed an ice golem. You have killed a death knight. You have killed a Vicundus. You have killed a minotaur. You have killed. Like I thought, the number and ranks of the monsters increased as we went higher up the shelves. As a natural consequence of that, the difficulty of each fight also gradually increased. To be honest, this was a pretty decent hunting ground. There haven't been any new monsters, though. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to find a book that had information about an entirely new type of monster, which I was hoping for. Then that means we need to have met the monster first for it to show up in a book. That may well be the case, but our sample size was still too small to confirm that hypothesis. And we still had a long way up to go on the bookshelf. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time quickly flew by as we lost ourselves in the rhythm of simple, repetitive labor. Aside from taking some time to sleep and eat, we focused solely on hunting to try and climb up the bookcase as fast as we could. Because of that, we were eventually able to build up a sufficient enough sample size to solidify some key facts. 1. There were no new monsters in these books. It was hard to say whether that was because there were simply no other monsters in existence, or if only monsters that had been discovered before would show up in their pages. That was something we'd only figure out after exploring other areas of this floor. 2. The library wasn't a good hunting ground. That was because it was an absolutely incredible hunting ground. In fact, while you might not get any EXP if you already defeated all the monsters in the book, if your goal was to farm mana stones and essences, this place might be the best place to do so in the entire labyrinth. The monsters came out of the stone door in an orderly fashion, one at a time, which made it easy for you to get in formation and attack them as a team. We also had all the time in the world to prepare ourselves before summoning them. That meant we could even activate skills and cast spells in advance if necessary. Plus, by the time we were about halfway up the bookcase, a singular book could have over 100 monsters listed in it. There was no need to explain how amazingly valuable that was. This place was perfect for mass hunting, with no unnecessary wait times or hunting permits to speak of, and once we finished a hunt, we could just summon another monster right then and there and keep going. In just 3 days, we netted more than 10 million mana stones and 7 essences. Well, 6 of the essences were under rank 6, though, so we discarded those and only used a vial on the rank 5 essence. Yet, when it comes to hunting, this place isn't bad at all. Yet both me and my clanmates weren't satisfied with just that. Our goal for this expedition wasn't to kill mobs. We were the first people in history to ever step foot on this hidden floor. There was a lot more to be gained by exploring the unknown, rather than just sitting around and hunting in one spot. The other problem is, it'd be impossible to clear this entire bookcase at our current level. Battle-wise, we were able to defeat most of the monsters on the middle shelves with relative ease. However, once we reached the beginning of the upper section, it became apparent that we wouldn't be capable of clearing it all. Rank 3 monsters start to show up in the books around here. That means that if we keep going up, we're eventually going to run into a rank 1 monster. Still, we would one day have to work toward clearing this entire library. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shout from a bookshelf a little ways away. Bjorn, Einar hollered. I found a book with a new monster. Wait, seriously? Our scattered clan members stopped searching the stacks to circle up, all of us wearing looks of half anticipation and half skepticism. Considering who we were talking about here, Einar didn't seem to notice as she held the book up high to show us, clearly proud of herself. The book featured a monster that was covered in tentacles. On its back were wings made of bones, though the creature seemed to walk on 4 legs. What do you think? Have you ever seen something like this before? Definitely not. This is my first time seeing such a monster. Yandel, what about you? This is my first time as well. It seemed that this was, in fact, a new monster. But why did it suddenly show up now of all times? Hurry up and read it. What rank is it? It looks strong. I read the ancient text aloud for everyone to hear. Yet before the words even left my mouth, I started to get a strange feeling I knew what was going on here. Its name is Tentaculin. It's happy that is the Sea of Records. Sea of Records? Isn't that the same place where we discovered the Gullfrog? Yes, but don't interrupt me. Oh, sorry. It's a rank 4 monster, and it's classified as a beast type. Oh, rank 4. The abilities. What abilities does it have? I thought I told her not to interrupt me. Well, I guess there's no point in getting on her case about it. It has the passive ability Pacifist, which is the same as the rank 4 monster Sea Merchant. It also has a Gargoyle's Evil Sound, Medusa's Curse of Stone, and Ryu Moby Dick's Water Roar, so the monsters on this floor really are mixes of monsters from other floors. Yet, at this point, that seemed like the most likely explanation. The natives of this place seem to be new monsters made up of various combinations of other monsters' essences. This find also helped us confirm something else. It also seems that the monsters that we find here in the library have to have been discovered by somebody at least once before. But isn't this a new monster? I nodded as I read the origin of the name that was written down. Adventurer Madderkin Lilgreams named the monster after being the first to discover it while exploring basement floor 1's archives. Madderkin Lilgreams. That's the captain of the Silver Lion clan who came here with us. I thought he might have died without us, but I guess they're getting around just fine on their own, Amelia said, looking kind of bitter. She must have been upset since it felt a bit like he'd stolen some of our glory. Still, it wasn't like we got money for having our name written down in a book. Or, wait, was it that she was upset that her name hadn't been written down anywhere, yet this freeloader would forever go down in history? If we find another new monster later, I should let her be the one to name it. That was all the information written down about the monster, so we quickly headed back down to the bottom floor to summon it. It was much bigger than in the picture, but something was weird. Aside from the tentacles spilling out from its body, it looked entirely like a wolf. So why was it living in the sea? You have killed a tentaculin. There was no way to know, so we focused on hunting it instead. Since this was our first time ever encountering this thing, we took things slow to make sure it couldn't land a hit on us. Still, it was only rank 4, so it was an easy fight. That was even easier than I was expecting. Come to think of it, Miss Shaw had gotten pretty strong. That was the only thought in my mind as I watched her step forward and cut down a rank 4 monster with a single slash. Alright, everyone, let's group up for a minute. Once that was dealt with, I gathered up the members of my clan for a vote. There was just one item on the agenda. Please tell me what you want to do. We can stay here and continue climbing the library's shelves, or head out and try exploring another area. However, my team members showed no enthusiasm for offering up their opinions. What's the point? You're going to be the deciding vote anyway. Exactly. I sighed. Did I play my trump card too early? I should have saved my voting power for something more important. Don't worry, I won't be taking part in this vote. They all eyed me with distrust, but after a moment, they gave in. Fine. I guess we can hold a vote. Then, once the vote began in earnest, the results were surprisingly unanimous. We would stop exploring the library and try to find another area. Honestly, I'd kind of expected that. Everyone was already bored of this simplistic hunting format, and finding tentaculin in that book had just been fuel on the fire. This place isn't bad, but given how we have competition, this feels like a waste of time. At this very moment, they're probably exploring new areas and finding new monsters to name. And any essences they come across, they'll be able to sell them to the magic tower for a high price. Yeah, this is the classic adventurer mindset. However, even though the vote was unanimous, I still decided to have us stay here for another day or two. We're not leaving right away. Why? You're not the type to delay things for no reason. My clan shot me looks that suggested I was acting like a dictator again. Their distrust hurt my feelings. I was just trying to make the most optimal call as the leader of this clan. Right now, we can summon rank 3 monsters from these books. We should try to hunt as many as we can first and then we can leave right after. Rank 2 monsters would be difficult for us to take on, but we could still make quick work of most rank 3 monsters at our current level. And Emily, aren't there still quite a few rank 3 monsters that even you haven't had a chance to kill yet? That's right. You too, Aner. You still haven't gotten that essence I told you about. Aner wasn't the only one, either. There were some rank 3 essences that I also wanted Erwan and Miss Shaw to have. I still needed the essence of Belarius as well. Then is everyone in agreement? I took their silence as consent. With their plan decided, we picked up the pace even more. You have killed a mechanical giant. EXP +7. You have killed a phoenix. EXP +7. You have killed an Uspin. EXP +6. You have killed a Garshan. EXP +7. You have killed an abyss skeleton. You have killed. Compared to the middle section of the library, the difficulty of the battles had risen several times over, yet in return, the rewards were all the sweeter. We were able to kill and get EXP for many of the rank 3 and rank 4 monsters on the 7th floor's dark continent, which we hadn't really been able to explore yet because of the war. The only disappointing thing was that beginner's luck only kicked in once. No, 9,999, beginner's luck has been activated. Still, it at least activated for Abyss Skeleton, a monster that appeared exclusively on the 10th floor. Since none of us could take advantage of its essence, though, we would have to sell it. Luckily for us, essences from the 10th floor were worth an incredible amount. But from the looks of it, it seems that monsters that are rarer or harder to find in the labyrinth don't tend to pop up in these books too often. Take, for example, Belarius. I really wanted to get my hands on it, but we never managed to find it in any of the books. Even as our search came to a close. Let's stop. Despite my disappointment, I eventually made the call that it was time to stop hunting. The difficulty of each battle was rising, and we were now being forced to face 2 rank 3 monsters at once. Time-wise, that was hypothetically more efficient since we could hunt 2 monsters simultaneously. But in reality, because we'd been hunting without breaks for the past few hours and our fatigue was mounting, continuing on like this wasn't sustainable. Everyone, grab the books, and let's head out. It was time to get going. Grab the books. Other people might come by here. If we take the books from the top shelves with us, that means it'll be impossible for them to progress any further than we have. And it's not like they can climb the bookshelves to reach for a higher book, since they won't come out. But if we take all these books, our subspaces might fill up. If they do, we'll just have to throw them overboard into the sea. What, Yandel, you, what, are smart, especially when it comes to things like this. Everyone, including Amelia, liked my plan. They all thought it was a smart strategy and not underhanded in the slightest. That was because all of us were adventurers. This is nothing in this line of work. After ensuring that nobody could go up any higher than us, we all started to head back the way we came. Stump. Unlike me, who could easily climb the steps one at a time. My teammates all had to struggle to hop up each one, and when we finally reached the last step, we were greeted by an interesting sight, barbarian.To. For some reason, there were a bunch of adventurers gathered at the entrance staring at us, and they were all in battle formation, weapons drawn. Chapter 512, Grave, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, out of habit, I counted how many of them there were, 24. There were 24 adventurers awkwardly standing around in front of the entrance. This is the Hux clan, right? As if in answer to my silent question, Versil noted, it seems that Myrtane's team is working with them as well. Myrtane, the 5-man party that didn't have a warrior. Their leader's name was Myrtane. I see. Then did that mean the other 4-man team and 5-man team were working with the Silver Lion clan instead? Well, since I had no way of knowing, I decided to see what the group in front of me was up to. Plus, just the sight of them is kind of pissing me off. Are you trying to fight? Pardon? Oh, we heard a sound and thought it was a monster approaching. My question seemed to snap their leader out of his stunned state, and he barked out orders to stand down. What are you all doing? Lower your weapons. Now, I'd been wondering if they were going to try to PK us, but that didn't seem to be the case. Everyone quickly lowered their weapons, and the leader's tone was polite and cautious as he addressed me. Excuse me, but did you finish exploring down below? For the most part, did you all just get here? Yes, we did. Then this is fate. What's your name? Wyatt. Wyatt Hux. I'm the second captain of the Hux clan. Second captain. Yes, the first was my father. So on top of the silver spoon he was born with, he inherited a clan. That alone made me want us to go our separate ways as soon as possible, but I had a few questions to ask first, so I stuck around to pick his brain a bit more. Wyatt, what happened after we left? Oh, after you left. Normally, if you ask that type of question to an adventurer, they'd tell you to screw off and figure things out yourself. But things were different with me. Not only was I famous and well-known, but I was also the one who opened the portal to this place. So even though I left them behind on that rocky island and told them to fend for themselves, they still saw me in a favorable light. I'd say things went as you might have already assumed they would, your lordship. The story turned out to be rather simple. After I left, the Silver Lion clan and the Hux clan formed a temporary alliance. They didn't establish a single command structure or completely blend their groups, but since they didn't know what they might be facing, they decided to move together for a while and help each other in times of danger. Then what about the smaller and medium-sized parties? Since they didn't want to risk being trapped between two bigger clans, they decided to unite and form an alliance of their own to team up with us. Thus, a cooperative relationship between the three parties was formed. The newfound coalition then left the rocky island by boat to explore the surrounding seas together. But a problem arose after we found an island. When I expressed interest, however, Wyatt seemed to realize he was being a pushover and offered me an ultimatum. If you tell us about what you discovered downstairs, I'll be willing to share information with you as well. Really? Then let's do that. Please continue. We didn't even write a contract, but Wyatt nodded his head all the same. It seemed a verbal promise from me was good enough for him. It was a very large island, and we even found an undiscovered species as well. Are you talking about tentaculin? How do you know that name? I'll tell you after, so keep going for now. What we found wasn't a tentaculin. We fought tentaculins on our way to the island, but what we ended up finding there was much stronger. A much stronger monster. Since tentaculins were rank 4, that meant it had to be at least rank 3. Please tell me more. We managed to defeat it, but we still have no idea what its essences were. However, we were able to confirm it at least had a Deathlord's Frog of Salvation, Rictas's Corpse Poison, and Hellsmith's Hellfire. We decided to call the monster Diamond. Diamond's rank was still unknown, but it seemed it didn't move in packs, because it was found wandering around on its own. So what happened after you defeated it? I decided it would be too dangerous to go any further inland, and that it would be better for us to camp on the coast and continue to hunt for more lone diamonds. But that's where our opinions clashed. How? The Silver Lion clan thought it would be better to head further in, but since killing a single diamond on the coast was already dangerous enough, I was heavily against it. Even so, the Silver Lion clan was stubborn. Rather than trying to persuade each other and come to a consensus, they decided it would be better to go their separate ways. Of the smaller teams, 2 decided to join the Silver Lion clan. Only Myrtane's team decided to come with us. But why did you leave the island? We were certain that there would be other islands in the area as well, including one that we would be able to explore at our current level. So they figured it would be a better idea to find another place than stubbornly stick to an island, where the very first thing they ran into was a rank 3 monster. My impression of this guy when we met on the first floor was that he was unhinged or suicidal. But now, I saw him as a kindred spirit in the art of being a realist. Can you tell me what you found downstairs? Then, your lordship. Since Lee gave me a valuable piece of information, I shared several pieces of information about the librarian kind. At first, he listened to me quite excitedly, but as my explanation continued, his expression began to change. So you're saying that there's not much we can get out of going down there? If your goal is to hunt monsters, then it's great. There are still plenty of books down there that we didn't get to use that you can use to summon them. You might even unearth something that we weren't able to. That's true. After our conversation, Wyatt called on his navigator to share the location of the island with Orion. With that, our business with each other came to an end. However, right as we were about to leave, Wyatt said something that piqued my interest. As I thought, you haven't found a way out of here yet either. What do you mean by that? Pardon me, it was nothing. I just had a useless thought, that was all. I'll judge whether it's useless, so tell me. When I pressed, he finally gave in, a hint of shame marring his expression. I was just wondering when this place is supposed to close. I'm even starting to worry that it might never close and that we'll never return to the city. Part of me is worried that this place might become our grave. I sighed. I'd been wondering if he had something important to say, but I should have heard him out. His words only made me feel uneasy. Our ship traversed the Silver Sea. Our destination was the island the Hex clan had given us coordinates for. At our current pace, we should arrive there in less than 5 hours. Orion was able to shorten our travel time using his skills as a navigator, and in the meantime, the rest of us went back to doing our own respective duties on the boat. A glance at my watch told me it was around 2 p.m. It's already the 11th day. Even though it had been 11 days since the labyrinth opened, this place still hadn't closed. I'd been paying close attention to the days going by ever since the 7th day, and maybe it was because of that unpleasant conversation earlier, unlike before, that number now disturbed me. I would normally be relieved that this place hadn't closed yet since we were in the middle of an expedition, but I was now beginning to feel a prickle of anxiety. The unknown can make people lose their minds. This place was a part of the labyrinth, so I was certain it would eventually close. Yet at the same time, I wondered if that was even an assumption I could safely make. Floors 1 through 10 all had that in common. Yes, but I wondered if this place might be different since it was a basement floor. If this place still doesn't close by the 30th day, I'll revisit this train of thought. With it decided, I started to feel a bit better. It was always good to assume the worst, but obsessing over what you couldn't change would only wear you down. Bjorn, it's Tentaculin. It's here. You mean Tentaculin. As we drew closer to the island, it was no longer gull frogs but instead tentaculins that started to show up in the area. I still didn't know how the hell they lived in the water, but they began to jump in the air like flying fish, flopping onto our ship's deck. You have killed a tentaculin. You have killed a tentaculin. You have killed a tentaculin. You have killed. We continued to hunt them on our journey to the island, but an essence never dropped. That was pretty disappointing since the essence of a new rank 4 monster would definitely sell for a high price. If there's time later, we should come back here and farm them. I tried to let go of my lingering regret and focus on our current goal. It's an island. As soon as we could see our destination with our naked eye, we started preparing to get off the ship. We ended up dropping anchor on a small beach next to a cliff, as aside from this spot, the entire island was bordered by cliffs, so there was nowhere else for us to disembark. Well, it's not like we can't anchor the ship next to a cliff and safely get onto the island, but I felt it was best to enter the island by walking from the small beach. If nothing else, the fact that this was the only beach on the entire island suggested it was the intended starting location. Let's start with surveying as much of the island as we can first. Everyone follow my lead, and let me know immediately if you spot anything. The moment we arrived, we immediately searched the beach. Even though there were no monsters around, none of us were willing to let our guards down. Visibility is only about 10 yards in any given direction. Visibility that varied significantly depending on the area seemed to be a staple of this floor. Out at sea, we could easily see the entire island, but the moment we stepped foot on it, our line of sight drastically decreased. It was rather restricting. Ian, you can draw a map while following me, right? Of course. Leave it to me. I could have drawn the map myself, but I left it to Orion. My main job was to stand in front of the group and tank anything that came our way. It wouldn't make sense for me to hold a notebook and pen while I did that, right, Captain? It seems we've seen all there is to see here. That was quicker than I thought. It only took about 20 minutes for us to explore the entire coast. To get off the beach and move further inland, you either had to climb the massive cliffs surrounding it or squeeze your way through a narrow gap between their faces. The latter seemed like the standard route. The problem is that there are 3 paths. In front of us was a right, middle, and left path. There was a chance that they all led to the same place, but we had no way of knowing that for sure. We had no choice but to randomly choose one to explore. Ainer, what do you think? Which way should we go? Going straight forward is the way of the warrior, of course. I decided to go with her choice, since there wasn't really a right or wrong one either way. This is much narrower than I thought. The gap between the cliffs was extremely tight. Even though I deactivated giantization, my head kept bumping into the rocks overhead and my shoulders kept getting stuck. After forcing my way through for about 20 minutes, I finally reached the exit. Phew, I can finally breathe. I'd been on the verge of passing out from claustrophobia if we didn't get out of there soon. After hurriedly squeezing my way through the last few yards, I surveyed our surroundings. It was a rainforest reminiscent of the Amazon. There was greenery all over the place that reached around knee height, and the ridiculously massive trees that surrounded us were bigger than any I'd ever seen before back in Korea. Drip, liquid dripped down on me from above. Rain? At first, that was what I assumed. However, as it dripped onto my cheek and slid down my skin, it felt nothing like normal water. The sensation was one I could no longer confuse for another, not after so many years in this world. It's blood. My eyes snapped up toward the source. Shit. Above us, 3 mangled corpses were hanging by their necks from vines. They're members of the Silver Lion clan, Versil confirmed. A heavy silence filled the air for one reason and one reason alone. Monsters don't do that.